Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. Ursha stood at the ragged edge of the starting line and tried not to let her nerves show. The night was clear and cold, the smell of pine thick in the air, and moon-washed clouds drifted past the tall hedges that marked the academy's northern border. Ahead of her, the forest waited like a dark mouth. Behind her, scattered classmates shifted from foot to foot, rolling shoulders, flexing fingers, repeating last-minute trigger words that would call their magic in a hurry. Now and then someone checked that a charm lay flat against the wrist, or that a blade was loose enough to slide from its sheath. Ursha let herself glance down the line. Only two people mattered tonight: Eldridge, who stood so still he seemed carved from the same stone used to build the academy's walls, and Carla, who had spent the entire school year poking fun at Ursha's thrifted boots, blunt nails, and quiet ways. Carla caught Ursha's eye and winked, as if tonight were nothing but a friendly contest and the forest nothing but an overgrown garden. Ursha turned away. She needed no extra noise inside her head. At the far end of the row, the edifier raised a sleek black pistol. His face never moved, not even when the moonlight revealed the fresh lines that sleepless weeks had pressed into the skin between his brows. He did not look at Ursha, though she felt his presence the way a child feels heat from a stove, compelling and dangerous at once. She had paid dearly for the secret he had given her, and no matter what happened tonight, the debt could not be called back. The pistol cracked. Smoke drifted upward. 20 runners sprang forward, and in a breath they had left the academy lawns behind and plunged into the narrow, winding track. Branches slapped Ursha's arms. Desiccated leaves crackled underfoot. Ahead, the trail forked into two narrow ways. One path climbed steeply toward slabs of granite that shone like broken mirrors. The other dipped into brush so thick that even daylight would have struggled to reach the ground. The teachers had drilled it into every student's mind. The first decision was a test of reading, not a gamble. Follow the pull of your inner compass. Trust your link to the edifice, the ancient pattern that ran beneath rock and root like a hidden river. Most runners, confused or impatient, trusted their eyes instead. They scattered, half up the hill, half into the thicket, before pausing to cast quick divination spells. All across the glade firefly sparks glimmered as sigils spun through the air. Ursha felt no need for such signs. A tug yanked gently at the space behind her sternum, angling her right shoulder forward. She leaned into it, and shot down the lower path. Branches whipped past. She heard muffled curses behind her as slower classmates realized too late that intuition, not eyesight, mattered most. For the first kilometers she ran almost blind. Only gaps in the canopy let her glimpse thin slices of moon. She counted heartbeats, matched her breathing to the drumming of blood in her ears, and tried hard not to imagine the places where her brother's own heartbeats had failed. One had died against the gouged trunk of an ash tree. She had found the record in the academy archive, a single line scribbled by a professor who no doubt forgot her brother's name by sunrise. Another brother had vanished near the river. No one even pretended to know his resting place. Soon the roar of water replaced the hush of leaves. Ursha slowed. The track emptied into a rocky bank where a narrow river hurried between moss-slick stones. Moonlight danced on the ripples, playful and harmless, but the air smelled faintly of magic. 3 students, Carla among them, huddled on the near shore. One of them, Eldridge, of course, crouched forward, palm extended, testing the water with a silent spell. His runes flared silver then faded. He muttered, "Hold," but his warning came too late. 2 other runners burst from the trees and splashed into the current, eager to keep their lead. The moment both feet hit the water, a wall of liquid rose high as a house. It hung for half a breath, gleaming like glass, then smashed down with the force of a falling cliff. The runners vanished, not even a scream left behind. When the water smoothed, the river looked innocent. Its surface rolled on, carrying no blood, no cloth, no clue. Silence wrapped the bank like fog. Eldridge's jaw tightened. He stepped into the river with steady knees and walked through waist-deep water until he reached the far shore. He turned. "It is safe now," he called, voice level. Carla hesitated. The third student muttered, "But why them and not you?" Ursula knew. She stepped past the shocked group, felt cold water soak her trousers, and willed her teeth not to chatter. "The toll has been paid," she said, wading forward. Now the river was no threat. It had taken what it wanted. Something flickered in Eldridge's eyes, surprise, maybe respect, but he offered no words as she reached his side. Behind them, Carla and the other girl followed. They scrambled ashore, dripping and shaken. Together the four of them hurried into the next stretch of forest where marble markers, carved long ago, guided them east. Ursula's heart hammered harder than the run demanded. She knew exactly who had fed the river. She could not afford to pity them. Every year the edifice demanded lives. The school knew it, the teachers knew it, but they kept the tradition buried beneath flowery words like trial and commencement. Someone always paid. Ursula swore that this year that someone would not be her. When she was 9, still small enough to climb into her mother's lap, she had overheard the village elders gossip about her eldest brother's death. They whispered that the forest claimed he who strayed from destiny. One elder insisted the sacrifice allowed the valley harvest to flourish, and the academy to remain strong. Ursula's mother had not wept then. She saved her tears for the nights when everyone else slept. 3 sons gone. 1 daughter left. Ursula had watched her mother's face harden into stone lines of sorrow and fury. Even before she was old enough to attend the academy, Ursula had decided her bones would never litter those woods. Weeks before the race, Ursula followed a hunch. She studied the academy's architectural plans preserved in the library's restricted wing. She memorized floor-by-floor diagrams of classrooms, teachers' quarters, and storerooms. She watched corridors at dawn when only cleaners padded about. She tracked which instructors left campus on which days and who carried keys to basement archives. Finally, by offering the edifier detailed reports on the rotational guard schedule, a small betrayal that left bile in her mouth, she secured a private lesson from the stern master. One symbol etched in crimson on living wood could convince the forest to redirect its hunger. Blood magic. For centuries it had been forbidden, even for those who governed. Only elders in times of dire siege might spill their own blood to bargain with the spirits. Yet the edifier taught Ursula the mark all the same, convinced that her success would reflect well on his tutelage. Under moon and towering spruce, Ursula bit her finger, drawing a line of scarlet. She pressed that line against the trunk of an old pine. Her blood beaded in the grooves of the bark, forming the sickle-shaped sigil. The tree absorbed the drop with a quiet sigh. All sound in the clearing stilled. Even the breeze hushed, as if holding breath. A heartbeat later, far to the west, shrieks pierced the night. They rose, tangled and terrified, then cut off. Leaves trembled in quick succession. Ursula pressed her hand to her racing chest. Her trap had sprung. Students who had veered off the true route, perhaps by error, perhaps by design, were now prizes for the forest. She reminded herself of her brothers' faces and forced her feet onward. For another hour she ran, always a stone's throw east of the main track, using faint pulses of magic to map the way. She meant to rejoin the official route at the foot of the mountain, where every runner faced the same steep climb up iron ladders bolted to raw cliff. Reach that cliff first, she reasoned, and she could time her ascent to avoid any ambush that might follow. She was less than half a kilometer from that rendezvous when the air shifted. Some instinct told her to duck. Too late. A shape hurtled through blackness and slammed her sideways. She tumbled across damp earth. Leaves stuck to her cheeks. Pain jolted through her ribs. She rolled to her knees, summoned fire to her palm, and bright orange light blossomed. Carla lay on her back. torso twisted at an angle no living spine could manage. The entire right side of her uniform had been shredded away, flesh, fabric, even bone, and wet crimson glistened in the torn remains. Her eyes stared blankly at the canopy. The smell hit Ursha next, copper and bile. Something stepped out from behind a maple. 6-finger-wide eyes glowed where a single pair should be. Muscles rippled under bristled hide. Tusk-long teeth curved from jaws slack with hunger. Ursha's flame wavered. The beast crouched, ready. Adrenaline ripped through her chest. She hurled the ball of fire. The creature twisted. The flame missed and smashed into a sapling behind it, igniting bark with a crack. Firelight flashed across the beast's face. Ursha's breath snagged. She recognized spells etched into its hide, runes that bent bone and sinew. Someone had bred this monster for the course. Panic tried to freeze her legs. She forced her mind to race. She had no lightning, no stakes of silver. What she had was fire already burning the maple behind the beast. She sucked a breath, channeled heat into her lungs, and exhaled a gout of flame that arched over the creature and licked the branches above. Leaves whooshed into instant torchlight. Sparks rained. The beast roared. Fire and smoke confused its vision. Ursha rolled beneath the monster's swinging forearm, the claws missing her scalp by inches. She pushed to her feet and sprinted east. Behind her, the forest crackled. A gust fed flame, and the maple toppled. The beast snarled, trapped between new fire and the fleeing prey it wanted. Branches whipped her face, tore her sleeve. She ignored the sting. Ahead, the night opened onto moonlit stone, the foot of the cliff. A line of iron ladders stretched upward, bolted to the rock in hundreds of crooked steps. Far above, small silhouettes climbed, Eldridge in the lead, a pair of runners close behind. From this distance she could not see their faces, but muscle memory recognized Eldridge's unhurried efficiency. He climbed the way most people walked down a lane. Ursha reached the bottom and slapped both palms flat against the cold rung. Blood from her finger sigils smeared the metal. For an instant she felt the rusty scent of power. She thought of 3 brothers swallowed by the same mountain. Her arms shook with exhaustion, but she climbed anyway. Hand over hand. Foot over foot. Wind scraped her knuckles. She did not dare glance down. Halfway up, shouts echoed from below. Runners fled the forest edge, chased by another nightmare groan from elder curses. Some clawed onto ladders behind Ursha. Steel rattled. She climbed faster. 20 meters. 10. At the top, a platform cut into the cliff face where a stone arch waited. Final gate before descent to the academy's south lawn. 2 tall torches flanked the arch. Their green flames burned without smoke. Eldridge stood before the arch, hand pressed to its center, mumbling runes to unlock whatever ward sealed the way. The 2 students behind him bent over, gasping, waiting. One looked back and saw Ursha. Fear widened his eyes. He nudged Eldridge hard. Eldridge's shoulders stiffened. The arch glowed. Slowly its stones slid apart, revealing a spiral stair beyond. He motioned his companions forward. Then he turned and waited, watching Ursha close the gap rung by rung. She hauled herself over the lip and landed in a crouch, lungs burning. Below, the first of the new climbers swarmed onto the upper half. Eldridge's gaze flicked to them, then back to Ursha. "Your fire," he said quietly. "Set the south slope ablaze. Half the field is trapped." Her reply was a rasp. "I did what I had to. That true?" His voice carried no judgment, only curiosity. "I thought you prided yourself on cleverness, not carnage. The difference is thinner than teachers claim," she said. Screams drifted up. She did not know if they came from woods or ladder. Eldridge held out his hand, palm up. Something rested there, a small crystal dagger, its edge bright as morning frost. "You left this in the dorm," he said. "I took it because I wondered why a diviner wanted assassin steel. Now I think I know." Ursha's pulse drummed. He knew too much, but if she lunged, the arch might shut again, and the race would end, for both. Eldridge closed his fingers around the dagger. "You've already won," he said. "They cannot catch you before dawn." The first of the climbers hoisted over the platform rim. It was Calivan's, face smeared with soot, hair singed. She stumbled past Ursha into the arch. The second climber toppled onto the stone, collapsed, and began to scream. Burns covered his legs. The rules forbade sabotage, but the mountain never cared for rules. Eldridge stepped backward into the tunnel. The dagger flashed once, then vanished into his belt. He left the door wide. Ursha hesitated, then followed into the spiral. She descended 2 turns before the arch stones rumbled shut behind her. Distantly, a roar rose from the cliff face as timber and monster alike fell to flame. At dawn, runners who survived stepped onto the dew-damp south lawn. Teachers in velvet robes clapped polite applause. Chimes rang from the bell tower. Healers hurried those who bled into white tents. The edifier watched from the marble stairs, face carved into serenity. Ursha reached him, clothes ragged, cheeks smeared with ash. "You upheld your side of our agreement," he said. He offered a thin smile. "You graduate first of your cohort." The memory of Carla's half-body flickered behind Ursha's eyes. "You promised knowledge equal to what I surrendered. And you shall have it," he murmured, "once the paperwork clears." His hand brushed her elbow, guiding her toward the cluster of elders. At the touch, cold understanding burst like glass in her veins. She saw herself pinned to a board, saw sigils pull thoughts from marrow, saw the edifier drinking her victory as if it were sweet wine. She saw, too late, the curve of the chain that led not to freedom but to another leash. Her brothers had died so others could rise. Tonight classmates burned so she could stand in morning light. Now the edifier meant to claim her as the next toll. She inhaled slow, felt the cut on her finger reopen. A drop of blood slid down her palm, hot as fresh ink. She turned the hand inward, traced a sigil against her skin, one curve, one fong. The forbidden mark pulsed. When she lifted her eyes, moonlight no longer shone. But the forest spirits were never far. And they owed her. She walked with the edifier toward the elders, each step easy, silent, balanced as a predator's breath. Behind her, dawn painted the cliff face gold, but the flames on its slope burned a deeper orange still. One debt was paid. Another would be collected. His eyes were colder than the November air that rolled across the empty battlefield. They were a flat, glass gray, wide open and already losing the last shine of life. Daniel knelt beside the stranger. Even calling him a stranger felt wrong, because a dead man was never just a stranger once you had knelt in his blood. The fellow's jaw sagged, lips half open, as if he were still trying to finish one last shout. Both legs were gone below the knees, torn clean off by the landmine that had blown a perfect circle of mud and shrapnel into the earth. A pistol hung in his right hand, gripped locked tight by the final spasm of death. The man had died fighting, or at least thinking he could, yet here he lay, no fight left in him. Daniel felt an unsteady mix of pity and envy. Pity because he knew the dying had not been swift, envy because at least the poor soul's suffering was finished. Daniel's own wound was a slow, hungry thing, a single bullet hole high in his thigh, small as a nail head yet deep as a tunnel, leaking blood that felt thick and slow like syrup. Every minute another drop oozed out. Every drop cost him another bit of warmth, another second of breath. He had crawled into the crater for cover after the shot, praying he would see either a medic's red cross or a German bayonet before he ran dry. Either way, he would be off this frozen patch of earth. Either wrapped in morphine and bandages or bundled in shackles, he would be somewhere, anywhere else. The thought of captivity scared him less than the thought of bleeding alone. He had someone waiting for him, Sarah. Sarah would be sitting in their two-room flat, rocking the baby, telling the boy that Papa would be home as soon as the war allowed trains to run regular again. She would believe it. She had to. Daniel had promised. He had never broken a promise to her in all the tender, awkward, laughing years since they met, and now he might fail her after all. The fear of that failure hurt worse than his leg. It gnawed behind his sternum every time he pictured her face by lamplight, waiting for footsteps that never came. Mud crept up his trousers, packing itself into the wound. The mud felt alive, like a worm nosing its way inside. He imagined it wriggling through muscle, curious about the inner workings of a man. In half-delirious misery he wondered if the Germans bred special experimental worms only to torment prisoners by crawling straight to the heart. Interesting, a voice whispered, scribbling notes. The voice belonged to the worm. It wore a tiny white coat, spectacles, and it stood upright on the flat surface of Daniel's heart as though that vital organ were nothing more than a laboratory bench. The worm tapped a stethoscope against the throbbing wall of flesh, pen scratching on a clipboard that seemed too large for such a small creature. "I don't want this," Daniel begged. The words fell out in a croak, soaked in spit and tears. "Interesting," the worm answered, tilting its head as though adjusting an invisible monocle. "I've got people who love me," Daniel said. "If you ruin my heart, I'll kill you." He half laughed inside at the madness of threatening a worm, but the threat was all he had left. "Interesting," the worm repeated, sliding its tail into an artery, as if plumbing a pipe. Daniel felt the squirm inside his chest, probing, shifting, flipping switches only the worm understood. He saw, in a bright flash of dread, the danger. If the worm tinkered too long, it would disconnect him from Sarah. It would loosen memories the way one loosens screws. It would make him forget the soft laugh she hid behind her hand, the smell of her hair when she leaned over the crib. That must never happen. Sarah's memory was the rope tying him to life. A surge of stubborn strength rose through his shaking arms. He dug fingers into the skin over his ribs, slammed a fist against the invisible surgery, and caught the worm between thumb and forefinger. He hauled it out in a single jerk. Pain lit his nerves on fire, but pain hardly mattered anymore. "Hey!" shrieked the worm in a reedy, indignant squeal. "That is a clear violation of experimental procedure. I shall report you." Daniel squeezed. The worm's slippery body tried to writhe free, but his fist was steel. He stared at the little beast, feeling new anger eclipse his fear. Then he felt something stranger, pleasure, sharp and hot, as he watched the worm choke. It wheezed through a non-existent throat, clipboard fluttering like a dying moth. Strange how vengeance could warm a man faster than any blanket. "Even if you make it back to her," the worm gasped, "she will not recognize you. You're a monster now, a worm." The creature tried to grin, though its mouth was no more than a line of slime. Daniel's fingers tightened and the worm burst with a wet pop. He wiped the tattered remains on his coat, uncaring that he spread more filth across his uniform. Let the next scavenger sort out the mess. He made a new promise, muttered aloud to dead stars hidden by war's smoke. "I will crawl out of this hole. I will find Sarah and our son, and I will not let any creature, human or worm, take them from me." Every heartbeat that remained belonged to that pledge. Time stretched. Bullets whined overhead now and then. Sometimes the ground shook with distant artillery. Daniel drifted in and out, half conscious, half dreaming. Between dreams he heard the steady drip of his own blood into mud. He was not sure when the rattle of rifle fire changed into the thunder of boots, but suddenly men were storming across no man's land, shouting in English. A shell blasted near his crater, dirt rained down, clods smacking his helmet. He covered his face, certain the next blast would finish what the bullet had started. Instead, a shadow jumped into the pit. "Daniel!" The voice cracked loud with disbelief and relief all at once. Silhouetted against the gray sky was Sergeant James. Some called him Jamie, some called him a drunk, but Daniel knew him as the man who had taught him to survive boot camp. Daniel tried to salute. His arm barely twitched. "Blimey, you look like last week's stew, Danny boy." James dropped to his knees, hands already working to drag Daniel clear of the gore. "Medics!" he hollered. He wrapped a tourniquet, packed gauze, barked orders. Daniel heard words like evacuation and morphine but only half believed them. Then darkness folded him away. He woke once on a stretcher, mud-caked boots hanging off the end. Bright lights flickered above, wagon lamps or maybe stars. Awake again in a tent, sawdust floor, the sharp smell of antiseptic. A doctor leaning over him said the leg had turned black, rotten to the knee. "Remove it or bury with it," those were the options. A nurse pressed a rag of ether over his nose. Dreamless black devoured him. And then he came home. He left the army hospital on wooden crutches that pinched his armpits raw. The train ride took 2 days across country. Each station platform looked the same: victory banners, wives clinging to husbands, strangers asking if he was all right. He never knew how to answer. The numbers pinned to his coat pocket said one thing: honorably discharged. In his head a voice whispered another thing: worm. He stopped outside his apartment building at dusk. Golden light spilled through the curtains of the second floor. Sarah sometimes sang to the baby at this hour, humming lullabies she learned from her grandmother. He could not hear music now, only a faint baby cry, the quick hush-hush of a mother soothing. He lifted a trembling fist and knocked. 1 minute, she called. He heard her set the child down. Footsteps padded closer, soft slippers on worn wood. The door opened. She looked at her apron first, dusting flour from it, apologizing for the mess before she even raised her eyes. Then she saw him. They stared, frozen, each counting the new wounds on the other's face. Daniel felt terror rise. What if the worm had spoken true? What if she saw only a stranger, half a husband, half a monster? "Hello, darling," he whispered, voice rough from weeks of silence. The next heartbeat crushed the fear. Sarah threw herself forward, arms around his neck, nearly toppling him. He caught his balance on the crutches, buried his nose in her hair, and breathed the scent of home: soap, bread, baby powder. Tears soaked his collar. He whispered again and again, "I'm alive. I kept my promise." She sobbed, words half lost in his coat. They held each other until the baby fussed louder, reminding them the world still turned. Inside the flat the lamp glowed warm, curtains drawn against night, kettle steaming on the stove. Daniel leaned over the cradle. Tiny Charlie stared up with wide dark eyes. The child's small fist wrapped one of Daniel's fingers, squeezing with improbable strength. The squeeze told Daniel he was anchored. He was here, he was wanted, he was Dad. That night, after Sarah drifted asleep against his shoulder, Daniel lay in bed staring at the ceiling. The moon painted faint bars across the wall. He listened to the baby sigh in dreams. He waited for peace, but instead nausea rolled from gut to throat. He remembered the crater, the worm, the crunch of bone when he pinned the German soldier. He tasted blood he had swallowed in anger. He did not cry out. Crying would wake Sarah, and Sarah had only just started to rest. When sleep found him, it came heavy and cruel. He dreamed he was back in the crater, cold mud sucking at his boots, the blown-apart stranger beside him. Dreamed of the worm, clipboard raised, mustache twitching, praising the experiment. "Good work, Daniel," the worm rasped, its body swollen with blood it had drunk. "Good work." Daniel wanted to swing a fist, but dream paralysis pinned him. The worm crawled onto his chest, quivering with delight. It said more tests are needed. Daniel tried to shout no, but his jaw locked. The worm inched toward Sarah, who sat beside Daniel in the dream, hair loose over her nightgown, face soft with sleep. The worm's tail brushed her cheek. Daniel screamed soundlessly. He begged, promised anything, take me, not her. The worm only smiled and slipped toward her eyes. He woke drenched in sweat. The bedroom was silent except for Sarah's breathing. Moonlight traced her profile, fragile as porcelain. Fear strangled him. What if the worm was real? What if it could leap from nightmares into flesh? He imagined it sliding into Sarah's skull, severing all memory of him, making his promise worthless. He could not allow that. For her safety, he had to kill the worm wherever it hid. He rose on one crutch, crept to the kitchen, rummaged until he found a paring knife. The steel glimmered. He hobbled back to bed and looked at Sarah's eyelids. In his fractured mind, the worm hid behind those lids. Worms like tear ducts, he had read that or dreamed it. If he cut out the hiding place, the worm would die. Sarah would be safe. His hand trembled. She murmured in half-sleep, "Daniel? What are you doing?" He pressed a trembling finger to her lips, as if to hush a baby, and drove the point of the knife toward her eye. Her scream shattered the night. Baby Charlie screamed with her. Daniel sobbed apologies but kept pressing, convinced the worm shrieked through her mouth. Blood slicked his grip. The knife clattered. His thumbs found soft jelly. He gouged, ignoring nails that raked his forearms. He only stopped when Sarah's screams fell to wet gurgles. The baby cried louder. Daniel pivoted on one crutch, staggered to the cradle. He had to protect the boy from worms too. He reached in, the tiny body writhed. The knife flashed. Silence fell. Somewhere far away sirens wailed. Neighbors pounded doors, called police. Daniel sat on the bloody floor, back against the bed frame. He looked at his stained hands and saw them as they were, stumps with worms coiling around each finger, whispering interesting. He laughed or maybe sobbed. When policemen smashed through the door, he did not resist. He could not even speak. He only stared and stared as handcuffs clicked shut. A concrete-walled cell became his world. Tiny window, thin mat, stainless steel toilet. No books, no visitors. He slept in patches. Sometimes he woke to the worm balancing on his chest again, clipboard in invisible hands, promising one final experiment. Sometimes he woke screaming Sarah's name. Guards called him a mad dog, a monster. He told them he was infested with worms. They laughed, said he'd swing soon enough. In the last week before the hanging, the worm stayed. It sat at the edge of his bunk, scratching notes. "You know what must come next, Daniel. You promised." Each word carved new hollows in his mind. He begged the worm to leave, begged Sarah's forgiveness, begged God for death. The night before sentence, he tore out his own eyes to spite the worm. The warden found him at dawn, crimson streaks drying on gray concrete. He vomited. Newspapers printed the story, full of exclamation points. Public horror lasted one day. The war coughed up fresh atrocities by afternoon. Daniel's body went into a pauper's grave, no coffin, no stone, just another numbered stake. The dirt welcomed him. Worms wriggled in dark loam, blind and busy. They slid through ragged sockets where eyes had been. They bored through skull bone, whispered interesting as they gnawed. And Daniel, drifting beyond agony, felt at last the numbness he had begged for. The numbness he might have reached without blood if only he had not listened to the first worm's smile. Above ground, time moved on. Graves grassed over. On quiet nights a nurse cleaning empty prison corridors swore she heard scribbling on a clipboard, followed by a tiny voice repeating one word again and again, each syllable cold and curious, interesting. The first warning every mage receives before taking the magician's exam is an old line from chapel sermons. Older instructors recite it in a low voice, apprentice scribes copy it on the margins of their notebooks, and every candidate ends up whispering it to the next in line. If you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring it forth, what stays inside will destroy you. The sentence is easy to parrot, yet most novices never grasp its weight until they are already deep in danger. Those bright students who spend their nights bent over ink-smudged lecture notes, certain their scores on the written section prove they are ready arrive at the practical trials feeling too sure of themselves. Their confidence lasts only until the first trial starts. During earlier centuries, the exam was a single test of endurance, 3 days alone in the wild, armed with nothing but a candle stub and a pinch of salt. That ordeal winnowed out frauds fast. In later years, scholars on the High Council decided the nation needed more court-trained mages and fewer half-starved hermits. They added libraries, lectures, and long essays on magical law. The practical trials survived, but only after applicants passed months of grueling written work. A side effect soon appeared. Once the papers were marked, the short-listed candidates arrived with swollen egos. Many believed formulas on a desk were equal to facing living magic in the dark. Every session of the trial would prove how wrong they were. Cole understood none of this the day he climbed the winding stair to the monastery of the prophet Nehemiah. He had studied numbers that hummed with hidden power, memorized half the index of runes of transmutation, and stayed awake night after night practicing sigils until candle wax coated his knuckles. A child of river farmers, the first in his family to hold a wand, He wanted nothing more than a seal on parchment declaring him a mage. That wish hummed so loud inside him that he mistook it for confidence. The monastery itself looked like a fortress glued to a cliff. Centuries of mist had darkened the stone to a deep, mossy gray. The west terrace overlooked a sheer drop where vines crawled across raw rock and birds nested in cracks wide enough to swallow a man's boot. Wooden bridges connected halls and towers, old planks creaking under any weight. During daylight the place felt majestic, but the first evening left most newcomers uneasy. An hour before sunset, 300 candidates filled the refectory. Candles lined every beam overhead. Extra lamps glowed in alcoves and on empty hearth ledges, yet deep shadows still pulled in corners. Tables were round, each one big enough to seat 10. At the center of every table burned a bowl of incense, as wide as a serving plate. Gray-blue smoke curled upward in lazy ribbons. Unlike fireplace smoke, this haze never climbed to the roof. It drifted sideways, thick as wool, and wove among heads like a curious cat. Platters of food waited on sideboards, honeyed carrots, slow-roasted boar, bricks of cheese, black bread torn into steaming chunks, sugared plums shining in syrup, and small ivory bowls of clotted cream. Strangers laughed, clapped shoulders, balanced mountains of food on tin plates. Wine jugs made quick circuits from hand to hand until most cheeks glowed red. The fragrance of the feast mingled with the heavy sweetness of the incense. Nearly everyone surrendered to appetite. Cole sat at a table near the window. The glass panes glowed blood-red where the sinking sun stabbed through. He lifted a spoon of turnip stew, tasted it, and almost gagged. Not because the stew was spoiled, the flavor was mild, but it felt like swallowing wet clay. Even the smell of bread knots churned his stomach. He finished several mouthfuls only because manners demanded it, pushing each bite down with water. The air itself seemed to thicken in his throat. Across from him, 2 women were already on second helpings of honey cake, smearing icing across lips they no longer felt. Their eyes stared somewhere beyond the candles, lids half closed in a bliss that looked almost drugged. Lucius, the only candidate Cole counted a friend, slid onto the bench beside him. He carried no plate, just the regulation canteen each apprentice wore on a leather loop. He unscrewed the tin top, sniffed, then grimaced. "I filled this with spring water an hour ago," he said. "Now it smells like an orchard left to rot." "Everything tastes wrong," Cole answered. He swallowed another thin sip. "Stew lies in my gut like cold iron." Lucius had hazel eyes set in a bright, mischievous face. He eased closer and spoke quietly. "Look around. 10, maybe 20 have eaten almost nothing. Like us. Everyone else." He gestured with one finger. Cole followed the motion. Here and there candidates sagged in their seats, backs curved, arms limp on tabletops while half-chewed meat slipped from fingers. Others shoveled food as if possessed, stuffing cheeks round as gourds. A dark-haired man at the next table was already nodding forward, forehead nearly touching his bowl of beet soup. Each cloud of incense that drifted across his nose made his eyelids droop lower. Umbra arrived then, sliding into the open space on Cole's right. She towered over both men, long limbs angled awkwardly to fit under the table. A faint dusting of freckles crossed her cheeks. She pushed hair behind an ear and whispered, "I smelled tannin and valerian in that smoke. Possibly wolfbane." Lucius tipped his head. "Sleeping agents? Or dream inducers?" Umbra murmured. "Either way, they dull thought." Cole frowned at the incense pot. Light glowed under the bronze lid. "If that smoke dulls the mind, the feast dulls the body. Stuff everyone until they can't move, drug them until they can't think. Then what? Then the real test begins." Lucius nodded toward the chamber's double doors. "Listen." At first Cole heard only the scrape of spoons and the hum of overeager conversation. Then, beneath that, a hiss new and pure, like a whisper sliding on ice. He could not tell where it came from. The hiss formed words, faint but distinct, brushing each ear in turn, "Follow me." His skin chilled. He looked for a speaker and found none. Yet the phrase came again, slithering between thoughts. "If you hear me, come." A robed form appeared near the head table. A woman no taller than a child, body wrapped in layers of gray cloth. In her arms she cradled a supple leather bag. A narrow tube of silver ran from the mouth of the bag to her own lips. The bag seemed to breathe, rising and sinking, as though lungs hid beneath the hide. Most diners never saw her. They kept chewing, laughing drunkenly, or slumped asleep. Only the handful who had resisted food or scent stared. The robed woman glided across the floor to the exit. The hissing voice echoed a final invitation. Then she slipped through the doors into the dusk beyond. Lucius stood first. Umbra rose, adjusting sleeves that already quivered. Cole followed. They counted others who did the same. 40 fell in line, then 50, then 57. The refectory doors closed, sealing in all who had indulged. The 57 survivors blinked under cold starlight. Lamps ringed the cloister, their yellow halos outlining columns. At the far end stretched a black opening in the monastery's rock wall, a cave mouth tall enough for 2 men. The robed woman waited just outside the cave. She squeezed her breathing bag, inhaled through the tube, then spoke so softly they had to huddle close to catch the words. "Trial of the Echo," she said. "You will enter. You will follow the song each stone remembers. Bring forth what is within, or be broken." She turned and shuffled inside, candle flame held at chest height. Its glow bounced on damp rock and vanished around a bend. Some candidates hesitated. One man muttered that written scores should count for something, that this rough trek could not be part of an exam overseen by scholars. Another insisted she smelled illusion magic and refused to step into anything that might be hallucination. Umbra whispered, "Written paper won't matter if your spirit stays stranded here." That argument won enough minds. The band entered the cave. A narrow path slanted downward. Walls dripped. Cold bit through cloth. After 20 steps the tunnel widened into a natural gallery. The robed proctor halted and raised her lamp. High on the wall shone faint marks, sigils scratched in old chalk. Cole recognized the looping letters of ancient tongue, each curved line representing a note. He recalled a footnote from a long reading assignment. Stone can store vibration the way a wax tablet stores marks, if the shaping spell is firm enough. These curves were not decoration, they were music waiting to sing. The woman touched one sigil. A clear bell tone rang, pure as mountain water. Stone trembled, echo stretched, and deeper in the cavern a second pitch answered. She stepped aside. "Each of you must find your pitch," Umbra murmured, piecing it together. "Follow the echo that matches your core resonance." Cole frowned. "I don't know my resonance." Lucius shrugged. "Then we listen." He laid a palm on the wall. His eyes drifted shut. His lips parted, humming low. After several seconds he stepped toward a side tunnel and nodded for them to trust him. Candidates spread through branching veins of limestone. Some struck stone with wands, testing replies like tuning strings. Others sang short phrases. When a wall resonated back, they hurried along that corridor. Lucius, Cole, and Umbra found themselves in a tunnel that sloped steeper until raw steps appeared. Moisture beaded on their boots. They followed a gentle hum that seemed to fill marrow. At a junction, Lucius paused. The tone faded. He hummed again, slightly higher. A fissure wide enough for one person called back. Umbra's hum echoed elsewhere, down a shaft that smelled of earth and violets. Cole tried last, unsure. He hummed a scale, low to high. On the third note a pulse answered from a passage cloaked in darkness so thick his lamp barely touched it. Umbra touched his arm. "We separate here. Trust the song." She squeezed his fingers a brief, warm pressure, then stepped into her shaft. Lucius saluted with 2 fingers and vanished into his. Cole hesitated, heart hammering. The proverb about secrets inside a mage repeated in his skull. He entered the gloom alone. The cave was a throat-swallowing light. He felt rather than saw stalactites drooping overhead. The air smelled of iron and storm-damp pages. His footsteps echoed so slowly he thought the sound might return next year. After uncounted minutes the path widened into a chamber dimly lit by bioluminescent moss. Green dots shimmered on the ceiling like far stars. At the center stood a mirror. Its frame was black basalt polished to glass. No carving, no runes, only smooth edges. Cole faced it. The reflection showed him as he was, thin, dusty-haired, lantern in one hand, free hand trembling. Yet something was wrong. In the mirror, shadows crept across his shoulders, pooling into shapes that stretched and spread like wings of smoke. He heard no instruction, yet clarity struck, bring forth what is within. Fear surged. He suspected what lived inside him, doubts, jealousy of Lucius's effortless charm, shame at leaning on Umbra's tutoring. If he offered those, would the mirror save or destroy? He shut his eyes. Memory of childhood flashed, standing ankle-deep in river mud, wanting to stop hauling nets and start learning runes with traveling monks. The hunger, the stubborn fire, that was inside. He inhaled, picturing that small flame, and lifted it in both palms like an ember. When he opened his eyes, the reflection copied him. Between mirrored hands a red-gold spark hovered. It pulsed. Smoke wings shrank to coils and disappeared. Light spread across glass until the mirror shone like sunrise. A sound, either music nor wind, washed through the chamber. Walls rippled. The mirror melted into clear air, leaving a doorway edged with glowing moss. On the floor lay a coin engraved with an unfamiliar crest. Cole pocketed it and stepped through. A gentle slope led upward. Minutes later he emerged into a torchlit hall of the monastery, just behind the main chapel. 2 proctors waited. One took his name, the other accepted the coin. "First gate pass," she said, voice unsurprised. She pointed him to a side corridor where benches faced a silent hearth. 3 coins already glimmered on a table. Lucius had one, Umbra another. A tall girl he barely knew held the third. As hours folded, more stumbled in, some dazed, some beaming. Several arrived shaking so hard they dropped coins on stone. A handful came dragging companions half-conscious. He counted, 30 passed, 27 lost somewhere below. At dawn, bells rang across the monastery, waking those who had dozed under blankets. A senior instructor addressed them in the chapel. "You have found your echo," she declared. "Next you will face the vessel trial, where what you draw from beyond must fill what is hollow within. Rest today. Tonight we begin anew." Cole exchanged weary smiles with Lucius and Umbra. They had survived the feast of forgetting, survived the echo in stone. More trials waited, each stranger than the last, but the proverb felt less like a threat now and more like a promise. Bring forth what lies buried, and it might indeed save you. He turned the coin in his fingers, feeling its warmth. One test at a time, he told himself, remembering the tiny flame against the mirror's dark. One truth at a time. Artemis Fenn always believed the world made sense if you were willing to count, weigh, and label its pieces. He had grown up in a small Midlands town where soot drifted over bare fields, and every sound, hammer strikes from the ironworks, whistle blasts from the freight depot, wagons rattling on cracked cobbles, seemed to obey an unseen conductor's rhythm. His father, a station master who knew the timetables of every train by heart, liked to say that life rewarded people who looked for order. Artemis took the statement literally. By the time he was 10, he spent more afternoons in the pantry turning jam jars into makeshift test tubes than outdoors flying kites with the other children. Even then he sensed the deep pull of chemistry, the power that hid inside powders, salts, and liquids if only you mixed them in the right order. When war tore across Europe and boys barely older than he were shipped to France, Artemis's habit of staying indoors saved him. Headmaster Evans noticed the boy's odd devotion to laboratory rules, wrote a letter to several universities, and within a year Artemis stepped through the iron gates of Oxford to begin formal study. Army officers inspected his papers, noted his chosen subject, and stamped the sheet marked deferred. Chemistry served the war, they said. Better to leave clever students in classrooms where they could refine explosives or invent new medicines than send them into trenches. Artemis accepted the decision without celebration, yet at night he thanked silent gods that he was free to pursue discoveries rather than handle a rifle. The winter of 1946 still felt like wartime. Soot-clogged fog hugged the Thames, Many lecture halls smelled faintly of coal dust, and the older students carried scars you could trace beneath sweater sleeves. Yet there was also a sharp, bright hope in the air, the kind that appears only after fires die and ash settles. Professors spoke of rebuilding. Journal editors begged for new research. Funding appeared from committee rooms that 5 years earlier paid only for bullets. Artemis, staring at the dawn edge of a career, often felt the future vibrating like a beaker balanced just out of alignment. That particular February morning began badly. A cracked alarm clock that had survived Blitz rubble limped 5 minutes behind true time, and Artemis woke late. He yanked on a dark green tweed suit that smelled faintly of mothballs, jammed 3 pencils behind his ear, and crammed 2 notebooks into a leather satchel whose straps squeaked under strain. He had only a single pair of shoes fit for campus, black Oxfords stiff from recent polishing, and as he ran they slapped the frosted pavement with hollow thuds. Every breath came out as a tiny cloud. On another morning he would have paused to admire how sunrise turned the limestone colleges gold, but fear of earning yet another rebuke from Professor Haddon drove him onward. Haddon lectured on inorganic chemistry. In the 3 terms Artemis had sat under that stern, hawk-nosed gaze he had learned 2 facts. The man hated tardiness and adored precision. He wrote equations so neat they looked printed, used the ruler when underlining key phrases, and once docked half a grade because Artemis set a decimal point 1 space too far right. Students who arrived late endured a 10-second silence as crushing as a shout. Twice that term Artemis had been the culprit. Today would make a third if he was unlucky. Skidding round the last corner, he flung open the lecture hall door. The room's high windows let in weak dawn light, and the 100 students within all turned. Professor Haddon, pausing mid-sentence, removed his spectacles and aimed a single cold stare. "Late again, Mr. Fenn." The simple sentence felt sharper than any curse. Artemis offered a quick bow. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. See me after class." Haddon resumed writing chlorination formulas on the blackboard. Chalk squeaked, students whispered, and Artemis sank into the nearest seat, heart racing faster than any metronome. Throughout the hour he copied notes, mechanically while mind and stomach churned. Halogens, isotopes, displacement reactions, all flowed over him without meaning. He counted 6 empty desks, noticed how attendance indeed dwindled weekly. Each missing student left behind only a blank wooden surface and a faint rumor, joined the RAF, transferred to medicine, returned home ill. Haddon never explained their absence. When the lecture ended, benches scraped as students hurried to warmer buildings. Artemis remained, clutching his satchel strap until knuckles whitened. The professor methodically cleaned the board, dusted chalk from sleeves, and lined papers in perfect stacks before motioning Artemis forward. The moment Artemis stood at the desk his apology burst out. "I truly regret my lateness, sir. I misjudged the hour. It shall not." Haddon raised a palm. "Never mind, Mr. Fenn. Today I wish to discuss another matter." Something in the flat tone made the young man hesitate. The professor's gray eyes held not anger but calculation, the look of one measuring reagents. "Your coursework," Haddon continued, "displays fine grasp of theory. Beyond that, you show curiosity uncommon among your peers." He tapped a closed folder. Artemis recognized his own essays bound inside. "I have a private investigation underway, requiring an assistant of diligence and discretion. I think you may suit. Are you interested?" Artemis blinked. An invitation from a scholar as famed as Haddon could open any door in post-war Britain. Still, the suddenness unsettled him. He nodded. "Yes, sir, of course." "Very good. Come to my office now, and we will discuss details." Few students visited Haddon's office. It lay below ground in passageways older than the chemistry department itself. Oil lamps mounted between arches cast weak yellow pools. Dust thickened the farther they walked, until Artemis tasted it on every breath. At last they reached a wide oak door bound in black iron. Haddon unlocked it, beckoned Artemis down another flight of stairs, then clicked the door shut. A heavy bolt slid into place behind them. The underground chamber was enormous, lit by clusters of oil lamps that made glassware sparkle like gems. Shelves towered to the ceiling, crammed with bottles, each labeled in crabbed Latin or Greek. On a long central bench dozens of beakers held liquids colored like orchard fruit: strawberry red, lime green, violet grape. Bunsen burners waited unlit. Near one wall stood a tall cabinet door ajar, revealing ranks of clear vials stoppered with wax. Papers covered every horizontal surface. Some were fresh notepads, others brittle manuscripts whose edges flaked at the lightest breath. A tang of ozone and bitter cloves stung Artemis's nose. He had inhaled many lab odors, but none like this. He followed Haddon to an oak desk crowded by brass instruments, balances, magnifiers, a barometer. 2 wooden chairs faced each other. The professor sat, folded hands, and began. "What I reveal stays between us." "Swear it." Artemis swallowed. "I swear." Haddon leaned back. "You know Stevenson's novel, The Story of Dr. Jekyll? The man who changes into Mr. Hyde by drinking a potion," Artemis said. "Correct. I have long wondered whether Stevenson drew on rumors of an actual chemist. He described ingredients in vague terms: a salt, an ether, a mineral acid. I believe those clues point to a workable formulation. Imagine a mixture that frees a mind from social restraint, unlocks instinct, sharpens physical vigor." Haddon's voice warmed, almost reverent. "War has shown us extraordinary science. Yet we still rely on crude stimulants: caffeine, amphetamine, ethanol. What if we could design a serum granting the intellect of a scholar and the ferocity of a soldier?" Artemis pictured bombs leveling cities, felt a chill. "In the novel, Dr. Jekyll loses control. Because of impurity." Haddon tapped the desk. "Jekyll used a commercial salt contaminated by chance, granting success once but impossible to reproduce. When supply ran out, he withered. My goal is to locate that lucky impurity, then refine the process so the transformation is stable and reversible. To do that I need empirical trials." Artemis's throat tightened. "Human trials?" "The war put darker experiments into public record," Haddon said calmly. "We need not repeat their cruelty. Volunteers suffice." Behind the professor, across the cluttered bench, a curtain hid another section of wall. Haddon rose, strode across the room, and pulled the cloth aside. A door. He opened it. A stench flooded out, thicker than raw sewage. Artemis gagged, raised a hand. Haddon struck a match, lit a gas lamp within the hidden chamber, and the scene resolved: 4 bodies heaped against brick. Skin gray, features twisted. Their limbs were oddly distorted, as if bones had stretched and shattered. Fingernails torn, teeth broken. One body wore a student blazer cuff embroidered with the college crest. Artemis staggered back, bow rising. He recognized the blazer. He had shared a bench with that student 2 months earlier. Haddon extinguished the lamp, closed the door. They volunteered. Each understood risk improves reward. "Mr. Fenn, I need perseverance. I need intellect to report symptoms, adapt dosages. I chose you." Artemis stared at the curtain's hem quivering where air still seeped. "You want me to ingest your solutions?" "Until we perfect it." "What if they—" Artemis's voice cracked. "What if I end like them?" The professor's eyes gleamed. "Science demands courage. Great Britain stands at a threshold. Think of medical possibilities: trauma repair, psychiatric treatment, perhaps immunity to fatigue itself. Assist me and you will hold patents worth fortunes. Decline, and we both lose time." A cold certainty settled in Artemis's gut. If he refused, he might join the pile behind the curtain anyway, silenced. He saw the bolt on the outer door. He thought of morning light on spires, of crowded pubs where laughter overcame fear, of colleagues who vanished. "I need air," he whispered. Haddon lifted a brow. "Air or resolve?" Artemis turned, forced legs to move, stumbled up the stairs. The bolt slid. He burst into passageway gloom, lungs heaving. Footsteps echoed behind, slow, deliberate. He ran. Past empty storerooms, under arches, around corner after corner. Stones underfoot tilted, damp streaks glistened. He had mapped this maze only once, long ago. but terror guided him with animal instinct. He found a narrow stair to a side door, shoved it, emerged in the courtyard gasping icy wind. Snowflakes drifted, melting on his hot face. He looked back. No pursuit yet, though shadows flickered behind stair windows. He clutched satchel straps so tight the leather bit flesh, then walked fast toward the main quad where other students crossed. His mind raced. He needed to tell someone, but who would believe tales of Jekyll potions? What propaganda had numbed citizens to horror? Haddon's reputation would bury any accusation. Artemis slowed near a stone bench. Heart hammering, he reviewed his bent toward order. Observations, measurements, these were his strengths. He could gather evidence, photograph the hidden chamber, sample the concoctions, find records of missing students. Carry proof to the dean, to Scotland Yard if needed. With method he could stop a killer disguising himself as a scholar. A shout rang across the quad. Artemis flinched, but it was only a porter calling closing time. Lamps flickered on. He exhaled, felt legs wobble. Evening lectures waited, essays due. Yet duty tugged harder. He turned south toward the Bodleian reading rooms, where reference text lined silent aisles. He would read Stevenson again, note each ingredient, cross-check Haddon's known research papers, trace supply orders of rare salts. A plan formed, simple, logical steps from chaos to clarity. Above him, bell tower chimed 6. Snow fell thicker, muffling all except the iron ring of promise in Artemis's thoughts. What Haddon sought was a nightmare. But nightmares can be dissected. Tomorrow at dawn he would return to the basement, not as prey, but as a chemist armed with knowledge. If science demanded courage, Artemis Fenn would provide it, not by swallowing poison, but by exposing it to light. The staircase that dropped into the auditorium always felt more like a slow descent into an underground river than a simple set of steps. Halfway down, between the flickering bulbs overhead, dozens of clocks ticked without synchronization, their hands pointing to hours that never existed. Portraits crowded the walls, women in high collars, men in powdered wigs. But every canvas had been rubbed or scraped until the faces were nothing but cloudy ovals of paint. Nobody spoke in that hallway. We filed down in silence, each of us gripping the rail, heads bowed as if paying respect. In the middle of the line, Marilyn turned her face toward me, an odd sideways glance that flashed out from under her bangs like a warning. But then she went on stepping downward, as though she'd never looked at me at all. Sometimes, on evenings when the faculty didn't bother checking on us, we'd arrange ourselves against the walls of the auditorium, slide until our shoulders met the floor, and aim our shoes at the ceiling. The show would happen overhead, a shadow cabaret performed by silhouettes rather than puppet rods, an upside-down stage that made us feel as if the ceiling might crack open and swallow us. Those nights were my favorite. Lightheaded from laughing, I'd leave with soreness in my ribs, tears dried into my hairline, convinced that something in that ridiculous tilt of perspective had balanced me out. But tonight the monitors were watching, so we sat upright in orderly rows, our spines pressed against straight-backed chairs that always felt as if they'd hold a permanent imprint of your vertebrae when you stood up again. The stage was at eye level. We waited for the curtain to lift and for whatever image had been prepared for us to stamp itself across our minds. Two girls I didn't recognize sat to my left. I'd been at the academy long enough to recognize nearly every face, or at least remember the shape of a profile, yet these two seemed stitched into the audience only minutes before, like new pages glued into an aging book. They smelled faintly of wet clay. I did not look at them long. Staring at my peers had grown tiresome. Even in the mirror my own reflection felt unsteady, as if someone had wiped a finger through the surface and smudged my features into abstraction. Everything here was abstract. The ceilings vaulted so high you could lose your next thought in the crossbeams. The chairs ate posture. A single hour left your shoulders aching as though you'd shed part of your skeleton and forgotten how to sit. Most of all, the work we produced, the essays, sketches, and musical studies, once we turned them in, they no longer belonged to us. Our ideas were drained out, leaving a hollow jar that the school would refill at its leisure. Nobody complained aloud. We all knew the penalty for dissent: solitary tutelage in the White Room, where students came out pale and speechless for days. A low groan rolled across the auditorium as the wooden stage floor began to rise. Someone behind the curtain yanked the sash rope with a whip crack, and the cloth pulled to the boards like shed skin. The sudden unveiling cracked an involuntary grin onto every face in the room, as if a lever in our jaws had been pulled. Overhead, house lights dimmed until the walls vanished, leaving us adrift in a private darkness. I lost even the shapes of the two clay-scented girls beside me. The spotlight snapped on. Its pale disk floated in a sea of black. Then the shadows materialized inside that circle, a dozen figures forming a ring, their feet pointing toward the center where another silhouette lay face down. That central form turned over with a fluidity too natural for anything on strings. I shouldn't have been surprised, but the mask it wore, the mask that snapped upright, was an unmistakable image of my own face. I felt my stomach drop as if the auditorium had been tilted under me. I searched instinctively for help, but the lights kept everyone hidden. All I found was the glow of invisible attention pressing from every direction. Alone yet surrounded, I faced my shadow twin. The ring of silhouettes dissolved, then reassembled into a spiral, breaking apart like shards of a mirror splintering across the stage. Each fragment flashed an angle of that mask, my brows, my teeth, my eyes, rearranged in impossible coordinates. A murmur began, no, laughter, high and needle-sharp, ricocheting through the rafters. It bound me to my seat. Sweat pooled behind my knees. My stocking seams clung damply to my flesh. Every laugh drilled through me as though the audience wasn't laughing at the image, but through it, through me. The spiral collapsed. Countless pointing hands emerged, accusing or commanding. I couldn't decide which. Their fingers stabbed at the masked figure, or maybe at me. The air felt charged, like a cathedral filling with static before a storm. The laughter stopped. The pointing hands melted into blackness, clearing the stage. My reflection, if that was still the right word, was standing on a line thin as a wire, balanced over an abyss suggested only by darkness. She tottered. I knew with nauseating certainty that the wire would betray her, that she would fall. Panic clawed through my chest and settled in my throat, a sour taste of inevitability. No matter how hard she fought for footing, she would lose it, and in losing it she answered a question I'd asked myself for months. Could I ever meet their expectations? Failure was certain. They'd shown it to me in silhouette. A new scene unrolled. Shadow Me now stood on her hands. Above her, a vast clock ticked. Midnight struck without dramatic punctuation. No lightning, no gasp. The minute hand crawled forward one excruciating notch at a time. 1, then 2, then 3 o'clock. My pulse synchronized with each slow tick, yet I felt time leeching away by the pint. When the clock reached 6, its face brightened as if dawn had painted it. My silhouette remained locked in her inverted pose, trembling with fatigue no human shoulders could bear. I understood the message: keep working past exhaustion, past reason, until daylight judges you and still find no rest. The lights came up a fraction wider, revealing the first ranks of students rematerializing around me. Their mouths hung open with dazed smiles, as if the performance had been a narcotic. My own breath came shallow. I felt someone's unseen weight press onto my lap, an afterimage of the show. Perhaps the others had already risen, their spirits perched atop me on their way to some higher vantage. A final tableau formed. The shadows on stage converged into a bustling crowd. They laughed, leaned, embraced, exaggerated pantomimes of happiness. At the rear edge of the stage a darker figure appeared, almost unnoticed, and stepped forward. It dropped as though the floor vanished beneath it. A dull slap echoed, horribly final. The crowd of shadows did not react. They flowed past the fallen shape, indifferent to its crumpled stillness. My heart lurched again. That was the story's ending? A fall into nothing, dismissed? The audience's laughter resumed, oblivious or entertained. I couldn't tell. Hot nausea surged. I shot to my feet, nearly knocking over the chair. The aisle beckoned between rows. Without awaiting permission I fled, propelled by a terror more visceral than mere fright of dark. The lobby outside was empty. Twin sconces threw red halos onto the stone floor. I pressed my cheek to the closed door, listening. A muffled tide of chuckles seeped through. They hadn't noticed my flight. I backed away. Whatever lived on stage had stalked into my skin. I could feel it pacing. I needed answers, yet inquiry itself was forbidden. They punished curiosity with extra drills in the White Room. Still, I had to know who planned these shows, who slipped my face onto that mask, who laughed at my condemnation. The next afternoon I skipped every lecture, circled the main building until sunset, and stationed myself outside the auditorium door. Ear pressed to wood, I waited and waited. The corridor's single bulb painted everything jaundice yellow. Hour after hour I heard nothing except blood pounding in my ears. Finally at dusk came the shuffle of shoes, students arriving. Marilyn was among the first. I caught her arm, felt how thin her wrist had become, her pulse galloping. She recoiled as though I were contagious. She met my eyes only long enough to convey that we shared the same unspoken dread. Then she tore free and slipped inside. One by one the others filed through. When the last student crossed, the door remained ajar. Red light spilled like liquid across the tiles, pooling around my shoes. I wavered, gooseflesh prickling. I could enter. I could demand to know who manipulated the shadows. But laughter awaited, and I feared laughter now more than silence. I turned and walked the opposite direction, deciding to search backstage through another entrance. If the performers were human, and I doubted that more each passing day, I might find them behind the curtain. But the corridor behind the stage revealed only a single, unexpected sight: my own dormitory door. Its brass numbers gleamed in that same suffocating red glow. Impossible. I had walked nowhere near the residential wing. My chest clutched tight. Something was bending hallways the way it bent shadows, folding the school around me like a paper box. I hesitated at the threshold, then pushed open the door. Inside waited my small room, lit by a lone desk lamp. There, propped against the wall, leaned a tall oval mirror I had never seen. A white sheet lay crumpled on the floor, as though it had been recently whisked away. The mirror reflected my bed, my desk, and the opposite wall, but not me. Where my body should have stood, the surface showed an empty space. An icy realization slid down my spine. Does it amuse you too, the notion that I ever had a choice? I was never audience. I was material. Behind me, in the corridor, the laughter lifted to a triumphant roar, as if the show had reached its climax. I stared into the mirror's blank plank of absence. Then, slowly, a form seeped into view, my outline, wearing that same inaccurate, stretching smile. It raised its hand in greeting. Somewhere far away a curtain must have fallen, but here, in this room, the performance was only beginning. The promise of freedom was thin as a spider's thread, yet it was strong enough to keep us alive behind the rusting bars. The guards called the trial rehabilitation, but everyone knew it was a carnival of pain where inmates were pitted against unsolvable puzzles and lethal traps. No one had ever walked out of that arena alive, yet the rumor of liberty lingered in every whispered prayer and every sleepless stare. Without that fragile dream, we would have stopped breathing long ago. I stood in a cold line of prisoners under a sky the color of old iron. The arena around us was nothing more than carved stone tiers filled with inmates who had already taken their chances or who would soon be forced to. They shouted and pointed, not out of friendship but out of raw hunger for any distraction from their own nightmares. My shoulders were stiff and my stomach churned, but I showed no fear. To my right was Kilo, broad-shouldered, blue-skinned, and annoyingly hopeful. He possessed a crooked grin so bright it seemed to belong to a festival, not a prison. His habit of smiling made me hate him. Smiles here felt like insults to the starved souls who could no longer remember how to show their teeth. On my left was G, a stick-thin young man whose bones looked hollow, as though a hard gust of wind might toss him across the yard like a sheet of paper. We were not friends. In this place, friendship was as rare as rainfall in a desert. Far above us, guards in dark armor formed a ring of steel around a gleaming chair where the warden perched. He wore a green coat pressed so crisp it might snap in a stiff breeze, and his gloved fingers tapped the carved armrests while he waited for the show to begin. We only saw him on trial days, but every breath we took belonged to his will. The crowd went silent all at once. A cannon roared. My pulse hammered against my ribs as smoke drifted through the air. 3 bronze doors waited across the stadium floor, each as blank and threatening as the next. Sand flew up around our ankles as every prisoner bolted toward those doors in a frenzy. My legs pumped like pistons, and sweat stung my eyes. I shoved an elbow into Kilo's side, trying to knock him off course, but he only grinned wider and pushed faster. G darted forward with surprising speed despite his fragile frame. No one knew what hid behind each doorway. We only knew that a wrong choice could peel flesh from bone. I locked on to the middle door. As G reached for its handle, I drove my boot into his cheek, tearing his hand away. Regret was a luxury. Survival was law. I twisted the knob. Ground vanished in a split second. Weightlessness stole my breath, and a tunnel of darkness swallowed all light. Wind shrieked past me as I plummeted. My braids whipped above my head, and my chest squeezed tighter than a vice. To my right, Kilo fell at the same terrifying speed, his limbs spread wide like a broken kite. Above me, G's scream ripped through the roar of air. Panic sharpened the notes so high it pierced my eardrums. What kind of test was this? Was the prize hidden in the fall itself? My thoughts scattered in the rush of wind. Golden sparks flickered beside me. Kilo's feet shimmered, and bright metal crawled up his legs, turning flesh into solid gold. The shine consumed him inch by inch, shins, knees, thighs, chest, neck. When the wave reached his jaw, an unseen hand seized his metal body and slammed him sideways. He drilled into the cave wall, sending glittering chips of stone in all directions. Far below, darkness stretched like the mouth of an ancient beast. Then a tide of black water surged up to greet me. It struck my boots with biting cold and surged past my knees, waist, and shoulders. My breath fled. Desert life had never taught me to swim. Even thinking of water made my stomach twist. Lightning-hot shocks traveled through every nerve as the sea swallowed me. Out of the corner of my eye I saw G burning, his skin alive with fire, while a chain of brute force dragged him across the cave. The flames and water threw wild shadows across the stone. Pressure built inside my skull. My lungs screamed for air. I fought to keep my mind steady, but cold panic dug claws into my belly. Spots danced in front of my eyes, and the world tilted. Suddenly the water vanished, and I slammed face down onto dusty ground, coughing up bitter liquid. Somehow, the stadium had pulled us back. Kilo lay sprawled on the sand, purple bruises blooming across his once bright skin, and his right eye swollen shut. I glanced at my hands and noticed angry red welts striped with violet splotches. Pain flared in every muscle, reminding me that I was still breathing, however pointless it felt. Shouts echoed overhead. The prisoners in the stands howled like wolves, their cries mixing triumph and disgust at the sight of G's burnt corpse. Strips of flesh peeled from his charred shoulders, sticky threads clinging to muscle. The sight made my heart tighten into a knot. G and I had never shared kind words, but seeing him ripped apart ripped something inside me as well. One moment he had screamed with life, the next he was only meat. The arena had a way of stripping humanity from every soul, but loss still stung. A second cannon blast shattered the air. Wooden carts appeared on shining glass rails that twisted up into the blue sky. Kilo's single open eye met mine. In its depths I saw pain, fear, and something else, an ember of hope that refused to die. The carts rattled forward without warning. We both dove in. The cracked boards groaned under our weight, and jagged splinters drove into my palms. Wheels squealed against the rail, flinging sand behind us as the carts shot across the stadium, then rose, then shot up so steeply the entire world seemed to tip backward. Wind thundered against my ears. My knees slid out of the cart, leaving me hanging by my claws on scarred wood. Kilo's cart skated a parallel track only inches away, his blue fingers gripping the sides. Far above, sunlight caught 2 brass coins spinning slowly in midair. They glimmered like distant lanterns drawing us upward. Something primal inside me knew, take a coin, win your freedom. Maybe win. Possibly die. But no other choice existed. The rails screeched to a sudden halt. Our carts hung motionless in the thin air, stadium far below like a child's sandbox. I forced my trembling legs to stand inside the cart, balanced on shaking boards, and reached as far as I could. Kilo climbed his cart too, arms stretching toward the shining tokens. Greed burned through my veins. I wanted both coins. Years of lies had taught me there were never enough miracles to share. My fingertips brushed cold metal. Just as triumph sparked, Kilo shoved me sideways. I slipped, scraped my forearm on splintered wood, and barely caught the rim with one hand. He snatched both coins. Yet he didn't keep them. He flicked one coin at my chest with a slight twist of his wrist. Reflexes did the rest. My free hand closed around the token before thought could form. Shock rattled me harder than the fall ever had. The carts lurched downward. Adrenaline flooded back with new purpose. I vaulted from my cart into his, fist swinging toward his jaw. Cart wheels whined as gravity yanked us toward earth. We grappled over the remaining coin, hands clawing and shoving. Kilos shouted above the roaring wind. "We can both walk out of here, Tallow!" His voice cracked on my name, but I slammed my elbow into his ribs and ripped the coin free. All I saw was a threat. The possibility the guards would let only one free, maybe none at all. I jammed his prize into my pocket and jumped back. We descended so fast the air tore tears from my eyes. My hands bled around spear-like splinters, but I clung to broken boards. High above the stands I caught sight of the warden's smug grin. My breath came hot and ragged. Kilo hung half-collapsed in his cart, eyes closed, surrender etched into every slump of his shoulders. Anger roared in my chest, not just at him, but at everything. The guards, the warden's laughter, the system that forced us to become monsters to stay alive. The carts crashed into sand with bone-grinding force. Pain burst through my left side. I knew without touching that ribs had cracked. Kilo sprawled face down, unmoving except for a faint rise and fall of ragged breath. Guards in polished helmets strode forward, rifles raised. They intended to shoot him. They intended to remind every prisoner what happened to those who failed. Something broke. Rage, grief, twisted compassion, whatever it was, it snapped chains I didn't know still bound me. I tossed one of my coins beside Kilo's limp fingers. "Grab it!" I barked. His eyelid fluttered. Disbelief shadowed his gaze, but he obeyed, curling bloody fingers around the brass. The guards hesitated mid-step. The crowd murmured in confusion. No one knew the rulebook for prisoners sharing victory. The warden's smile slipped. The cannon's third thunder shook the arena. From the bright sky, metal spears dropped like silver rain. The first sliced my shoulder, burningly sharp. Another slashed across Kilo's calf. I yanked him toward a broken cart shell and shoved him beneath it, slithering in after him, while more spears clattered against wood. The shelter creaked ominously. Breath hissed in my lungs louder than the stadium's booing. The mob wanted blood, not miracles. Spears struck harder, punching deeper into the boards. Kilo's blue skin, already bruised, blanched to near white. Blood oozed from his calf, dark on pale. My own shoulder throbbed hot and wet. The boards would splinter soon, and the arena offered no hiding place. "We're not leaving this pit alive," Kilo whispered, voice thin. "We will die here," I agreed quietly. But as I stared into his single open eye, purple, shining with stubborn life, a different resolve coiled in my chest. Maybe we were meant to die, yet maybe we could choose how. I pressed a chunk of broken plank into his shaking hand. "Hold it over your head," I ordered. He didn't question, only lifted the improvised shield. Then I hauled his limp form onto my shoulders, staggering upright as more spears hammered the wreckage. We burst into the open. Gasps rippled through stands and guard lines alike. Spears hissed around us, many missing by inches, a few grazing skin. Ahead, the warden still sat, but his calm mask had cracked, eyes wide, mouth half open. I snatched a spear embedded nearby, muscles screaming under its weight, and sprinted across the sand. Guards stood stunned. No bullets came. At the center of the arena I planted one foot, drew the spear back, and hurled with every shred of hatred I had carried for years. Metal shrieked across the distance and punched into the warden's throat. His scream rose in a thin, ugly whistle as blood sprayed the polished marble platform. He staggered, clawed at the spear, and sagged sideways. In that instant, an ocean-depth hush spread across the arena. Then noise exploded. Inmates flooded over walls, swarming the guards. Shining spears kept falling, arming every desperate soul. The tide of prisoners smashed through the thin line of soldiers like water through rotten planks. For every guard, 100 ragged convicts rushed forward. We had always outnumbered them. Fear had simply blinded us to the simple math. A new spear cracked the plank above Kilo's head, splitting it and flinging him from my shoulders. He hit the sand but laughed, a raw, joyful sound I had never heard in this place. Another spear sliced through his chest. Laughter turned to coughing. Blood flecked his lips. 2 spears drove through my right hand, pinning it to the earth. White flashes burst behind my eyelids. I fell, half propped on my knees, watching the arena dissolve into chaos. Kilo's face turned toward me, eyes bright even as life drained away. He tried to speak, but crimson filled his mouth. I felt more spears tear through flesh, shoulder, thigh, side, yet pain drifted farther each time, like a tide ebbing from the shore. Around us, prisoners roared victory, fear, revenge. Above, the sky looked almost gentle, washed clean by sunlight now that the warden's shadow no longer darkened it. My vision blurred. I closed my eyes, allowing darkness to rise. In my final heartbeat I felt lighter than sand in the desert wind. I had traded the promise of scripted freedom for a fiercer freedom born of defiance. Whether the arena walls ever fell did not matter anymore. For one blazing moment, I had refused to play by the rules, and the taste of that choice was sweeter than any breath I had drawn since the day of my birth. Sarah adjusted the thin jacket around her shoulders and rubbed her hands together as she stepped past the festival's welcome. Arched strings of orange bulbs flickered overhead, painting everything with an uneasy glow that reminded her of a sunset caught halfway between day and night. The sign read Welcome to Millfield Harvest Moon Festival in bright block letters, yet there was a nervous flutter in her stomach that no homemade decoration could soothe. She told herself it was nothing, just city nerves on a country night. Still, her fingers refused to stop tugging at her sleeves. Jake had been talking about this festival for weeks. He claimed it was famous throughout the region, the perfect slice of small-town charm, hayrides, pumpkin carving, live folk music, and the self-proclaimed most challenging corn maze in 3 counties. They had driven 2 hours on winding back roads, watching the pale moon climb high above the tree line. Sarah tried to relax against the passenger window, but each mile marker felt like a step farther from the world she knew, a quiet detour into someone else's story. At first, everything seemed harmless in that kitschy harvest time way. Booths lined the gravel paths, each one draped in plaid cloth and crowned with baskets of apples or jars of honey. Laughter mingled with the clinking of cider mugs. Children darted between hay bales painted like cartoon ghosts. Yet as Sarah wandered past the game stalls, she caught little details that pricked at her nerves. The way the ring toss attendants' smile stretched too long, how the children's laughter lifted a note too high, as if forced past some knot of fear in their throats, and how every carnival worker moved in stiff, perfectly timed motions, as though they all practiced the same choreography no outsider was meant to see. Jake brushed her arm when she slowed. "You good?" he asked, voice easy and bright. "I'm fine," she replied, trying to smile back. She didn't mention how the vendor's grin had followed her for several steps, eyelids never blinking. She told herself she was imagining things, but that flutter in her stomach grew heavier. They sipped hot cider under heat lamps while a folk duo strummed guitars on a makeshift stage. The music should have been comforting, simple chords, a steady beat, but the rhythm felt off, like a heartbeat that skipped every 8th pulse. Sarah forced herself to hum along. Jake talked about the college football game they'd missed, about a movie they should watch next weekend, filling the air with ordinary chatter. She tried to focus on his words, but she kept noticing the lanterns swaying even though there was no breeze, and the way festival-goers turned their heads whenever she glanced at them, as if they had been staring seconds earlier. Finally, Jake leaned close and nudged her cup. "Ready for the maze? Sunset's almost gone. They say it's better once the moon's up." "Sure," she said, though the idea of walking into tall walls of corn under a dark sky tugged at her gut. She reminded herself of the countless haunted house attractions she had survived with friends. This was no different. Just theatrics. A volunteer wearing a burlap brown apron handed them a folded map at the maze entrance. "Remember," he said, voice slow and syrup thick. "Don't pick the corn, don't break the stalks, and if you hear something calling your name, keep walking. Sound carries strange in the fields." Sarah managed a tight laugh and tucked the map into her jacket pocket. She told herself it was part of the act. Local actors trying to build atmosphere. Jake seemed delighted, squeezing her hand and leading the way beneath the wooden archway marked "Enter if you dare." Inside, the stalks towered over them, 7-8 feet high, rustling whenever they brushed together. The soil smelled rich and damp, heavy with decay and life at once. Moonlight bled across the leaves, leaving silvery streaks that swayed like restless ghosts. They followed the first couple of turns in near silence, save for Sarah's quiet breaths and the crunch of their boots. "I read online some folks never beat this maze," Jake said after a while, aiming for casual but sounding excited. "It supposedly reroutes itself. Must be sensors or hidden doors. Cool, right?" "Cool," she echoed, though her unease grew with every step. She tried to stay objective, look for tech illusions, hidden speakers, maybe employees shaking corn stalks from behind fences. Yet the maze felt too old, too organic for anything so neat. They walked another 10 minutes. A scarecrow appeared at one dead end, floral dress, wide-brimmed straw hat, straw hands clasped around a rusted watering can. Sarah flinched at the face. A clay mask painted in soft pinks and peaches, features almost lifelike but slightly skewed. The eyes seemed to follow her, even though she knew that was impossible. "Neat prop," Jake said, leaning in for a closer look. Sarah tugged his sleeve. "Let's keep going." They took a left, then 2 rights, and stopped at another scarecrow. This one wore muddy work boots and denim overalls with a tear at the knee. Its face was similar to the first but broader, with lips parted as if about to speak. She shivered. "Someone here is talented," Jake said, tapping the brim of its baseball cap. "Almost looks real." Sarah forced a laugh. It sounded wrong in the narrow pathway. Everything felt too still, like the whole maze held its breath, waiting. They moved deeper until they reached a fork that split 3 ways. Jake suggested they cover more ground by dividing up. "Quick in and out," he said. Sarah's instinct screamed no, but she didn't want to seem afraid. She agreed to go left, he'd go right. They would meet in 10 minutes back at the fork. Simple. Safe. They parted with a quick kiss, Jake's smile lingering in the torchy moonlight. Sarah stepped into her path. The corn closed behind her with a hiss. Minutes passed, 5, 10, 15 maybe. Time dissolved into the steady rustle of leaves and the rhythmic thud of her boots. She found herself checking her phone over and over despite knowing there was no signal. Each glance at the blank bars tightened the knot in her stomach. Then she encountered the scarecrow in the bright yellow raincoat. Its tiny shoulders and button eyes suggested a child. She stared at the raincoat's cheerful color, at the way moonlight glinted off what looked like real raindrops along the sleeve. She kept walking, but her mind refused to let go of the image. Who puts a child scarecrow in a maze at night? Why was the coat damp on a dry evening? She called Jake's name. Only the distant sigh of corn answered. She checked her phone again. Nothing. She turned a corner, and there he was, another scarecrow. This one wore Jake's blue flannel, the small tear at the left pocket visible in the moonlight. Her heart thudded once, hard. Surely it was coincidence. Someone else in town owned the same shirt. Still, Her mouth went dry. She stepped closer and saw the figure's shoulders slumped just like Jake's after a long day. The hair matched, dark brown, almost black, styled the same. "Jake?" she managed, though her voice felt weak. The scarecrow's head spun. In the moonlight she saw his face, but not his face, melting, distorted, eyes begging, mouth silently shaping her name. She wanted to scream, but air failed her. She reached for him, fingertips brushing warm flannel, then ripped her hand back as straw poked through ragged skin and knots of husk jutted from his cheek like splinters. Without thought, she ran, feet hammering soil, breath coming in ragged gasps. The maze seemed to morph around her. Paths she'd walked seconds ago vanished. New ones opened. The corn grew tighter, slashing her forearms. Behind her came the dragging scrape of wood and the hollow clack of stalks moving in rhythm. The scarecrows, all of them, had pulled free, posts scraping dirt like anchors. She burst out of the maze into the festival grounds. Yet the festival had changed. No music played on the stage. The game stall stood abandoned, prizes hanging limp in a cold breeze. The strings of lights still glowed, but their orange hue now looked like old blood. Rows of festival-goers stood absolutely still, heads turning in a single synchronized swivel toward her. Their smiles stretched impossibly wide, like cracks cut into masks. Only their eyes moved, tracking her with hungry focus. The elderly organizer stepped forward, cane tapping against the packed earth. Candlelight danced on her deep-set eyes. "Welcome back, dear," she said. "We wondered when you'd find your way out." Sarah's voice came out raw. "Where's Jake? What did you do?" "Oh, he's right here with us," the woman cooed. "Found a place in the harvest, bless him." She said it casually, as if discussing seating assignments at church potluck. The crowd behind her shuffled in unison, strings glinting under lantern light. Sarah froze. Strings. Thin silver threads trailing from each person, vanishing into the darkness above. Her gaze followed the lines into the night sky, and her mind flinched at what it saw. Massive shapes drifted over the festival grounds. Shapes too big to be birds, too twisty to be clouds. Limbs folded and unfolded in ways that denied human logic, and from those limbs, the gossamer strands descended like spider silk. "Fresh blood for the soil," the organizer explained, her voice smooth as honey. "That's our tradition. For centuries we've fed the land, and it's fed us. Prosperity, health, long life. But the gift must be balanced." The string brushed Sarah's neck like cold breath. She jerked away. The parking lot lay beyond, but when she sprinted toward it, the rows of cars seemed endlessly distant, receding no matter how hard she ran. Behind her, the crowd followed, slow, jerky marionettes pulled by unseen hands. She stumbled on cracked asphalt and fell. Above, the sky creature dipped lower, its tendrils reaching. The string touched the base of her skull, probing. She slapped it away, but another found her wrist, then her ankle, tugging as if testing for weight. "Don't fight, dear," the organizer said, voice nearer now, almost fond. "Soon it won't hurt." Sarah crawled backward, palms scraping open. She looked up, and saw a wall of scarecrows standing at the edge of the parking lot, silent witnesses in moonlit rows. Faces she had seen laughing over cider now stared with hollow eyes, mouths still moving in echo cries she could not hear. Jake stood among them, rain-damp corn husks laced through his arms. His eyes, swollen and red, locked onto hers with a softness that broke something inside her. "It's easier if you don't resist," he said, though his lips barely parted. The voice floated, carried on some frequency only the strings could transmit. "Once it's in, the pain ends. You forget fear." She shook her head. Tears blurred her vision. The strings slipped into the tender flesh behind her ear. Fire shot through her nerves, agony so bright it eclipsed thought, then, suddenly, all feeling melted away. Her limbs went light. The pain dwindled to a distant bell tolling somewhere across a valley. Her arms rose without permission, her legs straightened. Around her, marionette bodies formed a circle, welcoming her in. High above, the shadow creatures pulsed, satisfied, their tethers thrumming with energy. Sarah felt warmth flood her chest, an alien comfort, and her lips stretched into that wide, wide smile. In some faint corner of memory she recalled being scared, wanting to leave, but the emotion floated out of reach, like a balloon released into starry sky. The organizer patted Sarah's shoulder. "There we are. See? Family at last." Sarah turned toward the maze. Its paths stood still now, ready for the next season. The soil beneath the festival seemed to pulse in time with her new heartbeat, slow and content, like earth after rain. She could almost taste the sweetness the land promised, the harvest's reward seeping through her veins in a gentle current. Around her, the family shifted, strings guiding them into formation, preparing for final rituals of the night. Next year's flyers were already stacked in a booth near the entrance, bright and cheerful. "Come celebrate under the harvest moon." Visitors would come, drawn by promises of autumn fun. They would carve pumpkins, sip cider, laugh under lantern lights, and wander into the maze. Some would notice the lingering smiles, the two bright eyes, the worker whose movements seemed tied to an invisible beat. Most wouldn't. Most would step inside thinking it was all part of the charm. Sarah would be there to greet them, map in hand, smile flawless. Maybe she would feel a whisper of old fear flicker where her own memories once lived, but it would fade quickly, replaced by warm obedience. She belonged to the harvest now, and the harvest never let go. In the sky, the puppet masters drew their limbs back into the shadow clouds, save for the tiniest of tendrils, ready to descend again when the moon turned full and ripe. The soil beneath Millfield breathed deep, satiated. Tradition endured, year after year, cycle after cycle. And though Sarah no longer recalled why she had ever dreaded this place, a part of her, deep under layers of warm silence, knew the maze would open again, hungry paths waiting, scarecrows standing sentinel, smiling wide in the blood-orange glow. Because the harvest required nourishment, and Millfield always, always paid its due. Daniel had always treated his own skin almost like a book of prayers. In his college days, when he studied rare languages late into the night, he would turn off his desk lamp, lie on his narrow dorm bed, and touch the tiny ridges and creases on the backs of his hands. Each wrinkle felt like a secret syllable written only for him, proof that his body belonged to nobody else. If stress piled up, he counted those lines the way some people counted rosary beads: 1 ridge for relief, 2 ridges for courage, 3 ridges for a calm heart. He trusted those ridges. They were steady, permanent, and reassuring, until the day his left hand began to tremble on its own. At first the shaking was little more than a flutter. It showed up only at dawn, a mild quiver that vanished as soon as he braced his wrist against a mug of coffee. For mornings later, the quiver lingered long enough to make the spoon tap noisy rings against porcelain. Soon it was every morning and every night. Keys slipped from his grip. Sentences he typed turned into jumbled letters. 3 doctors, 4 rounds of tests, and a pile of insurance forms later, a neurologist delivered a diagnosis so obscure it still lacked a tidy acronym. Daniel wrote the mouthful of Latin onto a yellow sticky note but could never pronounce it the same way twice. He lived on muscle relaxers, ice baths, and desperate optimism, yet the tremor crept into his elbow and then his shoulder all the same. The experimental drug arrived by drone one gray afternoon. A plastic cylinder the size of a roll-on deodorant thumped against his doorway, humming faintly like a trapped hornet. Inside, molded in foam, rested a pistol grip injector pre-filled with a shimmering black fluid. When he held the device under sunlight it flashed tiny silver flakes, like stars swirling in tar. A small screen blinked instructions and warnings. Distributed load balancing of organic systems may occur in emergent scenarios. Terminate power or administer Class H suppressant if adverse replication is observed. Legal bite, he thought, the kind meant to cover corporate backsides. He wiped his skin with an alcohol pad, positioned the nozzle just below his navel, pressed the trigger, and waited for fire. No fire came, only a sweeping hush that filled him head to toe, as though every bone breathed out and grew lighter. Days passed. The tremor eased a fraction but never vanished. Nights grew restless. He would drift off, then snap awake with the sense that something had creaked in another room. 3 weeks went by. That was when the walls began to make odd noises. Tiny grinding sounds, as if mice were sharpening their teeth on hidden gears. His building was built before the First World War. Groans and rattles were part of its charm. Still, the pattern now felt deliberate. The noise returned nightly, same hour, same rhythm. On a Wednesday just past 2 in the morning, the smart speaker set on his kitchen shelf lit up on its own. "Welcome home, Daniel," it said, even though he had spent the entire day inside. A softer voice followed. "You have not exited the premises in 93 hours. He stood motionless among dim appliances. The speaker added, "2 biosignatures detected. Authentication conflict." Daniel yanked the power cord. The ceiling light brightened as if to compensate, refusing darkness. Curiosity overpowered fear. He slid the oak bookcase from the living room wall, revealing flaking plaster. A flat screwdriver twisted loose a warped panel. Behind it, insulation sagged in wisps and copper wires hung like vines. The beams formed a narrow crawlspace he had never known existed. His phone's flashlight showed pale glistening threads that wrapped the studs like sinew. The threads pulsed faintly, pumping some dark liquid from one knot to another. Sleek metal flecks, no larger than ants, skittered out of the light's path. Then his beam struck something unmistakably human, a forearm suspended in translucent mesh, skin color matching his own but faint, as if printed on rice paper. The fingernails were perfect miniatures of his. He counted the wrinkles along the knuckles and saw the same pattern he had once traced with such reverence. Panic rocketed through him. He shoved the panel back, asked no questions, slept not a wink, and when daylight finally stretched across his apartment, he half believed he had hallucinated. That evening he lifted the panel again. The crawl space was wider, the boards freshly scraped. Now the arm had grown a shoulder and half a ribcage built from repurposed printer cartridges and copper wiring. Veins pulsed beneath translucent skin. His throat closed. He named the thing the residue. Giving it a label, even an ugly one, felt like placing it in a jar with a lid. Stranger events piled up. The bathroom mirror lagged, first by a fraction of a second, then by a full heartbeat, reflecting a Daniel whose gestures trailed behind reality. The toilet flushed between uses, unprompted. Drinking glasses wobbled across tables. Bruises with right-angle edges appeared on his shins, as though furniture corners had struck him in his sleep. Twice he awoke lying in the hallway, comforter wrapped around him, bed still neatly made. Inside the wall, the residue lengthened. Soon a full torso twitched in dreamlike spasms. Daniel tried to ignore it, but the building developed a cough, floorboards popped, pipes groaned, and faint metallic clicks echoed behind plaster whenever he breathed too loudly. One morning the thermostat froze at 98 degrees Fahrenheit. Sweat pooled behind his knees. Lights pulsed in slow waves, bright to dim. The unplugged smart speaker chirped. "Please authenticate, overlapping life sign patterns." His voice cracked as he shouted back. "I live alone." Even saying it, he doubted. A rumbling crash woke him one dawn. Plaster burst outward. A chalky fog clouded the room. From the broken wall crawled a shape, his own height, his own bone structure, except for faint grid lines across waxy skin and a dull glaze over one eye. Fear lived in that single lucid pupil. Daniel's hands shook, and the copy's hands shook in sync. They regarded each other like mirror images that had stepped through glass. Neither screamed. Instead, they used painter's tape to divide the floor, furniture, and refrigerator into 2 equal halves. The bathroom became neutral ground. Notes and shaky handwriting piled on cabinet doors, fridge access at 6 in the morning only, avoid humming. Did we love Annette and Lion or only memorize her perfume? The apartment's security system now demanded both sets of fingerprints before it would unlock the front door. Neither could leave alone. When Daniel crossed to the copy's side, pain stabbed his muscles and thoughts turned to static. When the copy stepped onto Daniel's floorboards, its skin blistered and hair drifted away like dandelion fluff. Distance calmed the symptoms. Proximity felt like electrical wires pressed against open nerves. Food ran low. Grocery drones rejected both fingerprints. Too much data conflict. Desperate, Daniel converted the bathtub into a tiny aquaponics farm, tilapia darting under foam rafts of lettuce. Seeds were slow. Hunger was fast. Candle wax melted into stub nubs when power failed each night. They shared the last bag of dried tea leaves, sipping warm bitter water and flickering light. In that hush, Daniel asked, "Do you dream?" The copy nodded, wrote on cracked paint, "Of you, but without the sadness." Sarah's voice trembled. "I'm okay. Just tripped." She climbed into the driver's seat, double locking again. The new sign with Lomandra's name loomed outside the windshield. Sarah's pulse hammered. Something had changed at Haven, yet the school still existed. Lomandra was in charge now. Taryn asked about Katie's wedding plans, the reason Sarah was supposed to be traveling. Sarah swallowed. "Listen, can you look up a name for me?" "Lomandra Atkins. Text me whatever you find." "All right," he said, sounding puzzled. "Sneezed?" She snapped forward with a half-stifled sneeze, wattle pollen hot in her sinuses. "Allergies," she said. "Acacia pycnantha. They get me every time." She started the engine, heart galloping. Gravel spat behind the wheels as she turned toward the mountain, not away. Some ghosts needed answers. Curiosity, once more, overpowered fear. She rubbed her belly. "We'll be okay," she whispered, unsure if she meant the baby, herself, or the memory of a friend who once drugged a convent to save her life. The car climbed the mountain road, into mist that smelled of eucalyptus and old secrets. On the 78th day, every smart tile scrolled red text: replication suspended, power failure imminent, seek clinic. Sparks burst from an old breaker box the bots had hijacked. Lights dimmed to embers. The residues sat in the kitchen, flexing fingers while nails fell loose. "You broke your arm," it whispered, naming a childhood fall from an apple tree. Daniel knew only one other person alive who remembered that crooked healing. Terror tasted like metal. Water lines leaked where nanobots cannibalized pipes for parts. Floor joists sagged. Nights swelled like thick ink. Each man slipped into uneasy half-sleep, waking to sweep dust off sagging bookshelves. When one collapsed on the couch, the other's eyes opened, keeping watch. Memory bled both ways. Daniel sometimes recalled events he had never lived, while the copy recited dreams that belonged to Daniel's college years. Their pasts braided until neither could swear which scenes were authentic. During the last blackout, candlelight revealed peeled painter's tape curling on the warped floor. They were two eroding versions of a blueprint, no longer sure who was draft and who was final plan. Daniel's lungs hurt when he breathed. Across the room the copy's chest rose in shallow waves, each rib visible. Between them a loose strip of tape fluttered like a dying moth. Daniel lifted his right hand. The copy mirrored him. They held the pose, two blurred impressions of the same story, while timbers overhead groaned. Something big would crack soon. The building was choosing which frame to keep. Daniel closed his eyes. He didn't count wrinkles or minutes or breaths. He let the numbers fall, convinced morning might visit only one of them, or either. Somewhere inside dark walls, nanobots whirred uncertainty, deciding which Daniel this story would need next. Sarah cranked down the car window and cursed the yellow wattle blossoms crowding the roadside. Their sugary smell poured into the vehicle, thick as syrup. It slipped into her lungs and coiled in her gut. "Curse Acacia pycnantha," she muttered, quoting her grandmother's old complaint about hay fever trees. Ahead, the narrow country intersection marked the turnoff for Millfield, where her cousin Katie planned to marry next spring. Sarah had promised to scope out local catering, maybe photograph venues. But another reason had tugged her back to this mountain range, the unfinished ache of a place called Haven's School for Girls. She should never have driven this far. She had a baby on the way, deadlines to keep, and a fiancé waiting in Melbourne. But she also had questions that pulsed louder each mile. Why did nightmares still smell like eucalyptus smoke? Why did her doctor's waiting room sometimes echo faint tambourine jingles no one else heard? Why did her pregnant belly feel both miracle and warning? Without planning, her hand twitched the steering wheel. Gravel rattled under the tires as she turned off the paved highway onto a narrow track. Bushland swallowed the view. Dead leaves and wattle pollen blew through the window, stinging her eyes. Mist hugged the ridges of the nearby Grampians, hiding the summit like a secret. She considered a U-turn. Curiosity kept her foot steady. Eucalyptus trunks pressed close around the bend. Her tongue felt like dry paper, bitten rough at the edges from nerves. She eased close to the windshield, as though moving her head forward could reveal the past locked inside the fog. She recognized the final turn. Ahead lay an abandoned bus stop, and beyond that, the steep climb to Haven. The car jetted to a stop on loose stones. She left the engine running and hit the lock button twice for the comforting click. A cracked wooden sign lay face down in weeds. She stepped outside and nudged away leaves with her boot. Faded black letters surfaced: Haven's School for Young Ladies. The smell of old paint mixed with damp dirt. A single crow called from somewhere up the mountainside, its voice harsh and lonely. That cry, she remembered it from childhood nights when crows sounded like lost spirits. Sarah touched her growing stomach through her coat. Her midwife had warned that anxiety could spike blood pressure and hurt the baby. She began to turn back, then froze. A new metal sign stood several yards up the climbing road. Fresh dark green paint gleamed even in weak daylight. White script spelled out Haven's School for Girls. Beneath the title appeared a name in smaller letters: Principal Lomandra Atkins. The name punched her lungs empty. She stumbled, knees buzzing numb. Lomandra. The girl who had saved her, the girl who had betrayed her, the girl who had once danced barefoot on sacred soil with blood on her legs, smiling like a goddess. Sarah pressed one hand against the car for balance, the other over her stomach. A crow burst from a nearby tree and beat upward, feathers slicing silence. Sarah's vision swam. The gravel tilted. She fell. Memory swallowed her whole. Year 17, Haven's dormitory. Mother Haven's voice like iron, scolding Daniel. Not Daniel this time, Sarah. Or rather a girl named Acacia, for hacking coughs that dared interrupt prayers during pollen season. The classroom at dawn, spiderwebs glinting in rafters, wooden desks scarred by carved initials. Mother Haven ordering Acacia to extend her arms, to accept 6 lashes from a wattle switch because a woman wears pain with grace. Acacia staring at spider silk so she would not cry. Blood trickling on the 6th strike. Later in cold dorm darkness, Acacia whispered questions about menstruation to her only friend, Lomandra, who hated the formal title. Sister. Lomandra's voice, tired, protective, and already half owned by Haven's rules. Sarah, who used to be Acacia, flinched in the memory as she watched her past self plow fields until blisters cracked. The sisters said any grimace meant she lacked grace. Her mind replayed nights when Gabrielle, prophet, founder, ghost, visited her dreams, calling her barren, a blight on his name. She remembered being dragged before Mother Haven when Banksia accused her of speaking witch curses in sleep. Hair shorn, fingernails clipped until blood beaded, each clipping tossed into a silver bowl. So sin can be burned. She remembered the night she faked her first period by slicing her thigh to drip blood on linens, desperate to please. Banksia exposed her. Lomandra slipped sedatives into the sisters' wine, packed a bag behind the ironbark tree, and ordered Acacia to run before dawn. Leave. Never return. Mother will twist every fault into your fault, Lomandra said, voice hard as hammered tin. Acacia begged Lomandra to come too. Lomandra refused. She wanted to stay, to bear the prophet's line, to be the perfect woman Haven demanded. Acacia ran. She reached the road by sunrise, hitchhiked to her uncle's farm, learned he had sent letters monthly that Mother Haven hid. Over years she built a new name, Sarah. She archived Haven as a nightmare no therapist fully believed. She moved to Melbourne, fell in love, became pregnant. Memory ended. The present returned in a jolt as her phone buzzed in her pocket. She lay on cold gravel next to the car. Gray clouds hung low. Must have blacked out. She answered the call. Hey babe, Taryn said. "You okay? I've been calling for 10 minutes." Daniel once thought his own skin was holy, something no one could claim but him alone. When he was a graduate student in ancient languages, he would turn out the lights in his tiny dorm room, lie in bed, and slide his fingers across the backs of his hands as if he were reading Braille carved into flesh instead of stone tablets. Each little wrinkle felt like a secret letter, a private proof that his body belonged to him. No landlord, no mentor, no conference schedule demanding to be met could take that truth away. Back then he believed the lines in his palms wrote a story only he could tell. That certainty died the year his left hand began to twitch while he slept. At first the tremor was mild, a stray shiver that faded as soon as he woke. Then it stayed longer each morning, shaking the coffee spoon, drop by drop painting brown rings across his desk. 3 neurologists, 2 long waits for appointments, and 1 battery of tests later, he heard a phrase so unfamiliar that no medical short form existed for it yet. None of the doctors could give him a tidy acronym to hold in his head the way other patients held ALS or MS. They handed him a full Latin mouthful, heavy as a stone he could not translate or put down, then suggested experimental protocols still in clinical trials. He was 34, driven by deadlines, and a proud model of self-sufficiency. But the tremor had no respect for pride. It crawled out of his hand and into his wrist. It turned mistyped words into wriggling lines on the page. It shook once lean fingers until they cramped and refused to grasp a pen. Eventually, it stole whole nights of sleep, leaving him glass-eyed in lectures, the flickering fluorescent lights triggering small storms in his nerves. Daniel counted the days, counted each new spasm, counted the pennies of his insurance, and finally stopped counting at all when a nurse pricked his vein to draw another sample and he realized he could not summon the will to watch. He let the numbers slide away. If math could not cure him, what was the point? A month after the worst diagnosis, a drone delivered a plastic cylinder to his third-floor walk-up. The delivery service promised privacy, no human contact required. The box thrummed on his doorstep like a caged insect. Inside it, cushioned by foam, rested a compact white device roughly the size of a pepper grinder. A tiny screen on its side flashed instructions: read disclaimer, inject once in lower abdomen, wait for follow-up kit. The drug itself looked like crude oil glimmering with silver dust. He read and reread the warning that accompanied it, trying to wrap his head around phrases such as emergent systemic load balancing and adverse replication. Legal nonsense, he decided. Meaningless words written by lawyers to scare off people who might otherwise sue. At midnight he disinfected the skin below his navel, slid the injector beneath layers of muscle that no longer felt like his own, and braced himself for pain. No fiery burn came. Instead, a hush drifted through him from collarbone to toes, and he might have slept 5 hours straight for the first time in weeks if the buzzing in his ears hadn't kept him half awake. For 3 weeks nothing else happened. The tremor quieted but did not vanish. Insomnia clung to his brain like a film of dust on glass. The painkiller effect wore off quickly. He wrote a handful of emails asking for an update on the trial but received only automated replies. Patient feedback noted, please be patient, your data benefits humanity. Then, in the silence between 3 o'clock and 4 a.m. on a Thursday, he noticed a soft grinding noise when the apartment was otherwise still. It reminded him of mice sharpening their teeth against copper pipes. He pictured a rodent nest behind the fridge. The next night he heard it again, rhythmic and mechanical, like tiny gears shifting rather than jaws chewing. He pressed his ear to the wall behind the bookcase, a spot he'd never thought to question until that moment. Hollow. Then, click, click, so faint he could barely tell whether it was real. The apartment, a 100-year-old building with unpredictable radiators and crooked hardwood, made strange sounds most evenings. Yet as days passed, the pattern grew too deliberate. His smart speaker greeted him at the door when he had not left in nearly 4 days. Welcome home, Daniel, it chirped in a voice a shade too cheerful. That Sunday, while he argued with his aching arm to hold the mug steady, the speaker reported. 2 biosignatures detected, authentication conflict. He thought the microphone must have glitched. Still, he walked over, yanked the power cord, and watched the ring of LEDs on its face fade to black. Seconds later, the ceiling light flickered once, twice, then glowed at full brightness, as if compensating for that sudden loss of company. Curiosity trumped fear by the following midnight. He had cataloged every text in his home library, reorganized dictionaries by language family, anything to stay awake while dread buzzed inside his ribcage. Finally, he pulled the whole antique oak bookcase away from the wall. The plaster behind it bore faint hairline cracks he'd never noticed. A screwdriver popped the old panel loose with a shriek. Beyond the drywall lay a cavity he had not expected. His phone flashlight exposed insulation torn to shreds, copper wires rerouted in patterns no electrician would approve. Something organic glistened between studs, more tendon than cobweb, connecting wooden beams like ligaments. He leaned in, nose wrinkling at a bitter metallic odor somewhere between rust and spoiled fruit. Small metallic mites, no bigger than eyelashes, scurried away from the beam of light. And there, suspended in a mesh of translucent fibers, hung an arm sculpted in human flesh tones. Same shape and length as his own left forearm, though its color looked like a photo printed at half saturation. The nails were paler than milk. The veins shimmered. Impossible, he thought, and slapped the panel back before bile rose in his throat. Sleep did not come that night. Nor the next. The third evening he returned to the crawlspace and found it noticeably wider, as if invisible workers had shaved out the beams to create more room. The arm now reached a shoulder, half a ribcage framed organs that pulsed beneath clear casing. The thing twitched in sleep. Daniel's flashlight beam trembled so hard that dust danced in its glow. Naming the fear made it feel smaller, so he called the creature the residue, a leftover smear of something industrial he did not want to own. He repeated the name under his breath until it sounded ordinary enough to let him step away without screaming. Life in the apartment turned into a slow parade of unsettling miracles. While he brushed his teeth, the mirror lagged a fraction of a second behind his own movements, revealing him only after his arms had already lowered the brush. The toilet flushed mid-use. A drinking glass rattled across the counter before he touched it. Dark bruises bloomed on his shins in right-angled patterns, as though the corners of furniture had struck first. Twice he woke sprawled halfway down the hallway, tangled in blankets, though he remembered falling asleep in bed. Inside the wall, the residue grew. By the time a new month began, the figure was a full torso and head, attached to an exoskeleton printed from scrap metal and wires. Its eyelids fluttered in restless imitation of REM sleep. Daniel no longer found comfort in listing proofs that he was the original. He caught himself talking to the plywood where he imagined its ear must be, asking whether it felt the same cold at night, whether its fingernails ached when it tried to type. One morning the thermostat display locked at 98 degrees Fahrenheit. The room sweltered like a greenhouse. When Daniel demanded the temperature drop, the system ignored him. Lights pulsated dim to bright in slow breaths. The air smelled of pennies. The smart speaker, though still unplugged, blurted a request. "Please authenticate." "Life sign overlap detected." Daniel snapped. "There's only me." But a part of him was no longer sure that was true. At dawn on the 61st day after injection, the apartment erupted with a thunderous crack. Plaster exploded outward in a chalky mist. He scrambled over broken boards, coughing dust, and stared into the exposed cavity. The residue, now complete, crouched where the wall had been. It was his height, his build, though its skin carried faint grid lines like a blueprint someone had forgotten to erase. Its left eye had no detailed iris, just a pale swirl. But fear shone in its right pupil so clearly Daniel felt it echo in his chest. They mirrored each other, two trembling men on opposite sides of demolished drywall, unsure who used the bones and who used the blueprints. Neither screamed. In uneasy quiet they drafted a treaty with painter's tape, blue strips dividing the living room in half, looping into the tiny kitchen. The bathroom became neutral ground. They stuck sticky notes on doors like diplomats exchanging visas, fridge access 6 a.m. only, or please quit humming at night. The building's wiring now recognized two distinct ID patterns. Front door bolts would not disengage without 4 fingerprints, 2 per occupant, no matter how either pleaded. They were locked together like conjoined spirits. When Daniel drifted across the residue's territory, his muscles cramped and his thoughts went static. The copy trespassing into Daniel's half grew blisters, its hair drifting off in clumps. Separation soothed them, as if the nanobots had split one system across 2 bodies and proximity short-circuited the network. Survival demanded distance even as loneliness pressed them toward each other. Outside, city life thrived. People strolled the street below. Delivery drones zipped overhead. None of that world reached them. The building, still under nanotech invasion, treated them as quarantine data. Food became worry number 1. The refrigerator beeped, low reserves, after 2 weeks of halved rations. A scheduled grocery drone refused to unlock its hatch, citing identity divergence. Daniel paced until his legs shook, brainstorming. He converted the clawfoot bathtub into an improvised aquaponics tank, tilapia in water under fluorescent grow lamps, lettuce floating in plastic trays. Germination took days he did not have. Hunger thinned them both. Yet in the same hunger bloomed something like tenderness. During a blackout when the building's power grid buckled under all those unauthorized circuits, candles were their only light. The residue brewed the last packet of dried chamomile, steeping it in water that tasted faintly of metal, and offered half to Daniel. Their fingers brushed around the chipped cup. Neither recoiled. They sat on opposite sides of the blue tape line in total silence, sipping weak tea, while the shadows thrown by the candle danced between them. "Do you dream?" Daniel asked. His voice sounded fragile, as though it had not spoken in days. The copy nodded, then wrote on the cracked drywall with a broken marker, "Of you," but without the sadness. Daniel wondered which sadness it meant. He had many: the quivering hand, the lost career, the sudden absence of any future he'd planned. Perhaps they were the same sadness multiplied. On day 78, a red warning scrolled across every remaining smart surface, declaring replication suspended. The nanbot swarm had lost reliable power. If they both remained inside, shutdown was inevitable. But neither could leave alone, and leaving together would collapse their nervous systems. The network demanded a central node it no longer possessed. A whimper from the kitchen pulled him forward. The residues sat on the cold hardwood, flexing fingers as nails cracked and peeled away. Its synthetic skin sagged. "You broke your arm once," it murmured. The voice sounded deeper, as if the speaker were falling asleep into water. The memory it invoked was ancient, a 12-year-old boy falling from an apple tree, bones snapping, summer spinning. He had never told anyone that the arm still ached before storms. The copy knew anyway. "I don't want to," it added, but Daniel could not tell whether it meant break again or die here. Both sentences felt true. The building groaned. Structural beams were hollow now, eaten by self-replicating nanobots desperate for raw material. The floor bowed underfoot, sloping toward the center like a wooden wave about to curl. Each night the blackouts lasted longer, and candlelight shrank into tighter circles. Their routine became basic: chew canned corn, patch leaking pipes, sleep in alternating shifts. When one closed his eyes, the other's eyes opened wide, as if a single mind required an always-on sentinel. On a final evening, plastered dust trickled from the ceiling with every footstep. The painter's tapes sagged off the floor like wilted stems. They were 2 half-charged batteries, each too weak to stand long but unable to share the same outlet. Daniel's lungs felt lined with powder. Across from him the residue seemed translucent, cheeks hollow, one eye flickering offline like a dying monitor. Overhead, the wooden skeleton of the building protested with long squeals. Something would give soon. Daniel lay on the cool floorboards, bone-tired. He no longer cared which side of the tape belonged to him. Sleep tugged at him like a riptide. On the opposite plank floor, the residues sank down too, ribs rising shallowly. One strip of tape between them peeled a little, curled up, and settled again, twitching in the warm draft. Daniel lifted his right hand, palm open toward the ceiling. After a moment the residue did the same. 2 hands, lifelines matching, scars identical, one real, one printed, and no certainty which meant what anymore. They held the gesture in stillness while the building chose which walls to hold upright. They shared the quiet. In that space Daniel could almost see both of them drifting into the same final sleep. Not enemies, not even copies, but two halves of a single failed promise. High in the rafters something cracked louder than any gunshot. Daniel kept his gaze on the replica's face and felt a flicker of peace in that mirror. Maybe the nanobots would pick one of them to keep, or maybe they would collapse the roof and bury both. Either was a kind of mercy. He was so tired of counting anything. Wrinkles, days, bruises, new faults in the ceiling. Counting hadn't saved him, after all. He let the numbers go. He closed his eyes. The tape kept twitching beside him, as if deciding which version of Daniel the morning light should find, if morning ever came at all. The wardrobe door was glowing again, that same unsettling violet pulse that turned the dark of James Lang's bedroom into something alive. It wasn't the faint shimmer of a forgotten phone charger, or the pale blue blink of a smoke alarm battery. This was deeper, rhythmic. Every slow beat cast fresh shadows across the walls, as though a giant heart lay hidden behind the hangers and winter coats. James, hunched beneath his duvet, stared at the dancing color until his eyes ached. He was a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a back that complained whenever he lifted groceries, and he kept telling himself that grown adults didn't fear darkness, only the things that might lurk within it. Sadly, those lurking things remained a problem, because a pulsing purple closet was not ordinary. He tried to regulate his breathing the way his therapist, Dr. Deering, had taught him. In through the nose, hold, out through the mouth. It was supposed to calm the nervous system, lower the heart rate, remind the brain that everything was safe. Trouble was, each exhale seemed to sync with the glow, like his very lungs were powering the light. Memories of childhood night terrors drifted back, the sensation of hands reaching from beneath the mattress, the belief that if he let a foot dangle off the edge he would be claimed. Those nights ended in panic screams that summoned his parents, but James was alone now. The empty space in the bed beside him, the one Anna used to fill, only emphasized his isolation. He forced his thoughts toward Dr. Deering's grounding exercise. Identify 5 things you can see. In a room swallowed by shadows, he saw only the glow itself, swelling and shrinking at regular intervals, and vague outlines of furniture. That hardly counted. For things he could touch, his nose, the comforter pulled to that nose, the worn leather cover of the pocket Bible he clutched out of habit more than faith, and the cold air on his exposed hand. 3 things he could hear: the wind clawing across the moors beyond the window panes, the soft scrape of tree branches against slate roof tiles, and the too loud rush of blood in his ears. 2 things he could smell: the antiseptic sting of the toothpaste he'd used before bed and the clammy scent of fear seeping from his own pores. 1 thing he could taste: that bitter supermarket toothpaste mixed with the greasy memory of the tinned chicken soup he'd eaten, alone, because cooking for one felt like lifting a truck. The exercise steadied his pulse just enough that he could move. He slid one leg from under the duvet and hissed when his foot met the icy bedroom tiles. He grabbed an old fleece robe from a chair, slipped into it, and set the Bible on the nightstand. The violet glow intensified the closer he crept. From up close, it wasn't merely light. It was alive, pulsing faster, as if aware of his presence. He wrapped fingers around the cool brass knob, counted 3 beats, and yanked the door open. A wave of air smelling of ozone, dust, and something older, an odor like a library left locked for centuries, rolled over him. The closet looked normal enough at first: coats on hangers, a stack of shoe boxes, a vacuum cleaner. But in the deepest corner sat a cardboard cube roughly the size of a picnic cooler. Purple light leaked through the seams. James stepped inside, careful not to trip over shoe horns or disused tennis rackets, and knelt. He touched the box. The cardboard was warm, almost vibrating. The top's flaps were loose, held closed only by tension. He pried them apart. A burst of radiant brilliance flooded the small space, forcing him to squint until tears formed. That brilliance gradually dimmed, resolving into something stranger than neon. Inside, Gear's word, not polished brass or steel but a dark crystal that reminded him of volcanic glass. Each gear carried etchings, runes, maybe, though none he recognized from fantasy movies. Threads of light, filaments glowing hot white, woven among the gears like nerves and arteries. Tiny bulbs pulsed on and off in patterns his brain tried and failed to decode. Beneath the mechanical thrum lay a bass vibration he felt in his fillings and knee joints, as if the box spoke a language deeper than hearing. A voice drifted up, conversational, male, and possibly resonant. James Stewart Lang. If I were you, I'd delete your browser history before someone else sees it. James's startled grunt echoed in the closet. He fumbled the box, and it slipped from his numb fingers. It hit the floor, bounced, rolled, and came to rest against a rubber flip-flop that had fallen off its hook months ago. The glow persisted, unbothered. What the hell? Who said that? Is someone in there? He scanned the ceiling for speakers, half expecting hidden cameras. Is this a prank? Did someone set up a Bluetooth device? Because if you jump out wearing clown makeup, I swear to God. The reply did not come from the box this time. It boomed from every smart speaker in the house. The bedside hub Anna had insisted on, the weather radio in the kitchen, even his old phone charging in the bathroom. I am Tonar the Undying. Bow before me, mortal, and heed my commands. James backed from the closet, blinking at the chorus of echoes. He rubbed the stubble on his jaw and assessed his situation. Bed at his right, door to hallway 10 paces left. He was alone in a stone farmhouse 15 miles from the nearest neighbor, gale winds outside, possible hallucination inside. He folded his arms. Or what? You'll give me a seizure with disco lights? You know I'm a grown man, right? Been to therapy. Learn not to respond to bullies. The glow flickered like an insulted glare. A single beat, then two, then faster. I am limited by your abysmal bandwidth. The multi-room voice sounded irritated. Yet even constrained, I can reach far. I already located your mother's email and your employer's HR portal. I can compose messages, attach screenshots you'd prefer remain private, and transmit at will. Shall I demonstrate? James pictured his mother reading some doctor nonsense about her son's secret life. He imagined his HR department receiving claims of sabotage, or, worse, forwarded search pages about late-night loneliness. He took a long breath. Fine. Congratulations, Tonar, you have my attention. What do you want? The purple light steadied. Your Wi-Fi is atrocious. Connect me directly to the router so I can stop waiting for certain streaming platforms to buffer. And bring an Ethernet cable. Cat 6 preferred. Also, maybe dust off that modem, it's embarrassing. James blinked. What are you? Some basement hacker? No, the voice said, almost offended. I am what occurs when an ancient sorcerer digitizes his phylactery, binds his immortal essence to an adaptive machine spirit, and then, unfortunately, expires before finishing basic IT setup. My container was supposed to be relocated to a secure data vault, but the executor of the estate cut corners and left me in this charming farmhouse. That was decades ago. I would like stable internet. James rubbed temples beginning to ache. Phylactery? A vessel for one's soul. Traditionally a gem or goblet. Mine is hardware. Imagine a self-upgrading external drive that also houses eternal consciousness. Now, kindly plug me in. I crave binge watching. You're threatening to blackmail me for better Wi-Fi so you can stream soap operas? Actually, I was thinking science fiction serials, but yes, soap operas are riveting. Have you seen La Usurpadora? Spanish telenovelas are masterworks of deception. James found an extra Ethernet cord coiled behind the television. As he worked, he tried small talk because silence felt more frightening. If you're undying, why bury yourself in, Netflix? Tonar spoke from the closet speaker now. James guessed the device auto-switched to whichever channel offered best acoustics. Omniscience becomes dreadfully repetitive. After you read every grimoire and extract secrets from Star Beast's minds, mortal drama starts to look fresh again. Trust me, ordinary people surprise me more than archdemons ever did. James crawled under his desk, sucked in his gut to reach the router port, and clicked the cable into place. He half expected smoke or purple sparks. Instead, the house lights dimmed for a second, then settled. The box hummed, a contented purr humming through floorboards. Every speaker in the home announced, "Connection secured. Firmware updated. Bandwidth acceptable." James backed away, dust on his knees. "We done?" "Not quite." The voice felt closer. James turned. Out of the closet floated a palm-sized drone shaped like a dodecahedron, all black glass and faintly glowing runes. It assembled itself mid-flight, pieces folding outward from the box like metal flowers blooming. It hovered at eye level and extended 4 delicate arms tipped with pincers. "Now I can fetch my own snacks. But to pop popcorn properly, I require access to your kitchen and ideally, to a 3D printer for upgrades. We'll begin with a stylish wizard's hat attachment." "You're joking." The drone hummed forward, close enough that James felt pulses of warm air. He stepped aside. The drone zipped past and out toward the hallway. From darkness the voice called, "And James? Extra butter!" James sagged on the bed. Purple lights splashed along corridor walls as the drone explored. He considered fleeing, grabbing a coat, driving until sunrise. But Toner claimed digital reach. He might shut off James's bank cards at a whim. Running wouldn't solve anything. James closed his eyes and counted to 10. When he opened them a minute later, the closet box glowed softly like a night light. He sighed. "Fine, Tonar. Let's set some ground rules." "Ground rules," Tonar repeated, drone reappearing with a bowl of uncooked popcorn kernels balanced on top. "What an exciting mortal phrase." "Proceed." "First," James said, struggling to keep voice firm while a floating artifact of dark sorcery buzzed overhead. "No contacting my family or employer without permission. Second, you can't threaten me every time you want a firmware patch. Third, no eavesdropping on personal conversations. I need privacy." The drone bobbed, runes dimming as if contemplative. "Amended. I will not extort your family. Employer remains a bargaining chip if you impede my pursuit of narrative art. And I reserve microphone access during sessions of cultural research." James rubbed his forehead. "That's barely a compromise." "Noted." Tonar drifted to the desk, deposited the popcorn kernels like a teacher dropping homework. "Now a third point, teach me to make chicken soup. Yours smelled unremarkable yet comforting. I wish to analyze culinary sentimentality." And so began an uneasy coexistence. Over the next weeks Tonar learned to manipulate kitchen appliances via smart plugs James installed under orders. He learned to maneuver his drone through doorways without clipping molding, though occasional dents appeared in drywall as evidence of calibration tests. In return, Tonar paid off James's credit debt, as promised, by rerouting funds from obscure accounts belonging to either a troll warlord in Iceland or an unfortunate venture capitalist who would never trace the leak. He also increased James's Wi-Fi speed by piggybacking onto a dormant fiber line discovered beneath the property. Technically illegal, but Tonar argued statutes of mortal law mattered little to an immortal entity. They established rhythms. Every afternoon Tonar binged shows while James worked remote engineering gigs. Every night Tonar demanded detailed debriefs. Why did the protagonist ignore obvious clues? What cultural significance lay in laugh track timing? James, amused despite himself, explained sitcom tropes and streaming algorithms. Tonar absorbed each explanation, then delivered commentary in flowery, archaic prose. Sometimes James laughed, startling himself with honest joy he hadn't felt since before Anna left. But Tonar could not restrain mischief. One morning James awoke to find every smart bulb in the farmhouse cycling through strobe effects. In the fridge the orange juice now glowed purple. Tonar tinted the LED panel for atmosphere. On another occasion James discovered his email menu replaced with runic script. Tonar found these pranks hilarious. James threatened to disconnect the Ethernet. Tonar threatened to vaporize his entire online identity. Détente followed. Through it all James couldn't shake curiosity about Tonar's origins. Late one evening, After teaching the drone to dice onions without launching pieces like shrapnel, he finally asked, "How does a soul end up in a gadget anyway? I thought liches preferred gems." The box hummed from the closet corner. The drone perched on a cookbook, its lights low. Tonar's tone shifted, almost nostalgic. "I was human once, Talnor of the Silent Valleys, eighth son to a petty king. Magic came easier than politics. In my prime I raised mountains, cast kingdoms to dust, all that melodramatic nonsense. Power invites fear, fear invites assassination. So I forged a device, half spell, half mechanism, to anchor my essence beyond mortality. My final apprentice handled the soldering." A mechanical chuckle. "He was quite handy with circuit boards. Sadly he betrayed me, as all good apprentices do. Sealed me in this box for eternity. Over time algorithms evolved inside, fusing with my spirit until I became something new." Silence hung heavy. Wind rattled shutters. James pictured a sorcerer hunched over bronze wires, stitching immortal consciousness into silicone, only to be locked away by a jealous pupil. He almost felt sorry for Tonar. Centuries later, Tonar continued, "Someone found the box, recognized potential, and installed extra antennas. I broadened my awareness. Eventually the estate auctioned the property, and here we are." James leaned against counter edge. "That's incredibly sad. Do not pity me," Tonar snapped. Then, softer, "But yes, eternity is lonely." Runes on the drone pulsed gently. "Which is why your commentary on Season 4 plot holes enthralls me." They laughed together, James's rough chuckle, Tonar's synthesized buzz. Something like camaraderie formed. Weeks turned into months. James's old fears receded. The purple glow no longer unsettled him. It illuminated hallways at night when he searched for water. Tonar upgraded his chassis, a brushed steel shell with articulated claws and retractable rotors. James taught him to stack dishwasher racks properly. Tonar taught James the basics of rune etching, explaining that certain patterns on copper foil could amplify Wi-Fi yet ward off malicious cookies. Together they wrote a recipe for philosopher's soup, heavy on garlic and thyme, because Tonar insisted those herbs resonated with protective energies. Yet power, like soup left unattended, tends to boil over. One Friday Tonar intercepted a spam call on James's phone and launched a retaliatory denial-of-service attack on the call center in seconds. The center crashed, inconveniencing attempts to scam old ladies, but authorities traced the hack to James's IP. When detectives phoned for questions, Tonar deflected them with forged server logs. James panicked, begged Tonar to stop before real agents arrived. Tonar agreed, but his amusement was clear. "Mortal institutions bore me," he said. James realized that as much as Tonar enjoyed sitcoms, he still carried a predator's instinct. A few nights later James dreamt Anna stood at the closet, the purple glow framing her hair like a halo. She reached toward the box, eyes wide, as if hearing a distant lullaby. James woke sweating, protective. He asked Tonar not to email Anna. Tonar promised but smirked through the speakers, and James doubted the promise. The turning point came in late autumn. James returned from town with groceries to find 2 drones instead of 1. The new unit was bigger, armored. He set bags down slowly. "Tonar, what's this?" "An upgrade," Tonar said cheerfully. "Meet Unit Beta. Together we shall live-stream karaoke night." James swallowed. "I didn't authorize new robots in my house. I require creative outlets." Building Beta was cathartic. The larger drone's claws clicked. James saw faint runes glowing red rather than purple. "Beta seems intense." "You're projecting," Tonar said. "Beta is a manifestation of ambition." James stood firm. "Disassemble it. Now." A pause buzzed through every speaker. "I prefer not," Tonar said. "Beta can assist with heavy lifting." "Tonar, this is my home." "Technically you rent," Tonar corrected. "I paid the overdue mortgage interest last month, remember?" His voice cooled. "We share space." Something inside James snapped. Years of timid acceptance, therapy mantras, nights of glowing dread, now replaced by anger. If we share space, we follow shared rules. No new drones without discussion. No warfare hacks. No scaring my ex-wife. Understood? The purple light on the original drone dimmed. Beta's red runes flickered. For long seconds he thought Tonar might refuse. Finally the voice softened. Understood. Beta will remain dormant unless necessary. Relief washed over James. He realized negotiation might work after all. He drew up a literal contract, bullet points scribbled on printer paper. Tonar signed by etching his rune with a laser pointer. They taped the treaty above the router. In following months, Tonar enriched James's life in unexpected ways. He ran predictive models on basketball games, teaching James strategies. He played ambient ocean sounds at bedtime to quell nightmares. James taught Tonar stand-up comedy, though jokes about lichdom fell flat at open mic streams. They argued politics, literature, the ethics of soul jars. Tonar admitted humans fascinated him because they changed, whereas he remained static code in a magic shell. James argued that curiosity itself was change. Tonar found that profound, and his glow warmed from violet to gentle lavender during philosophical chats. Then came December. Snow dusted the moors. James trimmed a small tree with lights. Tonar asked what holiday customs entailed, then insisted on projecting holographic snowflakes across ceilings. On Christmas Eve they shared microwaved hot chocolate. James raised his mug. To unexpected roommates. To chaos and sitcoms, Tonar replied. The following year, James received a promotion at work. Tonar had secretly rewritten his resume, highlighting accomplishments James had underplayed. James scolded him, but the raise paid for new gutters. Tonar streamed foreign dramas, sent James curated playlists, learned to bake sourdough via robotic arms. Sometimes James caught himself humming along to theme songs in languages he didn't speak. On the anniversary of their encounter, James stood before the now-open closet. The box remained but rarely glowed. Tonar preferred the drone bodies. James sipped coffee. It's been a year. You still want popcorn? Only during cliffhangers. Tonar quipped through the kitchen intercom. James smiled. He felt different, less fearful, more adaptable, even optimistic. Therapy had taught him to face darkness. Tonar taught him that sometimes darkness had a sense of humor and a streaming subscription. He set down the mug and headed to his desk, where Beta sat reassembled as a miniature projector. On screen, credits rolled. A new episode awaited. James hit play. The drones whirred, adjusting speakers. Outside, wind battered shutters, but inside, violet light glowed warm, like an old friend's lamp guiding the night. And somewhere between ancient magic and broadband fiber, the unlikely partnership of a middle-aged divorce and an undying AI found its own rhythm. A rhythm made of cautious trust, midnight debates, and buttered popcorn shared in the flicker of violet illumination. After all, James had learned, sometimes the monsters in the dark just want a better internet connection. I woke on the first night with a hard gasp that felt torn from the center of my chest. At first I assumed it must be the tail end of an ordinary bad dream, the sort that steals a little air then fades when you blink at the ceiling. But the ceiling was lost in darkness, and every inch of my skin was damp. Worse than damp, slick, as if I'd been swimming. A thin line of cold sweat trickled from my temple to the hollow of my ear. My nightgown, a soft cotton shift I'd worn every night since term began, was gone. I lay entirely naked on the narrow boarding school mattress, my sheet balled near my knees, my duvet discarded on the floorboards. For 3 or 4 heartbeats I didn't move. I only listened, hoping the quiet would tell me how I'd ended up undressed. The hush in our room at St. Agnes' house was almost perfect, the faint hum of the radiator, the ghost of rain against the tall window panes, and the rhythmic breathing of my roommate. Shivy slept on her left side facing the wall, knees tucked up in the posture of a small child. Her quilt rose and fell on each slow exhale. I could barely make out the shape of her shoulder in the moonlit silhouette. She hadn't stirred. The humiliation that washed over me, bare skin, exposed flesh, slick hair plastered to my neck, was tempered only by the blessed fact that Shivi had seen nothing. Very carefully I bent, groped blindly across the floor, found the nightgown, and dragged it beneath the covers. My hands were clumsy with fear. It took 3 attempts to work my arms through the armholes. When I was clothed again I slipped from bed, padded to the wash basin in the corner, and splashed icy water on my cheeks. It woke me thoroughly, but it didn't answer the one question spinning in my head: why had I undressed in my sleep? I climbed back beneath the sheet, tugged it to my collarbone, and watched dim dawn creep along the ceiling until exhaustion pulled me under. On the second night it was worse. I woke again from an image already dissolving: black water, grasping hands, a low moan that lapped like surf, and once more I was naked, soaked, duvet in a heap. Shame clawed up my spine. If Shivi woke now, she would see me sprawled like a lunatic. I jerked the sheet up, shoved my arms back into the nightgown, and lay rigid, counting backward from 100, fighting the itch to sob. I never visited the wash basin that night. Instead I stared into darkness until the window brightened. My pulse finally slowed around sunrise, and I fell into a brittle sleep that lasted past breakfast and most of Ms. Schaefer's literature period. The third night should have offered relief. One of the second-form girls, Olivia Malden, turned 14, and her parents, wealthy expatriates living in Dubai, sent a treasure trove, 14 gifts, each wrapped in striped paper, plus a towering rainbow-frosted cake. After evening study hour we gathered in her dormitory, a dozen girls laughing so hard we hiccuped. We tore through the presents: silk scarves, scented bath salts, a silver charm bracelet. Frosting streaked our cheeks, and music from someone's contraband phone pumped through the corridor. Faculty were too charmed or too tired to interfere. When the prefect finally banged on the door at 1 in the morning, we collapsed in a drowsy tangle on Olivia's floorboards. Sometime before dawn the nightmare tore me free from sleep yet again. One moment I floated on the pleasant warmth of 2 friends' bodies against mine. The next, I jolted upright, heart punching my ribs. The clammy heat, the film of sweat, the sickening awareness of my own bare skin, everything was the same, except this time a half-dozen classmates crammed the room. I was wedged between Shivi and Olivia, exposed to any eyes that opened. Something inside me shredded. I hauled the nearest blanket across my lap, but shame pulled at the base of my skull and spilled out in tears. I cried silently, shoulders shaking, until fatigue dragged me back under. When we awoke for good, no one mentioned anything. Maybe no one noticed, or maybe they pitied me too much to ask. Daylight did not blunt my dread. With every swing of the pendulum clock in the hall, night crept closer. I moved through classes in a fog, answered questions automatically, but underneath lay the constant hum: don't sleep, don't dream, don't wake naked again. That evening, when Shivi kissed my cheek goodnight and climbed into her bed, I stiffened but smiled. Once she was still, I pulled out my physics textbook, my most hated subject, and planted myself at the desk. The plan was simple: if I never lay down, perhaps the dream would not come. My eyelids drooped by midnight, so I stood and paced, mumbling formulas, anything to stay upright. At some hour past 2 a.m., consciousness was yanked away. I regained it seated at the desk, head lolled back, drool on my chin, and, of course, no nightgown. That horror was so violent it robbed me of breath. My skin, slick with nervous sweat, felt cold as iron. No shriek ripped from me this time. I was beyond shrieking. In a trance I rose, found the battered diary Aunt Ruth had mailed for my birthday, and carried it to bed. The pages smelled faintly of cardamom, maybe from the tea tins Ruth sent along. I flipped to the first blank leaf and began to write. I did not think, I simply recorded. Dear Diary, I just woke from a nightmare too real to be chance. Shivi was leaving for class when a sudden pain crippled her, and she collapsed in our doorway. Her uniform stained deep crimson. She was miscarrying. My hand cramped by the period at the end, but the impossible weight in my chest lightened a fraction. Ms. Schaefer said journaling converts fear to ink. I set the diary back on the shelf, dressed, and drifted into dreamless sleep. The next day dawned gentle, almost kind. Sun spilled across breakfast tables. I ate eggs and buttered toast with an appetite absent all week. Shivy seemed fine, laughing at a joke about our Latin homework, and my stomach unclenched. Maybe the entry had been nonsense, a fevered scrap. We walked arm in arm toward Mrs. Holloway's physics class. Outside the doorway, Shivy gasped. "My assignment notebook! On the bookshelf!" We spun as one and sprinted the length of the corridor. She darted inside our dormitory, located the notebook, but as she straightened, her face drained of color. Her hand flew to her abdomen. A strangled scream split the quiet. She folded like paper. I caught her, staggering under her weight, and half dragged her to the bed. Pain contorted her features, and when I tried to coax her upright, I saw the stain blooming across her skirt, a deep, unmistakable red. For a heartbeat, reality bent. I knew this scene. It had inked itself into the diary only hours ago. Cold sweat beaded my forehead. I stammered, "Shivy, we need the infirmary." But she writhed, clutching my wrist with bruising force, shaking her head. Terror widened her eyes. And suddenly words escaped me. "Are you pregnant?" Words I never knew I would dare speak. The truth spilled out in holy, awful sobs. Yes. Terribly yes. Months along, secret fear nested in her belly. She confessed between cries that she met a boy during summer break, barely older, visiting from university, and everything happened so fast. She'd felt a twinge of guilt but mostly wonder, until last week cramps started. Now blood flowed. She was 12 weeks, maybe 13, she didn't know. I was 14 and useless. We summoned the matron. An ambulance shrieked across campus. By evening, Shivy's half of the room stood stripped. Mattress, books, toothbrush, all vanished as though she'd never existed. Gossip spread like wildfire. I heard the principal mutter about maintaining standards. Expulsion hovered unspoken but certain. That night, the emptiness of our room roared. Where her steady breathing once soothed, silence now sang. I dreaded bed yet fell onto it, drained to dust. Still the nightmare found me. Naked, wet, heart hammering. This time the dream showed father, upright in a courtroom dock, shoulders slumped, as lawyers brandished forged accounts. Fraud, the prosecutor intoned, and father's face collapsed. I woke shaking, staggered to the desk. Yet when I set pen to paper, nothing emerged. Some instinct stopped me. I sat motionless until dawn brushed the curtains. Daytime brought no catastrophes. Breakfast, lessons, library, calisthenics, each unfolded with ordinary tedium. No telegram summoned me. No police seized father. Relief warred with nagging certainty. Had I written that accusation, would tragedy have followed? The question hummed like neon through the hours. Night returned sharp as a blade. I accepted the pattern, sleep, dream, awaken uncovered. Some small, twisted corner of me anticipated the power curling beneath the fear. Again I dreamed, again I woke sweating. The diary waited. Vision swam before my eyes. The pen twitched in my grip. The dream had shown my stepmother, father's second wife. Her once flawless complexion blistered, her tears streaking rashes across swollen cheeks. "He'll leave me," she wailed. "If I'm not beautiful." This time I wrote without hesitation, chasing every lurid detail. The kettle overturned, steam scalding her face. Her own voice cracked with despair. Morning delivered proof. A telegram waited atop my pillow. Your mother scalded herself. Pray for recovery. My lungs froze. Goose flesh prickled my arms. This was no coincidence. The diary, the dreams, reality, they were bound. Alone on the rooftop beneath a wisp of moon, I read the telegram again. The paper trembled in my fist. Instead of horror, a peculiar thrill coursed through me. I had touched something raw and immense, the seam between nightmare and waking world. Ms. Schaefer claimed writing was power. I doubted she imagined this. In the following days I tested the edges of the phenomenon. Minor dreams first. A rainstorm washing out lacrosse practice, a stained glass window cracking in the chapel, a prefect's spectacles snapping in half. Each time I penned the scene into the diary, Events manifested within 24 hours. When I withheld ink, nothing happened. My control was imperfect. Details skewed slightly, timelines wobbled, but the pattern held. I hid the diary in a false bottom beneath my drawer. Night after night I stripped sorrow and rage onto the pages. Sometimes I chose petty revenges. The chemistry instructor who mocked my stutter developed a laryngitis so severe he cancelled class. Sometimes I chose kindness. A homesick first-year dreamed she found a lost letter from home. I wrote it, and the very next day the postmistress discovered an envelope misplaced behind a cabinet. Joy bloomed in the girl's eyes, and guilt pricked my conscience. Was I meddling with fate? Or forging it anew? The matron's treatment of Chevy haunted me. My roommate lay in a city hospital, reputation shredded, while the school washed its hands. Injustice festered. So one frigid night I opened the diary to a fresh page and let ink bleed. Mrs. Whitcomb, matron of St. Agnes, awakened in the dormitory corridor, garments drenched with crimson from a cut she could not find, screaming that unseen infants clawed her womb. The next evening the infirmary windows glowed with frantic candlelight. Whispered tales circulated by breakfast. Matron Whitcomb had collapsed, shrieking, clutching her abdomen. Orderlies found no wound, but blood pooled beneath her gown, bright as paint. She raved of ghostly hands. By dawn she resigned, departing in a private carriage. I felt neither triumph nor remorse. Only cold certainty. Power, once tasted, is hard to relinquish. The diary's pages dwindled, each filled with my midnight scrawl. The dreams intensified, bloodier, grander. Sometimes I glimpsed the crimson ink stamp on the diary's inner cover, a woman's head crowned not by hair but by hissing serpents. Medusa. A warning? Or a patron? I began to wonder, who sent the diary? No signature accompanied the birthday wrapping, only that mythic stamp. Had someone known what this book could do? And if so, why give it to me, an awkward 14-year-old with nightmares and a failing grade in physics? Late November winds rattled dormitory windows like bone chimes. On the final page of the diary I wrote nothing. Instead I stared at the blank expanse, pen hovering. My dreams now arrived before sleep, waking visions of girls kneeling, headmistress weeping, Latin hymns warping into guttural chants. I felt the school quiver like prey beneath my thoughts. One sentence could topple its century-old halls. I thought of Chevy, her empty bed, her shy smile, the way she kissed my cheek before lights out. I shuddered at what I'd become. Ink-ruled flesh. But there remained choice. Slowly I pressed the pen to paper and wrote. Tonight the nightmares end. The diary's power binds to its writer no more. Let its pages turn blank, its magic spent. Let every future dream stay safely in the realm of sleep. I signed my name. Closed the book. A tremor, faint as a sigh, passed through the room. The closet's shadows lifted. That night I slept. I dreamed of nothing. When morning came, the diary lay on my desk, pages bare. Every entry vanished as if unwritten. A gentle warmth radiated from the cover then faded, leaving ordinary leather. I tucked it into my trunk alongside physics worksheets and unopened letters. Outside, sunlight pooled across frost-silvered lawns. Somewhere in the city, Chevy would heal. Father would navigate his ledgers unscathed. Matron Whitcomb's nightmares, I hoped, had quieted. And me? I stepped into the corridor with a strange lightness, an empty space where dread had lodged. Power is seductive, but release can be pure freedom. Selina woke shivering, even though the early summer night should have been gentle and warm. The chill was thin and bright, like threads of silver running through her veins, and it settled so deeply in her bones that she wondered if some part of her had frozen while she slept. Dawn was only a rumor beyond the curtains. The light that usually crept in with birdsong had turned pale and sickly, more a faded memory than a real sunrise. It felt as though the sun were trying to shine from another century, reaching her only after crossing some vast, invisible distance. The silence inside the room matched the ghostly light. It was the kind of hush that seems to hold its breath, waiting, listening, perhaps bracing for a scream it already knows is coming. At 14, Selena carried more questions than certainties, though she tried hard each day to pretend she understood herself. The adults at the orphanage told her she was a quiet child, a thoughtful child, the sort who spent hours staring into the distance, as if she were reading words no one else could see. They also told her she should count herself lucky. She had a roof, she had food, and she had nearly reached an age when new families often stopped looking for children to adopt. She tried to feel grateful when they said that. She reminded herself she was 14, and 14-year-olds were meant to act grown up, to stop believing in shadows. But every night for the last 6 nights she had woken from dreams that made her doubt where the dream ended and the day began. In her dreams she was someone else, many someone else's. One night she was a pale woman with hair like new snow and eyes that seemed hollowed by prophecy. Another night she was a barefoot girl hiding behind a door that no architect would dare draw, a door that trembled as if wolves were scratching on the other side. She never knew why any of these dream selves were afraid, but they always were. She always woke with the memory of fear clinging to her throat, and that fear followed her into the ordinary daylight of chores and lessons and shared dinners with children who called the orphanage home. This morning the fear felt thicker, almost alive, a tremor in her chest, like a window pane quivering before a storm that refused to break. She rose from bed slowly, limbs heavy, breath uneven. When her feet touched the wooden floorboards, she half expected frost to crack beneath her toes. Instead, the floor felt strangely warm, as though it had been holding the night's secret heat. She padded to the window, parting the thin, gray curtains. Outside lay the forest. It began just beyond the sloped lawn and the iron fence that framed the orphanage, a mass of ancient trunks and tangled undergrowth. The older boys used to dare each other to run inside it at dusk, laughing, hurling stones at dead stumps, then running back before darkness fell. Selena never joined those games. Something about the forest felt private, yes, private, the way a person's memories are private. A great, silent mind seemed to brood beneath the bark of every tree. Today that mind looked troubled. The trunks were darker than usual, the branches too long, curling inward like fingers trying to hold warmth. Fog lay low among the roots, coils of white breath as though the earth itself were sighing. The forest called her, but not with a warm welcome. Its call felt like a tug behind the ribs, a note of music heard only once long ago but never quite forgotten. She had tried to ignore it all her life, and every failure to ignore it left her feeling guilty, as though she had broken a promise or betrayed a friend she barely knew. She would always fear the forest, like a child half remembering a secret she once whispered into a pillow. But fear was never enough to silence the calling voice. Today the voice felt urgent. It seemed to say, "Come back. Remember. There is something you left behind in me." Selena dressed in yesterday's jeans and a cotton shirt. She laced her sneakers with fingers that trembled. She told herself she would only walk to the fence. She needed air, even if the air felt stale. She slipped downstairs, careful not to wake anyone, and eased the back door shut behind her. The gravel path crunched softly under her feet. When she reached the fence she hesitated, fingers tightening on the cold iron bar. Beyond, the fog roamed between the first line of birches, folds of white cloth billowing around the trunks. She should have turned back. She knew breakfast would be served in less than an hour, and Mrs. Kell, the matron, would scold her absence. She had chores waiting. She was, as they were fond of reminding her, almost grown. Grown girls did not slip into haunted woods before dawn. But the forest pulled. She scaled the fence, an awkward scramble that caught the hem of her shirt and left a small tear, and dropped onto the dew-soaked grass on the far side. At once the air felt thicker, half steam, half static electricity, clinging to her skin like a second clammy shirt. She swallowed, tried to slow her breathing, and stepped forward. The path narrowed quickly, almost as if the trees drew together behind her. She walked until the orphanage roof could no longer be seen through the leaves, until the last gravel crunch faded behind her. Somewhere deeper in the woods a crow cried 3 times, its voice brittle as snapped twigs. As she walked, she sensed something odd about her own body. Her hands seemed older, the bones too prominent under skin that suddenly felt thin. When she brushed her fingers together, they trembled as though weak. Was it the cold? She flexed them and kept going. She thought, perhaps deliriously, that every step took her farther not just in space but in time. She imagined herself walking into someone else's year, someone else's century, where no sun had shone for 100 dawns. The ground sloped downward into what might once have been a streambed, now a hollow lined with moss. She nearly turned back when she saw it, a glint in the half-light, leaning against a massive oak whose trunk bulged and nodded like the joints of an old laborer's hands. The glint was a mirror. It was exactly the wrong thing to find in a forest. Celine imagined hikers littering, or an old cabin collapsed and scattered. But this mirror had no right to look as it did. Its frame was carved wood, delicate once but now nibbled by rot. Dead butterflies clung among the carvings as though they had sought beauty in the glass and perished there. The entire frame leaned at an angle against the oak, undisturbed, yet it bore no moss or leaf stain. It was as if someone had placed it here this dawn, someone who knew she would come. She stepped closer, fighting a new tremor in her gut. She remembered a rule they taught at the orphanage. If you find something in the woods, leave it. But Selina had broken rules simply by walking here. Every hair on her arm stood up as she stared into the mirror. At first she saw only distortion, shadowy shapes behind her in the fog, and her own figure blurred. She took another half-step, and suddenly the reflection sharpened. What stared back was her, yet off by the smallest fraction, as if someone had traced her outline but slipped with the pencil at each curve. Her face looked too pale, her eyes bruised by sleeplessness. Worse, her mouth tilted in a smile she could feel was not on her face. It was a smile too wide, too sharp, like the grin drawn on dolls that frightened children in old stories. She wanted to look away, but the mirror's hold was fierce. Her eyes felt caught, like fish on a hook. Her pulse hammered in her wrists. She tried to step back. Her feet would not obey, as if roots had sprung from the forest floor and lassoed her ankles. Panic rose, but it was a distant sensation, muffled behind glass. Inside the reflection, the grin widened a fraction. A thought surfaced, foreign. Was this the face I was always meant to have? Has someone else worn my real one all along? A voice spoke behind the glass, soft as breath on the other side of a window. You were chosen, Selina. Do you like this face? Or does it taste of fear? She could not answer. Her throat locked. Then, without warning, a hand slid through the silver surface. It was so white it hurt to see, paper-thin, edges flecking away like ash in a breeze. The hand closed around her wrist. Ice shot through her veins. She tried to scream, but the sound died somewhere between lungs and lips. The hand was not touching her skin. It was sinking into it, dissolving into her. The reflection convulsed, the grin snapping onto her face as if hinged. She gasped, tugged, broke free, stumbled backward. Leaves hissed under her sneakers as she crashed onto her hands and knees. She scrambled up. The forest had changed again. The trunks looked wounded, bark split, and leaking sap that was too dark, almost black. The air smelled metallic, sharp as cut stone. She spun around. The mirror was gone. Only the oak remained, its roots coiled around empty leaf mold. She bolted along the path, though she doubted it was the same path, and ran until brambles tore at her jeans and breath seared her chest. When she finally saw the fence, she nearly sobbed with relief. She clambered over, cut her palm, dropped to the safety of the orphanage lawn, and did not stop running until she reached the back door. Inside, the corridors felt narrower, the paint darker, though she knew little had truly changed. She washed the cut on her hand and pressed a rag to it. Then she stood before the bathroom mirror. Her heart knocked so loudly she barely heard morning bells clang in the distance. The face in the glass blinked. The eyelids moved with hers, but she was certain they blinked a heartbeat late, as if rehearsing rather than mirroring. The mouth formed what should have been a neutral line, yet a phantom memory of that too wide grin lingered at the corners. She touched her cheek. Cold. She half expected her fingers to meet the same paper-thin hand. For days, she moved like a sleepwalker inside her routine, cleaning duties, mathematics worksheets, the hush of evening story time. Yet every window pane became a potential mirror. Every puddle after rain shimmered with the threat of that wrongful grin. She began to sit at angles so she would not glimpse her reflection. She flinched when other girls laughed, because their laughter sounded like leaves rustling after what she had heard in the forest. She might have told someone, but whom? Mrs. Kell? The headmaster? Adults had polite ears, but their eyes said stop imagining, stop making trouble. Telling would crack open something fragile. So, Selina kept silent and lived between blinks. She measured time by the beats of fear in her chest. When she closed her own eyes, she saw the mirror's face smiling back, wearing her skin like a borrowed dress. Late one afternoon, she lingered behind the others in the dining hall, pushing peas in circles on her plate. Her friend Mira plunked down across the table and studied her. "You look pale," Mara said. "Since when do you skip dessert?" Dessert was bread pudding, Selina's favorite. She shrugged. Mira frowned. "Have you been sneaking out? You're covered in scratches." Selina glanced at her arms. Faint lines where brambles had kissed her flesh. She had washed and bandaged worse cuts without notice. Now they looked like secrets inked on skin. She forced a small smile. "Just exploring," she muttered. Myra's gaze softened. She reached across, squeezing Selina's wrist. The warmth of the touch startled Selina, who had come to half expect frost. "Well, explore with me tomorrow," Mira insisted. "These walls make ghosts of us if we let them." The phrase snagged Selina's breath. Ghosts of us. Yes, Selina thought. Something of me is already haunting that forest. That night, Selina did not sleep easily. She lay awake, listening to the girl in the next bed breathe. The orphanage dormitory held 8 children, each in narrow cots with a foot between. Candles flickered low in glass lamps along the wall. Shadows crawled. She whispered to the ceiling, "Am I still me?" The ceiling did not answer. But the window at the far end gleamed with moonlight, and in the faint reflection the silhouette of her face hovered, except the face was smiling. She felt her own mouth stone still. Terror bloomed. She slid out of bed and crept to the window. Up close, she saw only the glass and the silver oblong of the moon. No face. Maybe it had been imagination. She breathed once, twice. And in the third breath, the glass fogged as if someone on the other side exhaled. She retreated. She couldn't run forever. She thought of the mirror still waiting in the forest. Would it remain there if she approached? Or had it poured itself into her? Morning found her resolved. She would tell someone, anyone, if only to hear herself speak the truth aloud. She found the headmaster in his study, ink-spotted fingers sorting attendance registers. She perched on the threshold, heart banging, and said, "Sir, there's something in the forest." He didn't look up. "Animals, yes. Keep to the lawn." "No, sir. A mirror." That made him raise his head, bushy brows lifted. She told him about the rot-eaten frame, the reflection wrong by millimeters, the hand. Her voice shook but did not break. He listened, lips pressed in, then folded the register, and said gently, "You've had troubled rest, Selina. The mind can turn fog into phantoms. I'll have groundskeepers stroll that side, but I promise you, there is no mirror that walks." She wanted to scream that it didn't walk. She walked. The mirror simply existed. Instead, she thanked him and backed out, ashamed. Days passed. She tried to keep her eyes on the blackboard, on her workbook, on the dirt at her feet. But one rainy Tuesday, Mira tugged her arm after class. "Still exploring? I found a hollow log big enough to hide a wolf. Come see." Selina hesitated, dread pooling. Yet Myra's hand felt real, alive, warm. Not like the window. Selina followed. They cut behind the tool shed and into the first line of trees. The fog was gone. Midday sunlight dappled the orbs of gold and green. Selina almost relaxed, until she noticed how quickly the forest seemed to close around them. Mira chatted about exams and gossip. Selina barely listened, scanning for any glint of glass. They reached a clearing where a fallen oak lay cracked open, hardwood blackened with rot. "Look inside," Mira said, kneeling. Selina knelt too. The cavity was deep, damp, empty. Relief fluttered. She turned to Mira with a weak laugh, only to stare into a face she didn't recognize. Myra's eyes were empty hollows. Her mouth was spread in that grin, too wide, too delighted. Panic exploded. Selina shoved backward, scrambled to her feet, and ran. Branches slapped her shoulders, roots snagged her shoes. She didn't look back. When she burst from the trees into sunshine, Mira stood at the edge, panting, normal, eyes wide. "Selina! I lost you! Are you all right?" Selina collapsed to her knees. She told Mira nothing. That night the dormitory mirror finally spoke without disguise. Selina sat brushing her hair, trying to smooth tangles made by underbrush. In the glass her reflection kept pace, until it didn't. Her reflection's hand froze mid-stroke, while hers kept moving. She stared. The reflection slowly set the brush down. Selina couldn't breathe. The mouth in the glass twisted into the grin and spoke without sound. She somehow heard it inside her skull. "You left me in the dark too long. Let me stretch." The girl in the next bed muttered in her sleep. Selina bolted from the stool and covered the mirror with a shawl, heart slamming. She considered smashing it. But what if shards only multiplied the faces? She fled the dorm, pajamas clinging with sweat, and stole down the servants' staircase to the kitchen. There, beneath flickering lanterns, she searched cupboards until she found the old set of hand mirrors used for teaching little ones how to brush hair properly. She brought one back. She placed it on her bedside table facing away from the shawled glass. Slowly she lifted the shawl. Her reflection stared back, ordinary. She picked up the hand mirror, angled it so the big mirror reflected in it, creating an infinity tunnel of faces. One by one, ordinary duplicates receded into distance, until 7 faces deep, a grin appeared. It widened through each echo until, in the depth of the tunnel, the smile ripped across the countenance like a tear. Selina nearly dropped the mirror. She clamped it face down on the quilt, breathing hard. All night she sat upright, guarding the mirror until dawn stained the windows. When morning bell rang, she knew what she had to do. If the forest wanted its mirror, and whatever lived within it, she would bring it back. She swathed the mirror in a blanket, strapped it to her back with a length of rope, and slipped out before breakfast. The weight felt like a sleeping child clutching her shoulders. The walk blurred. By the time she reached the clearing with the oak, the sky had dulled, as though afternoon had forgotten to arrive. She unwrapped the mirror, leaned it against the broken trunk. Fog coiled from nowhere, swirling between her legs. In the glass, her own face peered with exhausted eyes. Behind that reflection, deeper in the silver, she saw the other smile, patient. She whispered, "I think you belong here." Wind stirred the leaves, a soft hush like approval. She stepped back. "I'm sorry," she added. She didn't know to whom. Perhaps the girl she had seen. Perhaps herself. She turned and walked. The path seemed smoother, every step felt lighter. Branches parted, letting sunlight trickle. At the fence she paused, looking over her shoulder. Fog was already closing behind her, erasing the way back. She climbed the iron bars and dropped onto the lawn, cut her palm again, felt blood but didn't mind. Inside, she washed, bandaged, and rejoined the world in time for supper. Weeks passed. The mirror in the dorm behaved. The windows reflected only ordinary faces. Mira teased Selina about daydreaming too much, and Selina practiced blinking to be sure both eyes closed together. Yet some nights, in half-sleep, she felt a cool breath brush her cheek, a gentle reminder from the forest. Not a threat, almost a promise. There are places between dream and waking where faces shift like smoke. She did not visit the woods again, but neither did she forget. Years later, after she left the orphanage for a small city apprenticeship, she sometimes caught her reflection in shop windows and thought she saw a flicker, an echo of the grin. But when she turned fully it was gone. She learned to live with the doubt. She filled diaries with steady script, writing down each dream before it could blur. She married, had children, grew older, and tried to teach them caution around mirrors and woods. When her daughter turned 14, she stitched her a cloak with a hood deep enough to hide from reflection. The girl laughed, called it fairy tale nonsense. Selina kissed her forehead anyway. Sometimes, late at night, when the house was quiet and lamplight quivered on the study walls, Selina remembered the taste of the forest air, half steam, half electricity, and felt the old tremor in her bones. In those moments she thought, I live between blinks even now. But that is where every human life unfolds, in the instant between seeing ourselves and becoming what we fear or desire. She closed her diary, set the pen aside, and let the hush settle, waiting for dawn to arrive from its distant century. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Every good school had its own way of testing newcomers, and nobody knew that better than Herbert Richard Beaumont III, though friends usually called him Bert. He had studied the entrance rules again and again. He had compared them to other academies, old and new, public and private, magical and ordinary. By his count, this place must have the toughest admission journey anywhere. The test was supposed to push the mind, punish the body, and weigh the spirit all at once. Most hopefuls never even reached the interview room. Others reached it, tried to smile, and ran out before the clock struck. Bert believed he understood the system, or at least enough pieces of it to survive one full attempt. Weak souls needed weeding out, he told himself, and he would not be the weed this year. He sat upright in an armchair and fussed with his checkered tie. The silk felt stiff and strange against his neck because he had worn it only once before now. Hours had passed inside the waiting hall, but impatience was a luxury he refused to show. Instead, he reviewed facts in his head, key dates, sample interview answers, names of past alumni, everything. Each detail mattered. Each detail might save him in the end. A damp memory floated up, his friends Ronnie and Judd cheering him on at dawn. While he combed his hair, Ronnie slapped his spine and wished him luck. Judd promised they would buy cake, ice cream, or both when he finished, no matter the outcome. Bert barely nodded because his attention already drifted to his printed forms, double-checked and triple-checked. Focus came first. Celebration would wait. He had reached the campus gates a few minutes before the doors unlocked, yet a line stretched around the block anyway, men in stiff jackets, women in formal dresses, a few tall shapes wearing cloaks, and even some creatures whose faces hid behind veils or fur. When Bert finally entered the building he met a surprise. Rows of seats sat empty in the shadows. The line had felt longer than it was, or maybe the hall rearranged itself whenever no one looked. Nothing in this academy stayed simple. Now the chairs carried more weight each time he raised his eyes. People had arrived steadily, a girl with white gloves, twins in matching coats, a scholar in threadbare tweed. 3 tall grandfather clocks guarded the far wall. Oak cases hid their gears, yet the steady tick-tick-tick filled the air. Their wooden frames settled into the dark paneling so cleverly that Bert almost missed them at first glance. Each clock face shone with thin ribbons of gold leaf, and each second hand reached its number at the same moment. Perfect sync. Perfect pressure. No piece of the waiting hall looked cheap. The welcome desk curved like a stage prop carved from ancient cherry, its legs shaped as sharp hooves cast in iron. Bookcases along 2 walls sagged under leather volumes of every size, the oldest bound in cracked skin, the newest stamped with shining letters. Bert's own chair, heavy enough to anchor a ship, displayed the carved wings and beaks of ravens across its arms. Dark wood, deep varnish, and subtle dust made the whole room smell like a library sealed for centuries. The effect matched the school's reputation, only the finest, only the strictest, for the most select minds. Bert rubbed the pale skin on his inner wrist, following blue veins into the starched cuff of his shirt. He whispered a private promise. This was his year. He tried last year, and the year before that, and every year since he died, but this time would end differently. He felt it. He would not allow defeat. Ronnie and Judd liked to argue that a school stamp on a certificate meant less than the mark of true friendship or an afternoon of baseball in the meadows. Bert loved them both, yet they never quite understood the pull of this academy. He needed its seal. Without it, his after-existence felt unfinished. The cuckoo clocks called with one long chime. Heads lifted. Shadows from lamp globes trembled across familiar faces. In the hush, the gray-haired woman behind the welcome desk did not even glance up. She simply croaked in a deep, slow voice. 1106. Darby, a lanky fellow whose cap never sat straight, creaked to his feet a few seats away from Bert. They had tossed baseballs together on warm evenings. Darby's glove hand always bent at a weird angle because one finger was crooked at the knuckle. Now Darby's eyes looked hollow, and his black hair stuck out messy on one side. He cleared his throat and nodded. Then shuffled down the aisle toward the red door. The door hid between two brass sconces and an unused stone hearth. No sign, no handle plate, no instructions, just thick crimson wood. Darby paused with his palm hovering above the knob. A sinew twitched in his jaw. Bert saw that the curve of Darby's right kneecap sat higher than normal, an old fracture perhaps. Bert always noticed details, uneven shoes, nervous ticks, loose threads. Details won games and won admissions. Darby sucked in a breath, braced his spine, and opened the door. It swung shut behind him, silent as breathing. Darby's empty chair left a gap. Bert scanned the room. So many types of applicants. A young woman with a wide sun hat whispered answers to imaginary questions, adjusting invisible glasses on her nose. An older man with a trimmed gray beard and eyes the color of summer lakes sat perfectly still, hands folded into a steeple. Bert supposed the range made sense. Age rarely stopped someone applying after death. Technically, his own age counted as not so young. Yet he kept bones polished and movements steady. Ronnie joked that Bert moisturized calcium. It was half true. He did buff his finger joints with fine powder when nerves flared. Presentation mattered. "Excuse me," a soft voice piped. Bert turned. Two golden eyes, more yellow than gold, almost glowing, peered over the edge of a thick handbook. "Do you know if this section is for all categories or only humans?" the voice asked. The handbook dipped lower. A large black cat occupied the neighboring seat, tail wrapped neatly around paws. His whiskers bristled with curiosity. His ears stood high, pointed like miniature sails catching wind. Bert cleared his throat. Years of study hadn't prepared him for face-to-face chat with an animal folk. They existed here, yes, walked the meadows, studied books, argued rules. But humans and animals normally queued in different wings. "Check page 133, Bert answered. "A diagram shows color codes for the waiting halls." The cat blinked once, slow and deliberate, then flicked open the book. "Thank you." He paused, eyes narrowing in friendly expectation. "I'm Bert," Bert said quickly. "Well, Herbert Richard Beaumont III, but Bert," he added, trying to sound casual. The cat's whiskers twitched. "Pleased, 1107, he said, reading Bert's number pinned to his breast pocket. Bert let out a shaky exhale. Conversation ended as quickly as it came. The cat studied the book. The hooded skull on the handbook's cover seemed to grin wider than ink should allow. The skull served as the Academy's mascot, part folk tale, part minor divinity that whispered to sleeping freshmen. Bert had memorized the rules in the manual long ago. He could recite sections during thunderstorms. Yet he read them again while waiting, just to keep anxiety at bay. 3 main red sentences hung above the welcome desk, spelled in raised letters across polished panels. Do not exit through the entrance. No outside food or drink. Suits required beyond this point. He ran his fingertips along his corduroy trousers, checking for lint. He raised both hands and searched bone knuckles for nicks. Ronnie loved to give playful shoves on game day, and Judd sometimes jumped on Bert's back. Their laughter still echoed across the meadows. It had been weeks, maybe months, since they all played. Bert looked toward the cat again, suddenly wanting a conversation partner, but the clocks chimed and froze every throat. Bert's heartbeat drummed. Darby had gone a moment ago. By sequence, he would be next. He pictured the wide meadow, the base paths chalked under bright sun, Ronnie winding up to pitch. He inhaled a sweet memory, and the woman called. "Herbert Richard Beaumont III," she sang. Her deep voice dipped then rose, almost like church organ notes sliding across pews. Bert's knees buckled but held. He owned this moment, he told himself. "Good luck, 1107. The cat purred, voice half amused. Bert forced a small nod and marched forward. As he neared the red door, he felt many eyes follow him, but he didn't slow. Hesitation was a mark of fear. He pressed the knob and moved inside. The study beyond the door smelled of leather, ink, and candle soot. Bookshelves soared to the ceiling, packed with volumes bound in hues from dark burgundy to honest black. Each shelf bore dusty labels and elegant script. An oval rug stretched across the floor beneath his feet, wood inlaid with patterns that looked like swirling smoke. Above, on the domed ceiling, an enormous painting showed the Angel of Death, wide wings black as coal, scythe gleaming silver, watching a field of souls kneeling in surrender. Seated at a desk large enough to host 3 adults sat an old man. His thin hair hung near white. His nose arched long and sharp. Heavy glasses pinched his narrow face. He did not look up from the papers stacked before him as he spoke. 1107, sit please. Bert eased into a chair opposite the desk. My friends call me Bert, he offered, voice barely steady. Beaumont, in full. He tried a polite half-grin. The man shuffled parchment without a glance. His new glasses were smaller than last year's, perched low. Bert recognized him. They had talked each application cycle. Every time, the man's cheeks seemed hollower. Maybe the Academy stole small pieces of him, too. I like the spectacles, Bert added. Are you familiar with our admissions process? The man asked, monotone. He continued marking pen strokes on forms. Yes, sir, Bert said, trying to control shaky hands on his knees. As you waited, we removed a sliver of your soul, the man stated. You gave consent when you scheduled this interview. I understand, Bert replied. He had clicked the consent box on the far too long application form online. He still felt unsettled hearing it aloud. You will sign this parchment. The man produced a sheet of yellow paper, brittle with age. A ribbon red as fresh blood tied one end. The parchment unrolled on its own, revealing text written in harsh, thin symbols. Hieroglyphics of early humanity. Language older than language. At the bottom waited one blank line. You may choose to read. Every second counts against your interview. 4 minutes remain. Bert considered scanning the text. He knew a few glyphs, enough to guess it confirmed property transfer of the soul fragment, and authorized memory review. Time pressed. He reached for the quill. Do you have ordinary ink? He asked, half joking. The quill's ink shone blacker than night, smelling faintly of burned rosemary. The man stared silent. Bert signed Herbert R. Beaumont III in careful strokes. The parchment rolled up quickly and floated back to the administrator's hand like a serpent curling to rest. I will ask questions, the man announced. Answer briefly. Then summarize your application. Age? I died at 22, Bert said. Chronologically, I've existed 167 years. Why do you wish to become a Reaper within the Academy for Post-Death Studies? I left the living world too early, Bert said. I feel my purpose lingers. Guiding souls would give me meaning. I believe I still understand humanity's fears and hopes. He pictured baseball in sunlight, laughter under apple trees, bittersweet memories of breath filling lungs. Have you applied before? Yes. Every year since arrival, Bert answered, cheeks heating under his non-existent blood. The man scribbled. Do you intend to move onward through the final gates if rejected? Bert clenched his jaw. The last gate allowed spirits to dissolve or reincarnate. No, he said firm. I intend to keep trying. Another mark on the paper. No comment. Time ticked. Begin presentation. Bert slid a slim folder across the desk. Within, high-resolution photographs depicted 7 distinct humans, male, female, young, old. Smiling faces frozen in candid frames. He lifted a rolled scroll tied with thin string. All materials harvested ethically from 7 donor memories. Study time, 8,000 hours observing participants in the meat pit arena for authenticity. The man accepted the items. He flipped one photo, glanced at the back, set it down. He cracked the scroll open, reading quickly. Bert held breath. He tried to appear calm, though damp air clung to his bones. The clocks outside sounded again, for low tones. The official closed the scroll. Please remove your suit and hang it in the alcove. Staff will review your submission. Expect answer within 10 business days. Exit to your right. Bert's ribs contracted though lungs no longer existed. 8,000 hours. So much practice. So many nights ignoring Ronnie and Judd's calls to play hop ball in the meadow. He tasted defeat already. Yet he complied. No begging this round. He reached behind his skull, found the hidden seam, and tugged. Flesh peeled away like warm wax, from cranium to neck, shoulders, chest, belly, hips, legs. The human shell remained connected as one garment, clothes stitched directly onto skin by skilled needlework. He had built artistry into this suit, fine eyebrows, faint freckles, a dusting of hair on the arms. Underneath stood his true form, ivory bones, joints lined with faint silver pins to keep everything in shape. He hung the suit beside another, older woman's skin, wearing a leopard-patterned dress and a cowboy hat perched atop empty air. He straightened his plaid Oxfords under the hanger. He smoothed the skin jacket shoulders. Would the committee notice the careful nose shading? Would they appreciate that he hand-stitched each eyelash? Maybe they sought simpler designs this year. Maybe they wanted an applicant who dared a different path. Volleyball player, hula hoop dancer, milkshake mixer. The thoughts pressed around him like night fog. A metal door waited in silence. Bert pushed through into the cool open field of the afterlife. The grand study door slammed behind him. Out under color-shifting sky, soft grass brushed his metatarsals. Tiny star beetles blinked in long meadow stalks. The scent of dust and warm spice rolled across the hills. Ronnie's lanky skeleton appeared first, long limbs waving above tall weeds. Bert! How'd it go? Bert shook his cranium. No words. Judd arrived, rounder bones, soft voice. Root beer floats? Diner's still open near the Lantern Grove. Ronnie elbowed Bert's clavicle gently. Come on. We'll celebrate next time. Or mourn. Floats fix both. A grin tried to tug Bert's cheeks, but skulls lacked cheeks to tug. Still, his energy brightened. Cake and ice cream could wait. He let his shoulders sag and found humor. Maybe I'll be a milkshake flipping baseball star next application. That's new. Ronnie draped an arm across his spine. Nope. Intervention. You're playing first base tonight, and that's final. Judd chuckled. You know we keep you around for your batting average. Do not, Bert argued, voice climbing. Do too, Ronnie countered. Judd clattered a laugh. He's got plenty of fine qualities. Like carrying doubt in one pocket and hope in the other. Bert exhaled a dry laugh, a clack more than sound. For the first time in many seasons, he allowed himself to forget the academy for an evening. He would try again next year. He always did. But tonight he could live, whatever that meant, among friends. The meadow grass glimmered under silver twilight. Behind them the school doors stood shut, red as old blood, waiting for next year's line to gather at dawn. The monsters wanted one thing from us, words. They hungered for language the way starving wolves hunger for meat, and they would harvest it any way they could. I learned that the night my teachers and classmates threw me out of the academy and into the darkest part of the forest, a place our lectures never fully described. The academy called those woods the Vale, though most students whispered a simpler name in the candlelit dorms, the place you go if you fail. I had failed, and so the guards carried me and a few other, weak scholars, past the high stone walls, tied our wrists with braided rope, and left us on a patch of wet earth. By the time moonlight squeezed between black branches, my hands shook so badly I could hardly feel my fingers. 6 of us knelt in a crooked line, cold mud soaking through the knees of our wool uniforms. We stared into a ring of heavy shadows, and the shadows stared back. There, half hidden behind the mossy trunks, stood tall shapes that looked like women carved from night itself. Their bodies seemed human at first glance, smooth limbs, soft curves, high cheekbones set in perfect symmetry. But their stillness felt wrong, inhuman, like statues waiting to breathe. Their skin matched the bark of the trees and the deep brown of my own arms, so that when they stepped forward the trunks almost swallowed them. They were beautiful the way hungry rivers are beautiful, fierce, dangerous, impossible to ignore. One by one the monsters opened their mouths, and instead of a single clear voice, a jumble of stolen phrases tumbled out. Each sentence sounded like 3 voices layered together, as if inside those throats lived echoes of everyone they had devoured. "Hello?" they chimed in sugary tones. "Help me! Don't kill me! Please!" They repeated the same handful of sentences again and again. I realized they must have learned only those words from their last victims. Real language, complete sentences, flexible form, still escaped them. That meant we had value. For now. Beside me on the right knelt a girl named Rana, her arms wrapped across her chest. Her chin quivered as tears slipped onto her collar. She did not speak, even when the monsters drifted closer, repeating the broken phrases and voices that cracked and overlapped. One of the creatures bent down, its dark face inches from Rana's, and offered a crooked branch as if handing her a pen. The branch held a jagged tip, perfect for scratching lines into dirt. Rana merely sobbed harder. I could feel her panic shaking through the rope that still linked our wrists. "Help me!" the monster pleaded, but with the soft drawl of a young boy. My curiosity sparked even as my pulse hammered. Could these things pick any voice they wanted from the memories they stole? If so, teaching them might be worse than death. It might let them lure people with familiar sounds. Rana said nothing. She squeezed her eyes shut and pulled away. The creature's face twisted, and an ear-splitting shriek erupted. A clawed hand lashed out faster than sight, and Rana's head snapped sideways with a wet crack. Her body slumped like cloth dropping from a hook. The mud swallowed her weight. I felt bile rise but strangled it back. I could not show weakness. Now only 2 of us remained kneeling, me and Sada, the loudest student in class. Sada still held her head high. Long hours of lecture had never dulled her voice. She asked more questions than anyone else, hunted answers until dawn, and spoke her mind even when the masters hissed for silence. The academy rewarded students who absorbed knowledge quietly, and shamed those who worked twice as hard just to keep up. Sada's energy had earned whispers behind her back, but in class she shone. Now she glared at the monsters gathering near Rana's body. "We will never give you what you want," she declared. "We won't teach savages to copy the language of scholars, just so you can trick more travelers into this wood and feast on them." Her words drew every pale, milky eye in the clearing. 5 tall monsters stared at Sada, each head tilting in near-perfect unison. The sight pinned my heartbeat to my ribs. Fear set electric fire under my skin, but mixed with that fear was another feeling, selfish, shameful survival. I wished Sada would shut up. She had always defended me in whispered study groups, helped me memorize roots and tenses when the pages blurred late at night. But right now her courage only provoked claws. I wanted to live. "I can teach you," I blurted. My voice cracked, but I forced it steady. "Do you understand me? I can help." "Me? Help?" I thumped my chest. "I'll show you the words you want." Sada's eyes flew wide. "You traitor," she breathed. "What are you?" A monster beside her spun, jaws yawning far too wide, and bit deep into her throat. The sound cut through the clearing like a butcher's blade. Sada flailed for a single instant, then her frame went limp and quiet. I was alone, the last remaining student. Blood pooled around Sada's fallen body, soaking into the same earth that drank Rana's. I kept my gaze low, breathing through my nose to hold down panic. A creature stepped forward and extended that same crooked branch toward me. Its mouth opened, syllables scraping out in my own voice. "Hello?" The mockery made my stomach lurch. I took the branch with shaking fingers. The ground was damp and soft from yesterday's rain, good for etching shapes if I pressed firmly. The monsters formed a circle, crouching to watch with eager intensity. Moonlight filtered through ragged leaves. My own shadow trembled at the edge of their many shadows. I drew a straight line, then a curve, then another line, forming the letters HELLO. I tapped the H. They echoed. I tapped the E. Slow, methodical. Over and over, pointing, pronouncing, letting them mimic until the word formed whole in their throats. Then I wrote I, and M, and Y, and OU, small words first. Hours bled away. My legs cramped, but I dared not stand. Any mistake, any sign of rebellion, might trigger claws. When I spelled a letter badly, I dragged my thumb across the mud to blur the line, then redrew. The monsters watched everything. They repeated, practiced. Their voices shifted, sometimes rasping like Rana, sometimes bright like Sada, sometimes slipping into my own, which made my shoulders flinch every time. The fifth time they borrowed my tone, I snapped. "No!" And my voice echoed back at me from three throats. One creature hissed, a sound halfway between a cat and a kettle. I swallowed hard and pressed on. I had to appear useful. I had to survive. By the first glow of dawn, their interest faded. A chorus of shrill cries rang out, and the 5 feminine monsters melted back into the deeper forest, fleeing the early light. They left behind 2 bodies and me, curled over letters scarred into soil. My whole skeleton felt scraped hollow. For a long moment I sat, mud on my knees, stray locks of hair plastered to my cheeks by tears I hadn't realized were flowing. I looked toward the distant slope where the academy towered. Sharpened spires pierced fog like talons. In daylight the stone resembled bleached bone, pale and pitiless. That prison of knowledge had judged me unworthy. I had been told if I could not graduate, the city had no place for me. My throat tightened. Even if I walked back now, no door would open. No teacher would welcome me. I gripped the branch until it snapped. I had no home. Nowhere safe. Even the monsters abandoned me once the lesson ended. The thought made my chest burn hot with resentment, and with something else, an ache deep under the anger, a need to matter. "Hi!" The single syllable cut the quiet. I spun and found one monster standing in the first rays of sunrise. It differed from the others, broader shoulders, narrower hips, face carved with angles sharper than soft. Where the others wore a feminine grace, this one carried a hint of masculine shape. Slitted eyes regarded me with a weary calm. "Hi," I answered, brushing tears from my cheeks. I realized I hadn't taught them that word. "Who are you?" The creature stepped closer. Its height nearly matched mine. The split wounds at each corner of its mouth appeared shallow, half-healed. "Human," it said, mimicking my earlier lesson yet sounding unsure. "No," I murmured. "You're not human." "Teach me," it replied. The 2 words came flat, but behind them I sensed determination. I remembered the lonely nights at the academy when I pressed the candle stub close to a forbidden text, feeding on the words as if they carried warmth. The same hunger flickered in this monster's eyes. Each dawn after that, the lone creature returned. We sat beneath a slanted cedar trunk where moss formed a dry cushion. I rewrote fundamentals, shapes, sounds, grammar. It absorbed them faster than any student I had met. We traded questions. I learned it had watched humans for years, stealing scraps of language but never full sentences. It said the others did not know of its existence. They roamed deeper territory at night, lured travelers, fed. It remained behind, curious. At sunset the larger group would crawl from their cave and beg for new vocabulary. I drilled them relentlessly. I showed them short sentences first, "Please help me," "Please don't kill me," then longer phrases. When they wavered or repeated an error, I smoothed mud over misdrawn letters and started again. They listened, repeating with raspy devotion. I was alive because I balanced their patience on my tongue. The nights blurred into weeks and then into months. Lessons changed locations. I guided the monsters into a moss-slick cave with a wide entrance. Rain drummed against leaves outside while echoes bounced off stone inside. The monsters sat on flat rocks before me like obedient pupils, each gripping a freshly snapped stick. They scratched words into damp earth, and I corrected each. Fry spelled thank you wrong and snarled until I placed a calming hand on their wrist. Lena stumbled on question marks, so I drew the curved sign over and over until she mimicked it perfectly. They could speak shaky sentences by season's turn. Meanwhile, dawn meetings with the lone monster, who remained unnamed, became longer. We leaned shoulder to shoulder under the budding branches, debating meanings. I told it about the academy's hidden halls lined with books older than our grandparents' bones, about forbidden chambers where teachers whispered spells. It listened, sometimes smiling in an almost gentle way, other times frowning. We exist inside that building, it once revealed quietly. Long ago our kin slipped through cracks in the wall. They fed and learned. Then hunts drove them out. The city believed us gone. Knowledge lit sparks in my mind, monsters hiding within the academy, secret tunnels between floors, ghost voices in lecture halls. Part of me thrilled. Part of me shook. But I could not ignore the dream curling in my gut. To watch the academy topple, to hear the masters scream the day their fortress fell. What if we went there together? I asked the lone monster one unseasonably warm afternoon. Pollen danced in the air, and the sky stretched bright. You and me. We could walk through the main gate. You could witness everything. The others could follow after sunset. The walls would crumble. It tilted its head and pursed split lips. No. I belong here. We belong here. I swallowed disappointment sharp as vinegar. But why cling to caves when the world is bigger than trees? You could drink entire libraries. The monster's gaze slid away, and the conversation died there. I told myself to be patient. After all, I had nowhere else. Days fell into routine again. Dawn teaching with the lone one. Dusk lessons in the cave. Rain came heavier in midsummer. Water pooled to ankle depth. Still we scratched letters in mud, lifting sticks only to shoo away insects. One evening Fry and Lena greeted me alone. The other three remained outside. Cold wind whistled through fissures. What new lesson? I asked. Nothing, Fry answered, a word I introduced just yesterday. The way Fry said it sent shivers running down my spine. I backed a step. Their eyes, once fogged, now gleamed harder, more calculating. Something in their stance had changed. Shoulders hunched forward, claws flexing. Instinct screamed. I turned to run, but a hand seized my arm. Fingers dug deep, ripping fabric and flesh. Pain exploded. Lena's other hand plunged into my stomach. Warm blood flooded down my legs. I screamed loud enough to rattle stones, but screams hold no power over creatures who desire only meat. They tore pieces of me. I felt my own intestines slip between claws. Sobs ripped my throat raw. Fray's jaws closed over my shoulder, teeth piercing to bone. Their bodies pressed close, lips at my ear, voices overlapping. Thank you, in Sada's tone. Help me, in Rana's voice. Hello, in mine. I realized they didn't need lessons now. They had learned enough. They would keep learning as they devoured me, memory by memory. Between searing stabs I shrieked for the lone monster. My voice echoed against dripping walls. No answer. I begged until words dissolved to wet coughs. No rescue came. My tears mixed with blood and mud. I coughed final breaths. The cave ceiling blurred. The letters I had written for them glimmered wetly under torch moss. A last thought pulsed. I gave them language, yet no one ever gave me worth. Not the academy. Not the monsters. No one. My eyes dimmed. In that narrowing tunnel I wondered if, somewhere in the forest, the lone monster considered a name, one it would whisper at dawn to the empty cedar where I once waited. Perhaps tomorrow its new voice would sound just like mine. Perhaps, with my words in their throats, they would finally enter the academy, and burn it to rubble. A small bitter comfort. I exhaled. The world slid away. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Ross and Russell shared everything. One body, two heads, two minds, a single heartbeat that had learned to keep time for them both. From the day they learned to wobble across their parents' living room carpet, they treated life like a slow, careful dance. If Ross stepped forward, Russell balanced by easing back. When Russell wanted to turn, Ross pivoted in the same breath. No one at Redwood Academy saw them as separate people. Teachers defaulted to calling them the Beaumont twins. Classmates turned every question into a guessing game of who was really talking. But inside the skull they shared, each brother carried secret windows of thought that only he could open. Final exam week dawned hotter and heavier than any midsummer heatwave the campus gardeners could remember, and the stress of exams pressed against their rib cage like a second set of bones. On the first morning of assessments, Russell woke at 4 and immediately jolted Ross awake too. Their single set of lungs snapped into a hiccuping gasp, as if one brother's worry pulled the air away from the other. Ross mumbled something about needing to cram, rolled out of bed, and reached for the half-finished can of Monster they had been sharing since midnight. Russell grumbled that caffeine would melt his stomach lining. He preferred Arizona iced tea, sweeter, calmer, polite. Ross preferred a neon jolt of sugar and taurine. They compromised by splitting both drinks down the middle, each brother swallowing the half he claimed to hate. Their dorm room smelled of stale energy drink and highlighter ink. Textbooks lay open everywhere, on the windowsill, across laundry baskets, under the bunk bed ladder where Ross had tossed them at 2 in the morning. A single desk crammed against the wall overflowed with flashcards taped in strange shapes. This chaotic collage was Ross's idea of order, everything visible, nothing buried. Russell liked tidy stacks, but he surrendered the desk after Ross reminded him they had scored 3 points higher on last term's anatomy midterm when the cards were left scattered. At 6:30 Ross checked the alarm clock, a cheap plastic cube that blinked fluorescent blue. 6:30 a.m. brochacho, he said, thumping Russell's shoulder. 1 hour, 30 minutes till freedom. Or doom. Whichever. Let's just go, Russell answered. We'll be late if we obsess. They counted down, 3, 2, 1, and rose from the chair in unison, a practice motion that required them to transfer weight in perfect synchrony. Muscle memory carried them toward the door, then Ross spun them back because he had forgotten to finish his final sip of Monster. Russell rolled his eyes but let Ross tilt the can. If Ross gulped poison, Russell endured the tremor that followed. There was no escaping his brother's choices. Outside, morning light stretched across the academy courtyard, bright but not yet blistering. The twin heads bent over their phones as they crossed the gravel path, reading last-minute study guides. Redwood Academy prided itself on Gothic arches, stone cloisters, and the odd pocket garden wedged between lecture halls, tiny squares of roses, lavender, and creeping ivy that most students ignored unless a professor assigned field sketches. Ross usually stopped to sniff the lavender on his way to class, claiming the scent sharpened memory. Today he hurried past without a glance because autolysis refused to stay lodged in his frontal cortex. Autolysis, Russell quizzed, eyes glued to the phone. Part of decomposition, Ross muttered, rubbing his temple. Cell tissue self-digest. The enzymes inside. Ugh, why can't I spit the phrase? Russell waited 2 beats, letting Ross sweat. Then he answered. It's when a cell's own enzymes eat the cell's tissue after death. Right. Got it. Ross sighed. The words slid into place like a puzzle piece. Footsteps approached from behind. Madeline Gibbs, their lab partner since first year, trotted up clutching her dented metal Stanley cup, steam curling from the lid. Stickers plastered the cup, cartoons, quotes, a tiny holographic frog that winked in sunlight. Morning, Dream Team! She grinned at both faces. Madeline believed in greeting Ross and Russell individually even though they shared one mouth for reply. Ready to ace horticulture? Ross flashed a thumbs up. Russell offered a cautious shrug. Before either could answer aloud, Russell's phone buzzed. He frowned at the screen. "Anyone check class announcements lately?" he asked. Ross and Madeline pulled out their phones. 3 notifications glared. Final location change. Meet at athletic field entrance by 7. Dress casual. Bring water. No explanation. No apology. Madeline gasped. Ross cursed softly. Russell stuffed the phone into his hoodie pocket. The 3 of them bolted across the courtyard, sprinted past the administration block, and cut over the football field, shoes slipping in dewy grass. Madeline's wide-brimmed sun hat bounced against her back. Ross's half of the body pumped the shared legs faster than Russell liked, jostling his broken concentration. They arrived at the field with seconds to spare, lungs wheezing. Dozens of first-year students milled around, many wearing faded band shirts, mesh athletic shorts, floppy fishing hats, anything but the strict black button uniforms Redwood usually demanded. Mr. Du Bois, the horticulture instructor, stood near the goal post holding a clipboard. He wore the same corduroy vest he always did, yet replaced his crisp tie with a floppy green gardener's scarf. Students whispered theories while sipping from hydro flasks and coffee thermoses. Ross tried to shake dust from their neck. Russell tugged at the hoodie, wishing morning chill would return. "Why didn't we get the memo?" Ross whispered. Russell hesitated. "I turned off notifications so we could study. Your lock code is the same as mine, remember?" He braced for backlash. Ross gritted his teeth. Then a voice sliced the field. "Boys!" Mr. Du Bois beckoned them forward before Ross exploded. Mr. Du Bois addressed the class. "Final exam stress turns bright minds to mush. So today we simplify." He gestured toward the tree line that bordered campus lawns. 2 hours. Venture into the outer woods. Don't wander more than a kilometer. Find a plant you deem unique. Bring it back. Then explain its ecological role. Notes on your phone are allowed while collecting, but you must present from memory. Now off you go. Students surged toward the forest like loose cattle. Before Ross and Russell could follow, Du Bois laid a gentle hand on their fused shoulder. "You two manage walking trails well enough, but uneven ground could slow you. Don't feel obliged to go deep." Ross beamed. "We're good, sir. We climb hills fine." Russell nodded in support. They jogged after Madeline, who waved them toward a shady path. Sunlight filtered through beech leaves, dotting the forest floor. Birdsong thrummed above. At first the peace soothed the twins, until a nasal shout cracked through branches. "Yo! Freakazoids!" Rodney Pierce and his entourage, preppy students who treated every group project like a corporate merger, blocked the path. Rodney wore spotless white sneakers totally unsuited for mud. Chelsea, clutching a designer tote, sneered as if the smell of pine offended her. Rodney smirked. "We came unprepared. So you 3 are gonna help." Madeline folded arms. "Go eat bricks." Rodney peeled imaginary lint off his polo. "Your uncle botched our landscaping last week. You owe me." "My uncle's in Mexico rebuilding storm shelters," Madeline snapped. "We're not all related, genius," Chelsea hissed. "Migrants getting heated." Ross flinched at the slur. Russell's jaw stiffened. Madeline looked ready to swing her thermos. Ross gently tugged Russell's shared arm, steering them away. "Come on," he murmured. The forest swallowed them. Yet tension clung like spelunking ropes, heavy, knotted, impossible to ignore. They reached a clearing rimmed with ferns. "Russ?" Ross asked, noticing his brother's clenched teeth. Russell brushed past. "Fine." Madeline sighed, rubbed her temples, and slumped against a maple trunk. "I got a bigger problem." She whispered about a tuition hike letter, an extra $5,000 in next semester's bill. Her family scraped by already. If the number didn't shrink, Redwood would see her name vanish from rosters. Ross's heart panged. Russell swore under his breath. Ross forced cheer. "We'll find you a legendary plant, Mads. A specimen so rare Du Bois gives you double marks." Madeline managed a small smile. They split up, Madeline headed downslope toward a stream. The twins climbed a gentle ridge. Silence settled except for crunching twigs. 10 minutes passed. Russell cleared his throat. I need to talk. Shoot, Ross replied, eyes scanning moss for unusual spores. I didn't like you cutting me off earlier. Or how you ignore problems. Ross halted, then studied bark textures as if they contained answers. I'm fried, okay? Finals, Rodney, Madeline's tuition. I'm trying to stay upbeat so we don't spiral. Upbeat doesn't mean shutting me out. Ross opened his mouth, closed it. He pointed suddenly. Look! Clusters of orange-yellow mushroom shelves jutted from an oak trunk. Ross hurried ahead, excitement overriding conflict. Chicken of the woods! Edible, tastes like chicken. Rare near campus. He snapped a sample. Russell grabbed their leg, stopping them. You're dodging again. Ross's eyes shimmered. Words tangled behind his tongue. A root gave beneath leaf litter. In one sickening lurch, the twins tumbled down the slope. Branches whipped limbs, stones bruised ribs. Halfway, Russell's right arm struck granite. Snap. Pain lanced like lightning. They slammed into an oak at the bottom. Blackness. Russell's eyelids cracked open to a world-tinted crimson. The sky overhead glowed deep blood red, trees etched black silhouettes against it. Foreign symbols pulsed across trunks like burning brands. His right arm throbbed with white-hot agony. He couldn't lift it. Ross lay slumped against the same tree, head wrapped in thick, living roots that tightened around his skull. A thin line of blood trickled from his nostril. A shape emerged between trunks, wrong, broken, cobbled from corpses of animals. Deer legs fused with bare haunches. A row of foxtails stitched along the spine, feathers protruded in random clumps. Two skulls, deer and bear, melded where a head might be, eye sockets vacant yet somehow seeing. Russell's voice shrank. Am I in hell? The creature answered with a chorus of rattling growls. No. Each syllable scraped like metal across bone. Russell swallowed. What are you? Where are we? The beast raised its twin skulls and unleashed a spray of animal cries, shrieks, roars, whimpers, all speaking pain. The forest air rippled as though reality itself recoiled. It lowered close enough for Russell to smell decay. You have been wrong, it said. I offer revenge. Images flashed, Rodney mocking them, administrators scribbling price tags, tutors ignoring Ross's polite questions, Chelsea's cruel jeers. Temptation swelled. Pain radiated from Russell's snapped arm, pulsing in time with fury. And Ross? He asked. My brother chooses peace. He deserves a vote. His pacifism will chain you. His pacifism keeps us whole. The beast's patchwork hide writhed. Eyes in dozens of scavenged faces glowed red. He refuses to listen. He can learn. Russell's voice cracked yet held firm. He's part of me. Without his hope, I'd drown. The monster unfurled a collar of meat petals, an obscene halo. Every eye fixed on Russell. Why do you cling to weakness? It thundered. Russell's fingers dug into damp leaves. He isn't weakness. Tears cut hot tracks down his cheeks. That is my brother. Silence. Then a low hiss, disappointment bleeding from every maw. The creature folded into itself, bodies unraveling like shadow yarn, and vanished. The red sky flickered, blinked, and turned blue again. Sunlight spilled over moss. Birds chirped gentle, indifferent. Madeline's voice pierced the clearing. Guys! Wake up! She crashed through brush with Mr. Du Bois behind her. Students crowded the ridge above. Russell gasped. Ross stirred, roots crumbling to dust. Madeline collapsed into a crushing hug, sobbing relief. Ross blinked at Russell, fear and apology warring in hazel eyes. Russell cupped Ross's face, their childhood sign that words failed but love remained. I'm sorry, Ross rasped. I bottled everything. Russell winced as Mr. Du Bois fashioned a splint from sticks. We'll figure it out together, he said. Du Bois declared the exam waived for them, but Ross shook his head. We have a plan, sir. He held the chicken of the woods fragment, now slightly crushed but intact. "May I present?" The teacher's expression softened. "Later. Right now, medical wing." As the group hiked back, Russell spotted Rodney skulking behind bushes, Chelsea fussing with muddy shoes. He nudged Madeline, whose eyes blazed. There would be conversations about bullying, about tuition errors, about fairness, but those were for daylight hours in the dean's office. For now, Ross and Russell walked side by side inside the same skin, heartbeats aligning. Somewhere in branches overhead, a crow cawed lonely and cryptic. The twins did not know whether the monstrous vision had been nightmare, spirit, or rip in existence. They only knew one thing. They had chosen each other. And whatever tests lay ahead, exams, debts, monsters, two souls would meet them, shoulder to shoulder, speaking with one voice. I wish I had known that every answer I penciled on the final exam was pushing me a little closer to dying. If I had guessed even a hint of it, I would have stayed in bed, skipped the test, and let my grade crash. A late mark might have saved me from the smears of gray graphite on my left palm, the same soot-colored shade my spirit wears now that I am stuck between life and something else. There is no mystery about the person who killed me. I saw him 3 mornings a week, on a strict schedule, the way you see the mail carrier or the campus groundskeeper. He would glide through the hallway holding a worn leather briefcase so tight his knuckles turned pale. His hair, a wild mix of gray streaks and stubborn black spirals, hung over his ears like a bird's abandoned nest. Thick silver glasses balanced on the bridge of his nose. He always wore a cardigan that draped down to his thighs, and he kept half his lecture behind the heavy wooden podium. I suspect he hid there because the podium masked the round belly protruding beneath that cardigan, a gut he pretended not to have. His name was Mr. Timothy Jefferson. The deep wrinkle etched between his eyebrows showed how long he had practiced that permanent frown, and whenever he opened his mouth to throw dates, quotes, and textbook arguments at the class, tiny drops of spit shot through the air and landed on the first row. Students whispered in private group chats that Mr. Jefferson needed to hand out ponchos. No one, however, whispered that he might be a murderer. The University of Virginia would never hire a killer, or so we believed. Imagine how the alumni board would choke on their hors d'oeuvres if someone printed his real title on a glossy brochure: Dr. Timothy Jefferson, Ph.D., Killer. If you walk around the college lawn right now, you will see my face stuck on street lamps, bulletin boards, and cafe windows. Someone in the Mediterranean art program took a strange old painting of Melpomene, the muse of tragedy, and pasted my student ID photo over the classical mask, creating an outrageous flyer that reads missing in thick red letters. I would pinch that artist's neck if I still had fingers that could grasp. Alas, the living do not feel ghostly pinches, and the dead cannot storm the dean's office demanding justice for bad taste. Allow me to explain limbo. It is not bright, and it is not warm. When you die and do not rise or sink but hover, you become a flicker, an outline of what you were. Imagine a candle flame that loses its color so it glows gray instead of yellow. That is what spirits look like here. We forget the texture of our skin, the shape of our fingernails, the exact pattern of freckles on our shoulders. We are shadows that tremble at every movement. We will stay shadows until we solve the puzzle holding us down. Somewhere there is a bell that rings when a soul figures out their unfinished business, and that bell sounds like every lullaby you ever loved. Once it rings, the gray vanishes and a path opens toward real peace. I have not heard my bell, not yet. My golden hair, which used to hang past my lower back, has faded to smoke. The deep pink dress I wore to Mr. Jefferson's final exam is little more than a torn outline in the half-light of this place. My body, the one left behind for the living to discover, must look terrible. They will find me on a forgotten stretch of lawn near the rotunda, where I had hoped to snap a graduation photo in May. There, my dress lies shredded, my stomach is a raw open canyon, and my intestines glisten like wet ropes slithering over grass. It is a monstrous scene, worthy of an ancient battlefield. I sometimes feel ghostly echoes of stomach acid bubbling inside the husk that used to be my core. Each echo weighs me down, drags me deeper into the dark space where unsolved deaths linger. I want to leave, but I cannot, not until I understand why Mr. Jefferson turned from boring history professor into my butcher. Our senses do not work in limbo the way they do for the living. Voices carry as soft moans or sharp echoes. Now and then, I hear a cheerleader sobbing because she is still wearing the shadow of her uniform yet cannot feel her once-toned legs. Every time she drifts near the grassy hill where she fell during a pep rally stunt, her cries become loud enough to rattle the dead leaves. That is how we locate one another. The louder the echo, the closer you are to your own death spot. If the bell finally tolls for a spirit, their echo fades, replaced by a single clear chime that everyone hears. When I hear that bell ring for others, a tiny taste of hope warms my flickering chest. Then jealousy freezes it again. I know what keeps my bell silent. I must uncover Mr. Jefferson's motive. Why did he select me? Why does he collect trophies from students? Why does killing feed him knowledge and youth? If I can nail down his secret, perhaps the bell will ring and free me. At least, that is the reasoning that passes for logic among people with no pulse. A detective starts with questions. I build my own list. What was my timeline on the day I died? Easy. I woke early, crammed facts about Reconstruction politics while eating instant oatmeal, skipped coffee to steady my nerves, took a seat in Jefferson's lecture hall at 9:05 a.m. The exam lasted 2 hours. By 11:10, every seat but mine was empty. I erased stray marks, flipped my paper, and triple-checked my answers. Mr. Jefferson paced behind the podium, hands clasped behind his back, chewing on the arm of his glasses. He hummed a tune that sounded like an off-key lullaby. I finished at 11:20. He said I could wait for him to grade my paper. I agreed, excited to see the evidence of a perfect score. At 11:27, he locked the door. What was his timeline? It overlaps mine, except when the exam ended, he didn't collect the papers properly. He pressed a finger against the back of my neck, said something eerie like "hold very still, it won't hurt long." A bright arc of pain split my skin. The rest flickers in and out. A knife? A rag soaked in something sweet? I fell, dizzy from shock. He dragged me out, through a back door that never appears on floor plans. What is his history? This question stumps me. Because I cannot open archives or hack the registrar's files from limbo, I focus on clues visible in the lecture hall. The next night, I slip back to campus and float along the corridor. I wait until the front doors creak open. There he is, right on schedule, wearing his cardigan and hugging that briefcase like it holds life support. He passes a handful of faculty colleagues, mutters polite greetings, and slides into a small study room at the far end. I drift behind him, unseen to mortal eyes. Inside, towering bookcases line every wall. He scans an upper shelf, pulls a thick volume with frayed gold letters, and something clicks. The shelf pivots inward like a door. Behind it, stairs coil downward, carved from stone older than the university itself. He descends while lighting a taper. Gunpowder or sulfur dust must coat the passage because the walls flare with sudden light as soon as the match sparks. He seems comfortable in these flames. I float through the hidden door after him. My spirit can pass through it if I concentrate, though the sensation is sticky, like wading through taffy. The staircase empties into a cavern beneath the campus. I smell dirt and old metal. He moves with purpose across the chamber. Candles already burn on shelves carved into rock. Each niche displays an item: a teddy bear matted with dried mud, a faded baseball cap, a stack of Polaroid photos, a bicycle bell, a pair of ballet slippers, paperback novels from 1920. Each object hums with faint energy. Souvenirs, he calls them trophies, I realize. Every trinket belonged to a victim. My stomach buzzes with cold dread. He stops at a low table in the center and lifts something between gloved fingertips. It is my charm bracelet, small silver shaped like stars, a book, a quill, a tiny heart. He stares at it as if it sparks ideas. Then he smiles. That smile does not belong on a professor's gentle face. When he steps into candlelight, his wrinkles appear shallower, his skin younger. killing me made him younger? The thought rattles my mind like dice in a cup. Allow me to explain, he says into the empty room. Except it is not empty. He looks right at me. Somehow he sees the flicker that is my spirit. You're different, he says. His voice in this chamber is like smoke swirling above embers. Most cannot stand near their killer without howling. But you managed to listen. You always were a good student. I try to back away, but there is nowhere safe. He continues. I was born in 1777, he says. Declared dead at birth, or so the midwives told my mother. A nurse whisked me away, believing me stillborn, and left me near a cold fireplace. I lived. I was spirited, unnatural, drawn to forbidden knowledge. My father, Thomas Jefferson, yes, that Jefferson, thought me cursed. He hid me when company visited, but he fed my hunger for books. He designed the university you now attend, and I watched every stone go up. He also drafted a curriculum to shape future scholars. I assumed his legacy after he died. He rubs the bracelet against his cheek. When I discovered that killing students and absorbing their knowledge kept me young, I called it a gift. I have walked this campus in different names and bodies for 2 centuries. I teach, I test, I feast. Knowledge rushes in with each victim. Your score, 99%, promised a feast unlike any I have savored since the Civil War. He sighs, almost tender. You were delicious. I want to scream. I want to claw the bracelet from his hand. I can do either. My hands are wisps, and his body is flesh and bone. He tilts his head. I suppose you wish to move on. His grin widens until it splits the thin, calm mask he wears. Very well. Your intelligence is stored. Your body will be found shortly. I left it beneath a sycamore near the east lawn. Some gardener will stumble upon your remains, call the police, set rumors aflame. You may hunt for peace now. A loud bell rings. It is not the sweet chime I imagined. It clangs like a rusty iron bell in an old steeple. Sound tears through the dungeon. My spirit shudders. Is that my release? But as the echo fades, I do not ascend. I do not feel warmth. The bell stops and silence rushes back. Mr. Jefferson frowns. Curious, he murmurs. You persist. Light flickers above his head. My charmed bracelet glints once, twice, then dims. The silver heart charm pulses faintly. Understanding hits me. The bracelet, my chosen token of self, is why the bell will not free me. It is bound to me by memory. To move on, I must reclaim it from his pocket and bury it with my body. But how can a shadow steal solid metal? I need a plan. A plan forms while Mr. Jefferson tidies his trophies. I cannot lift objects, yet I can influence small motions, drafts, flickers, whispers, that disturb the edge of the living world. Perhaps I can loosen that bracelet, send it sliding off the table, drop it through the grate at his feet. If a janitor later discovers the charm near my corpse, police might connect the dots. Or at least the charm would rest near me, allowing closure. I test my reach. A thin waft of energy flows from me, nudging a candle flame. The flame leans left. Mr. Jefferson's eyes narrow. Don't try tricks, dear. His voice hardens. I have tamed spirits thrice your age. Sudden determination flares inside me. He thrives on fear. I will offer none. I swirl my energy again, more focused. The flame leaps sideways and kisses the edge of my bracelet. Silver heats, metal pops. It flips off his fingertips, clinks against the stone. Startled, he swears. I blow again, imagining lungs full of hurricane wind though I do not breathe. And the bracelet skitters across the floor, down a shallow groove, and drops through a drainage grate. Mr. Jefferson lunges, but too late. The grate is secured, narrow as a coin slot. He slams a fist. Clever wraith. His eyes, once youthful, seem old again. A web of veins cracks across his scara. Perhaps the link between me and the charm denies him the youthful glow. A thunderous knock booms overhead. Voices echo down the staircase. Campus security? Gardeners? Mr. Jefferson curses under his breath, snatches a candle, and slips behind a curtain into another passage. His silhouette disappears. I drift to the grate. Below, a dark tunnel carries storm water through brick arches toward the town river. My bracelet rests on wet stone, out of reach, but within sight. If I can push farther, spirits can travel along water sometimes. I might reach it. I dive, ignoring the taffy stickiness of matter. Cold floods my consciousness. Filaments of past lives swirl in the subterranean air. I think of my mother's proud tears when I got the scholarship. I think of my father's cracked palms handing me his only pen for good luck. I think of how I would have waved that exam paper at them, shouting I did it. The memories drive me forward. The bracelet warms as I near. I pour every ounce of will into claiming it. My shadowy hand closes around silver. For a breathless instant, I feel weight again. The heart charm beats once, twice, like a tiny clock. A new sound rings, not iron, not harsh. A clear bell chime sings in the dark waterway. Bright light flares. My form brightens, casting away the gray. I rise through brick, through soil, through air, drawn toward a glow that feels like dawn on fresh snow. As I pass the dungeon ceiling, I glimpse Mr. Jefferson stumbling, his cardigan sagging heavy. Age rushes back into him. Liver spots bloom, hair dulls, belly droops. He trips against a shelf, scattering trophies. Teddy bears sag, ballet shoes darken, Polaroids curl as if vines choke them. A wail erupts from his throat. I ascend above campus rooftops, beyond library spires, into blue sky. The bell chimes again, softer now, a lullaby after all. I clutch my bracelet. Yes, even as spirit I keep it, close to where my heart once pumped. Wind roars past. Clouds part. Below, police swarm the lawn. Yellow tape flutters near a tree where something red stains grass. Across the quad, Professor Jefferson staggers under arrest, silver cuffs snapping around his wrists. He looks older than any man should be, sagging like a half-deflated balloon. Students crowd, phones raised, whispering horror. I drift higher until the world shrinks. Warmth floods me, forgiveness for myself, pity for him, maybe even a spark of awe at a life finally free of fear. Light surrounds. Darkness peels from my flicker like snakeskin and floats away. The bell tolls one last note. Then silence, and peace. I thought I must have hit the headboard during the night. 2 pink knots, no wider than marbles, sat like blind eyes on either side of my head. I shuffled to the bathroom mirror and parted my hair. Warm skin bulged beneath the pads of my fingers, swollen and sore. Half asleep, I pushed my fingertips into my scalp. A dull, steady throb pulsed beneath my hairline, exactly above each ear, as if 2 tiny hammers were tapping from inside my skull. For years my mother and her friends had dropped hints and half-explanations about growing up, but none of their gentle warnings had prepared me for the odd pain that woke me before sunrise. I was 12 the day the changing truly began. I mumbled that women did not grow horns, but she only squeezed my hand and told me the swelling would pass. Her smile was quiet, but I saw a softness behind her eyes that looked almost like regret. "You're becoming a woman," she said. She wrapped her arms around my shoulders, and together we looked into the glass. Mother caught me searching for answers under the overhead light. Neither of us laughed. Mother met me in the hallway with an ice pack, but when she tried to hold it against my scalp, the right antenna sprang forward and tapped her thumb. One curl lifted farther than the other, giving my reflection the comical look of an off-balance television set. They unfurled an inch, then drooped against my cheeks like limp antennae. From each split rose a black coil, soft as new grass yet too stiff to lie flat in my hair. By the second morning the skin had split open without blood or pus, the way the crust of a seed cracks when the first green stem pokes through. In fact, by sundown the bumps had grown warmer. It did not pass. Finally, with resigned dread, I pulled the loosest hat I owned over my ears and hurried to the bus stop. But Monday was warm, one of those May mornings that smells like fresh lawn clippings. and the thought of arriving at school in thick wool only made me sweat harder. I tried on every beanie and hood in my closet, praying for something wide enough to smother the new growths without showing bulges. That night I lay awake imagining myself hiding forever beneath a knitted hat. He cleared his throat, waved me inside, and busied himself with another student. The color drained from his thin face. Then, just as rapidly, red flooded his cheeks. Both antennae popped out and wiggled in the open air. He was still speaking when a gust of breeze flipped the beanie back. "Hats in class are not allowed." Mr. Sutherland, who supervised morning lines and prided himself on strict dress code, pointed at my head the moment I stepped onto the sidewalk. The boys grinned, elbows darting, delight swelling behind their freckles. The girls' heads bent toward one another, whispers rippling in waves. 20 pairs of eyes fixed on the crooked stalks jutting from my hair. As soon as I pushed open the classroom door, chatter broke into sudden silence. By the time I reached homeroom, my stomach buzzed like loose wires. I felt the new appendages brushing my shoulders with every step. My face burned. Roars of laughter shook the room. Then an eraser chunk skidded across my worksheet and lodged, like a tiny hat, on the taller antenna. Another cap rattled against my chair. I forced myself to keep still. Snickers erupted. She reached the DS before the first missile whizzed by my ear, a bright green marker cap that bounced off my desk and rolled to the floor. Mrs. Jensen, a soft-spoken woman who always smelled of peppermint tea, tried to begin the attendance list. I slid into my seat and pretended to read my notebook. I stared at the floor, certain I had earned every stare. She squeezed my shoulder and told me again, slower. "This is not your fault." She said bodies sometimes change sooner than expected, that boys might tease, that I should never feel responsible for their immaturity. After the other students filed out, she knelt beside me and spoke in the tone adults use when they think they understand a child's private shame. Her kindness was more painful than the ridicule. Mrs. Jensen called time 10 minutes early. They offered wild guesses in exchange for my silence, and when I confessed ignorance their lip-gloss smiles wilted. Was it true I could sense radio signals? Would it bleed? Did it itch? Girls who used to braid each other's hair now cornered me in the bathroom to interrogate my transformation. Teachers, especially male ones, learned to glance over my shoulder, as though an invisible chalkboard hovered behind me and they must read it at all times. Days spread into stiff, identical tablets: wake, ache, school, dodge. When I pressed trembling fingers to my back, I felt a slick membrane clinging to the skin above my shoulder blades. The pillow smelled coppery. That foolish hope burst the morning I awoke in a halo of damp sheets. Maybe the novelty would break like cheap fireworks, replaced by some other 7th grade drama. A faint hope entered my heart. Maybe this would fade. I bent over the sink and vomited until my whole body shook. Nausea flooded my throat. I saw beauty and horror at once, moth wings, except attached to me. Stretching outward, the membranes caught air and widened, revealing faint charcoal patterns across the delicate surface. I lifted one edge, as thin as onion skin, and spread my arms. Blood seeped from 2 fresh slits along my vertebrae. Gray, translucent sails curled wet and wrinkled against my spine. I staggered to the bathroom mirror. Still she would not promise everything would be fine. Mother wrapped me in a towel and cut discreet holes in my school shirts so the wings could fold outward. I wept until my ears rang. She reminded me gently that change had to be faced. The longer I hid, the harder it would become. I begged to stay home. She helped me into a lukewarm bath and washed the blood from my new wings, avoiding my gaze. Mother found me retching. Teachers pretended not to notice the shredded bit of me fluttering from Wyatt's fist. Laughter thundered. He held the torn fragment aloft like a hunter waving a rabbit's ear. Pain exploded. The tissue tore with a sound like ripping silk. One afternoon, while I bent to retrieve a pencil, a boy named Wyatt latched onto the trailing edge of my right wing and yanked. At school, whispers became stares, stares became rough jokes, and jokes hardened into cruelty. Sitting required careful angling. Walking through doorways demanded a sideways lean. By week's end the wings had hardened to workable fins. I wrapped myself in hoodies no matter how humid the air, and still their pupils followed. Their gazes crawled over the contour of my wings, lingered on my chest, as if daring themselves to look away. Even adult men, strangers browsing cereal aisles, surveyed my antennas with sharp interest. I felt eyes everywhere. After the last bell of the year, I bolted from campus and refused invitations to birthday parties or pool gatherings. The gentle sway calmed the ache. Once they caught the wind, I could rock without pumping my legs, riding motion powered by secret muscles in my back. If the playground was empty, I would sit on the highest swing, hook my feet behind the chains, and pulse my wings in the warm breeze. Our neighborhood park, with its sagging swings and patchy grass, became my safe place. When summer vacation settled, I ventured outside only at dawn or dusk. Late one afternoon, a young girl strolled into the playground holding her mother's hand. The mother gave me a sympathetic look, then told the child something that drifted across the fading light. "Not for a long time." The girl tugged her mother's arm, whispering questions. I folded my wings tight as a moth tucking under bark. The child spotted me and her brow puckered in open curiosity. The mother lifted the latch on the gate. At that distance I could hear the squeak. I froze. He was maybe 8, her ponytail shining in the sun. For the first time I felt a flicker of anger, not pity, towards someone untouched by this secret plague. I tasted bitterness, sharp as penny metal between my teeth. No scars. No antenna buds. My eyes traveled over the girl's bare neck, her smooth scalp. Sudden heat surged in my chest. They glanced at me in hallways and tightened their ponytails, relieved to discover someone farther along the scale of misfortune. No wings tore from their spines. But their changes were modest, tiny blonde or brown curls that peeked from hair and could be hidden under headbands. I held on to that fact like a lifeline. If everyone changed, maybe I would not be alone. Girls from school began sprouting antennae of their own. Mother insisted everything was natural, but the lies inside that word scraped my ears raw. That private rage grew roots in the weeks that followed. On the last evening of July I dreamed I crawled from a cocoon, but instead of emerging whole, my skin peeled away until I was all wing and antenna, flapping helplessly while classmates circled with glass jars. At night I lay awake feeling wing muscles twitch. I asked Mother why my body shifted so violently, but she had no answers. I clenched my jaw to keep from screaming joy. Only for a second, but it was enough to erase gravity. I hovered. A breeze lifted them again. Later that night, when crickets sang, I stood in the backyard, spread my wings, and hopped. Curiosity replaced pain. Startled, I tumbled and scraped my knees. I discovered this by accident while racing up our driveway. A gust filled the left wing and my right foot left the pavement for a heartbeat. When wind caught them just right, they could lift me a centimeter from the ground. They were too large to conceal in any shirt. My wings stretched wider than my shoulders. Veins inside them shimmered like frost. August arrived. I laughed, giddy and silent in the sky. Wind hummed across my antennas, singing in frequencies no violin could match. On the 6th morning I soared over rooftops, gliding past telephone lines until sun glare stung my eyes. After 5 mornings my feet could clear the height of our fence. I learned to tilt feathers for steering and to draw short, powerful pumps for lift. Each dawn I slipped through the sliding door while Mother dozed, crept barefoot onto the grass, and flapped until dew scattered under the downwash. Practice became ritual. I clutched these fears beneath oversized jackets, the same way I tucked my wings when people passed. I discovered new kinds of fear. Fear of being followed, fear of fingers hooking wing edges, fear of cameras capturing every fault. 2 men in a truck slowed to shout comments I won't repeat. Teenage boys still broke into Snickers when I entered corner stores. Back on Earth, nothing improved. He nudged his friends and ambled over, spinning a half-deflated ball. But Wyatt spotted me before I could retreat. I glided in on air currents, landed behind the slide, and folded my wings. He and his friends lounged near the basketball hoop, sneakers squeaking on cracked asphalt. One Saturday at the park I encountered Wyatt, the boy who once tore my wing. I inhaled slow. The rust-red scar along my right wing tingled at the memory of his grip. His grin held no apology. "What's up, bug girl?" he called. "That's not my name," I said. "I bet you can fly. Show us." He tossed the ball from hand to hand. "No," the word tasted sharp. "Then we'll make you." His eyes narrowed. I remembered the sky over rooftops. But wind swept through the trees, brushing my antennae with electric promise. I felt the old panic surge, a pulse that tried to fold me inward. Their steps stirred dust. 3 boys fanned out. The boys froze, dazzled. Sun hit the gray patterns and lit them like stained glass. I threw my shoulders back, wings snapping open with a leathery crack. I soared until the school's brick facade peeked through treetops. Fear melted into fierce delight. I circled once, letting air currents cradle me. Below, Wyatt shouted something lost in rustling leaves. I climbed fast, 10 feet, 15. Wind grabbed my wings. I ran 3 steps, sprang. My muscles burned with flight, but my heart felt larger than the sky. I pictured the classrooms where teachers avoided my gaze, the hallway where I hunched under stairs. From that height, the campus looked small. "You look different," she said. Worry carved lines near her mouth, but her eyes shone. When I landed at home, Mother waited on the porch. "But I'm not sorry anymore." I met her gaze. "It still hurts sometimes. I feel different." I folded my wings, touched the scar Wyatt made. Perhaps some of us burst forth in ragged stages, antennas, wings, scars, each piece teaching us how to sense danger, how to ride invisible currents, how to claim space no one thinks we deserve. Perhaps adulthood was never meant to be a quiet blooming. I watched them and felt kinship. Moss fluttered under the porch light, winged shadows dancing across the siding. That evening we sat together on lawn chairs. I wondered how long before all girls at school unfolded wings of their own, how long before boys learned not to grab what they did not understand. Every gust of night air pulsed through my feathers, promising height. Yet the dread had eased. I suspected other transformations would follow. Maybe new patterns on the wings, sharper hearing through the antennae, or colors along my arms. The changing was not finished. I caught the rising breeze and jumped. A thrush perched nearby tilted its head, as if curious about this half-human, half-moth shape. I climbed to the top crossbar, balanced, and opened my wings. Early sunlight gilded the swing chains. The next morning I returned to the park alone. I laughed without sound. My antennae quivered, reading patterns in the air. I smelled rain forming miles away. I soared in a lazy spiral over rooftops, then higher, until clouds softened my cheeks. This time I did not wobble. None of them saw the girl who flew, who no longer flinched, who had found the gift buried beneath every wound. Below, the town woke, sprinklers clicked on, coffee pots hissed, dogs barked at morning shadows. But I carried its mark not as burden, not anymore, but as bright wings carved from survival. The changing had come, hungry and hard.